strange liquid would constantly seep from the girl's body. No one knew what it actually was. All they knew was that it gave off a sharp, disgusting smell. Bit by bit, her classmates started avoiding her. Some even grabbed water bottles and splashed her on purpose. The girl could only stand there, crying in humiliation. No one around her stepped in. Instead, they burst into cruel laughter. That girl was actually Lin Zichen's childhood friend, and she hoped he could help her. Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. As it turned out, this Earth had long been overrun by terrifying mutant beasts. To fight them, humanity had opened two paths to survival. One path was mechanical ascension, using body modification and technology to battle the beasts. The other was gene fusion, absorbing mutant beast genes to gain part of their power. And Lin Zichen had transmigrated into this world as a newborn baby. He had also awakened his own cheat system. After kicking his legs 10,000 times, he received a reward called infinite adaptation. As long as he kept training the same body part, that part could grow stronger without limit. With this ability, Lin Zichen had already learned to sit and crawl at just 4 months old. To avoid scaring his parents with his insane progress, he could only train secretly at night. By the time he was 5 months old, Lin Zichen had already learned to walk. When he turned 6 months old, he finally pretended to learn how to sit and crawl in front of his parents. During this period, Lin Zichen realized for the first time that this Earth was completely different from the one he knew before transmigrating. Luckily, he had the system with him. As long as he grew up safely, he would definitely survive in this dangerous world. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. A gentle, female voice came from outside. "Hello, my name is Shumeng. We just moved in next door. Please accept this small gift." Then she introduced the others. "This is my husband, Shen Jianye, and our daughter, Shen Qinghan. It's great to meet you all." That girl became Lin Zichen's first friend in this world. But at that moment, he still had no idea their fates would one day be tightly bound together. At 7 months old, Lin Zichen had already mastered running. Jumping was no problem either. Even his language skills were improving at an unbelievable speed. By 8 months old, he could even do sit-ups and push-ups, though he had to practice secretly whenever his parents were away. But no secret stays hidden forever. One day, his mother suddenly opened the door, and her voice cracked from shock. "What is going on? Why is Chen Chen doing sit-ups?" After freezing for a few seconds, his mother Zhang Wanxin muttered that she must have gotten too immersed in writing action web novels and started hallucinating. Lin Zichen quickly shut his eyes and pretended to sleep, barely fooling her. But his luck ran out. While bathing him, his mother found something even stranger. At only 8 months old, Lin Zichen already had developed abs. When his father heard about it, he was proud instead, saying Chen Chen had always eaten a shocking amount, and now he had even developed abs. In his eyes, Chen Chen clearly had a bright future. He would most likely become a gene fusionist, or at the very least, a mechanically modified human. Lin Zichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His cheek had almost been exposed, but luckily his father had imagined a genius backstory for him and helped cover it up. Having 2 novelist parents was sometimes surprisingly useful. Speaking of geniuses, Lin Zichen was not the only one on this mutated Earth. The news reported that a 1,000-year martial arts family in the capital had produced a naturally strong prodigy who could lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand at just 2 years old. After seeing it, his mother proudly declared that their Chen Chen was also amazing and would never lose to those so-called genius families in the future. As expected of his own mother, her judgment was spot on. Still, Lin Zichen could not help wondering whether he could easily lift 20 kilograms too when he turned 2. Finally, when he reached the age of 2, the power of infinite adaptation allowed Lin Zichen to easily handle a 20-kilogram weight with one hand. One day, his mother suddenly called out, "Chen Chen, where are you? Little Han Han is here to play with you." 2-year-old Shen Qinghan came running over on her tiny legs and said in a soft baby voice, "Big brother, eat and tart." Even though she was the same age as Lin Zichen, she still could not speak clearly. Because their minds were far too different, they could not really play together. Shen Qinghan would sleep as soon as she was full, while Lin Zichen trained every second he could. Even so, the two always stuck together, and Shen Qinghan happened to be the perfect little weight for his workouts. There was just one small problem with this little weight. "Mom, Han Han seems to have peed again." By the age of 3, Lin Zichen could already lift 40 kilograms with one hand. Then the news reported that a 4.5-year-old prodigy from the capital could lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. By that standard, Lin Zichen was already stronger than the prodigy at the same age. But that also raised a question. His biological level was still stuck at ordinary rank 1. So just how strong did ordinary rank 2 have to be? With that question in mind, Lin Zichen followed his mother out of the house and saw the outside world with his own eyes for the first time. The people on the street with beast-like features and half-mechanical bodies were probably gene fusionists and cyborgs. The first place Lin Zichen visited was the library. Since his parents did not let him use electronic devices too much, the library was clearly the best place to find answers. Soon, Lin Zichen picked up a book called Encyclopedia of Mutant Beasts and started reading. At last, he gained a much clearer understanding of this mutated Earth. According to ancient stone tablets found in mysterious ruins, the biological levels of this world were divided into 6 major tiers: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each tier had 9 stages. Normal humans, however, were only at ordinary rank 1. In front of higher-level creatures, they were nothing but insects. It seemed he had to grow stronger even faster if he wanted to survive in this dangerous world. Just then, a system mission suddenly appeared: read a total of 100 million words and receive the biological attribute Heavenly Wisdom Root. The system really understood Lin Zichen. The moment he needed a way to improve, it gave him a new mission. From that day on, Lin Zichen did not dare slack off at all. He kept reading while continuing his training. At 4 years old, Lin Zichen officially started kindergarten. Not long after entering school, he successfully advanced to ordinary rank 2 and could lift 80 kilograms with one hand. They say the stronger you are, the greater your responsibility. One day in kindergarten, Shen Qinghan was bullied by other kids because she had wet her pants. Lin Zichen let out an angry roar on the spot, and he scared every single kid into tears. From that day on, Lin Zichen became Shen Qinghan's idol. Unexpectedly, that roar also triggered a new system mission: become the boss of elementary school and the tyrant of middle school. It seemed the system allowed multiple missions to progress at the same time, which was definitely good news for Lin Zichen. Half a year later, Lin Zichen successfully completed the mission of reading 100 million words and obtained the Heavenly Wisdom Root attribute. From then on, his learning ability reached the peak of humanity. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the two of them were almost 7 years old and finally attended their kindergarten graduation ceremony. During the holiday before elementary school, Lin Zichen still did not stop training. His standing jump height broke past 2 meters. His 100-meter sprint finally went under 8 seconds, and with the help of Heavenly Wisdom Root, Lin Zichen used his free time to finish all elementary school courses in advance. Soon, Lin Zichen officially began his elementary school life. Since he had already started teaching himself middle school and high school courses, elementary school competitions were ridiculously easy for him, but none of that mattered. The real goal was to unlock the title of elementary school boss as soon as possible. Whenever he had free time, Lin Zichen would give Shen Qinghan private tutoring. Shen Qinghan was not especially gifted, but she was obedient and hardworking. After 1 semester, her grades shot straight to 2nd place in class. As for 1st place, that naturally belonged to Lin Jishin. To unlock the title faster, Lin Zichen did more than just study. He also actively joined every event at the school sports meet and broke all the school records. Just when Lin Zichen thought his elementary school life would pass by peacefully, a special new student transferred into his class. From her body, Lin Zichen actually sensed a faint aura that did not belong to humans. Shen Qinghan stared at the new student with sparkling eyes. "Xiaochen, look at her hair. It's just like snowflakes in winter." But Lin Zichen was in no mood to respond. All he could think about was why this girl named Bai Xie had a non-human aura. Could she be a gene fusionist? Over the next few days, Bai Xie barely spoke to anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lie on her desk without moving, and she rarely even went to the bathroom. At first, everyone was curious about the white-haired transfer student, but as time passed, no one paid much attention to her anymore. Until more than a month later, that calm was finally broken. During that time, a white liquid had begun to seep from Bai Xue's body. No one knew what the substance actually was. They only knew it gave off a sharp, disgusting smell. Her classmates slowly began to dislike her. Then Guan Xun, from their class, suddenly stood up and mocked her with clear malice. "Why does that liquid look kind of familiar? Looks like you're filthy. But I'm a nice guy, so I'll help you wash it off. Gotta stay clean, right?" As he spoke, he grabbed a water bottle from the desk and splashed it straight onto Bai Xue. Cold water streamed down Bai Xue's hair. Her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears from humiliation. When the surrounding students saw this, not only did no one stop it, They laughed even louder. Lin Zishen was completely confused. He had always thought Bai Shui might be dangerous. So why did she now look like a helpless victim? Shen Qinghan felt even worse and said, Xiao Chen, Bai Shui is so pitiful. Can we help her? Lin Zichen nodded without hesitation. No matter what Bai Shui's true identity was, right now, she was just a bullied little girl. He had no reason to stand by and do nothing. The next second, Lin Zichen strode up to Guan Chun and pressed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Then he ordered in an icy voice, wiped the water off Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun was startled by his intensity and quickly nodded. No problem. I'll wipe it right now. He knew very well that Lin Chitin was famous in school for being both smart and strong. Even 6th graders did not dare mess with him, so Guan Chun definitely could not afford to challenge him head-on. After dealing with Guan Chun, Lin Zichen turned to the classmates who had laughed at Bai Shui. Everyone who bullied Bai Shui during this time, come over right now and apologize to her. No one dared to argue. One after another, they walked up to Bai Shui, lined up, and apologized to her in low voices. From then on, Shen Qinghan began taking the initiative to get close to Bai Shui. She often pulled Lin Zichen along to befriend her too. Whenever she had tasty snacks, she shared them with Bai Shui first. And whenever something interesting happened, she would bring Bai Shui along to share it. Little by little, Bai Shui was moved by their warmth. One day, with reddened eyes, she could not help asking, I smell so bad. Are you really not disgusted by me? I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I've been rejected and hated by people around me since I was little. This is the first time someone has been willing to stay by my side. This happiness feels so unreal, like I'm dreaming. After hearing that, Shen Qinghan quickly said with a serious face, No, this isn't a dream. I've been rejected, like you before, so I would never dislike you. And as long as you want, we'll always be good friends. At those words, Bai Shui could no longer hold back and rushed over to hug Shen Qinghan. She choked back tears and said, Thank you. Thank you both. You've always shared tasty food with me, and you're willing to be my friends. So I want to give you something too. As she spoke, Bai Shui took a pair of beast fangs from around her neck. My mom gave these to me for my birthday last year. Now I want to give them to you. I hope you don't mind them, and I hope we can be friends forever. Shen Qinghan carefully took the beast fangs. Then she nodded hard. We'll always be best friends. But just when Shen Qinghan thought this friendship would last forever, something unexpected happened. Her eyes widened as she asked, What? You're saying Bai Shui transferred away? Lin Zichen nodded and said in a serious voice, Yes, I saw her handle the transfer paperwork myself. An enhanced cyborg took her to the principal's office earlier. I secretly overheard that every detail in her transfer file was classified. It seemed Bai Shui's identity really was not simple. From that day on, they never saw Bai Shui again. Perhaps she was only a brief passerby in their childhood. But, compared to Bai Shui's departure, the next piece of news caught Lin Zichen's attention even more. The capital prodigy had made headlines again. At 10 years old, he successfully fused with mutant beast genes and lifted a half-ton boulder with one hand. It was him? Lin Zichen did not expect him to start gene fusion so soon. Lin Zichen remembered the news, saying that the capital prodigy could previously lift only a 100-kilogram barbell with one hand. But after gene fusion, he could directly lift 500 kilograms, increasing his strength by 5 times. But after thinking about it, Lin Zichen was only 8 years old and had not undergone gene fusion yet, but he could already lift 300 kilograms with one hand. By that logic, his potential was clearly even greater. After calculating it this way, Lin Zichen was still full of confidence in the future. But when he saw the next report, he finally understood what it meant to be ruled by fear. A severe mutant beast attack had broken out in a neighboring country. According to footage recorded by eyewitnesses, the culprit behind the attack was actually connected to giant mutant rats. After investigation, it turned out that cultists had been pushing the mutant rat attack from behind the scenes. These so-called cultists were a group of human traitors who had formed an anti-human organization. For their own selfish interests, they willingly became pawns of the mutant beasts and carried out attacks inside human society. Fortunately, Lin Zichen was born in a powerful country, where he had a relatively stable environment to keep growing in secret without facing these dangers too early. But just then, a sudden sonic boom came from outside the window. Lin Zichen quickly pulled open the curtains and saw something unusual. At this hour, a large number of government cyborgs were flying through the sky. Hopefully, nothing bad had happened. Early the next morning, something even stranger happened. The beast fang that Bai Shui had given Shen Qinghan was faintly glowing around her neck. Could this really be the fang of a mutant beast? No wonder Lin Zichen had sensed a non-human aura from Bai Shui before, so the source of that aura had been this fang all along. However, the glow only lasted for a short while before disappearing, and neither of them thought much of it. Still, the cyborgs gathering last night, combined with the strange reaction from the fang this morning, made Lin Zichen feel that something bad might be about to happen. With that uneasy feeling, the two of them walked towards school together. As they passed a street corner, a red-haired woman suddenly blocked their path. Her eyes held a strange malice, but she deliberately acted friendly. "Wow, what beautiful children. Are you two siblings?" Shen Qinghan answered innocently. "We're not siblings. We're childhood friends, and we're best friends too." The woman smiled and cooed. "Childhood friends? That's so sweet. I'm jealous. You're both so young, but you're going to school by yourselves? Why didn't your parents walk you there?" Shen Qinghan was about to answer again, but Lin Zichen grabbed her arm and said, "Stop talking. We're going to be late." He pulled her forward quickly, while the warning in his heart grew stronger and stronger. After they arrived at school, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan with a serious face, "From now on, when strangers come up and talk to you, no matter what they ask, don't answer their questions." After school, to avoid the red-haired woman from that morning, Lin Zichen deliberately took Shen Qinghan through a quiet alley on the way home. But as soon as they entered the alley, Shen Qinghan nervously tugged on his clothes. "Xiaochen, this alley is way too quiet. It feels creepy." Lin Zichen comforted her, while keeping an eye on their surroundings. "This place is getting demolished next week, so the residents already moved out. That's why it's so quiet." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the end of the alley. "Kids, you're finally out of school." "Brother Sheng, stop looking. I've got the kids over here." It was the red-haired woman. Lin Zichen had not expected that even after taking a detour, she had still followed them. The woman wore a fake smile and said, "Little ones, I have lots of tasty snacks at my place. Want to come over and play?" But the thug beside her snapped impatiently. "You damn hag, enough talking. Just knock them out and take them away. I'm still waiting to sell them for cash." As he spoke, he pulled out a drugged rag and rushed toward them. Facing the charging thug, Lin Zichen was not afraid at all. Before the man could even get close, Lin Zichen threw a backhand punch and slammed the thug straight into the wall. The thug spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, while the red-haired woman stared in disbelief. That makes no sense. How can an elementary school kid send an adult flying? After dealing with the thug, Lin Zichen gave the red-haired woman no time to react and rushed right in front of her with his fist clenched. Then he swung hard at her face. There were no cameras around. To prevent future trouble, Lin Zichen originally planned to finish both of them off. He did not want to do it, but if they told anyone about what happened today, his ability would be exposed, and his plan to lay low and grow stronger would completely collapse. But just then, a piercing beast roar suddenly rang out. Lin Zichen looked up and saw a giant mutant rat appear at the alley entrance. The unconscious red-haired woman had no reaction at all. In the next second, the giant mutant rat swallowed her whole. The thug beside her did not escape either, and soon became the rat's prey. Lin Zichen did not dare think any further. He immediately picked up Shen Qinghan, then sprinted toward the outside of the alley with all his strength. After running only a short distance, he saw cyborgs arriving as reinforcements. The female cyborg first fired tranquilizer rounds at the giant mutant rat, successfully restricting its movements. Taking advantage of the moment when the mutant rat slowed down, she rushed forward for close combat and fought it for a full 7 minutes before finally cutting open its throat. Lin Zichen silently judged that the female cyborg's level was probably not that high. Otherwise, she would not have needed tranquilizer rounds to weaken the mutant rat first, nor would she have taken that long to finish it off. But then again, giant mutant rats were indeed difficult to deal with. Once fully grown, they could reach over 3 meters in size, and their biological level could reach ordinary rank 5. Luckily, they had escaped yesterday. It seemed his previous training intensity was still not enough. He had to increase it even further if he wanted to survive more safely in this dangerous world. Although the crisis caused by the mutant rats had not fully faded, life still had to go on. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan celebrated their 9th birthday. After blowing out the candles and making their wishes, the two exchanged the birthday gifts they had carefully prepared. With the help of Heavenly Wisdom Root, Lin Zichen taught himself wood carving in just one night, and personally carved a wooden hairpin for Shen Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, elementary school came to an end. When Lin Zichen thought about how he would soon unlock the title of Tyrant of Middle School and obtain the biological attribute Survival of the Fittest, he could not help feeling excited. Throughout the entire holiday, Lin Zichen trained intensely every day to unlock the title as soon as possible. Finally, right before school started, his biological level successfully broke through to ordinary rank 3. Coincidentally, that same night, the television reported the latest news about the capital prodigy. The 14-year-old who had fused with giant strength ant genes could now easily lift 2,000 kilograms of alloy with one hand. Since giant strength ant genes can increase strength by 4 to 8 times, even using a 5 times estimate, his base strength was only around 400 kilograms with one hand. By comparison, Lin Zichen, who had not fused with any genes, was clearly even stronger. Lin Zichen could not help looking forward to how powerful he would become once he underwent gene fusion in the future. Soon enough, his junior high school life officially began. Because Lin Zichen had already been a famous top student in the city during elementary school, many elite middle school principals had extended offers to him. In the end, he chose Shanghai Middle School with only one condition: Shen Qinghan had to be placed in the same school and class as him. On freshman registration day, the principal and homeroom teacher personally came to welcome Lin Zichen. After some small talk, he found an excuse to leave early. Before school started, he had already made plans with Shen Qinghan to play badminton together. But as soon as they arrived at the court, several older students walked over and said arrogantly, "You two are new, right? This court is reserved for us upperclassmen." As they spoke, they even started hitting on Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen's expression darkened, and he warned them coldly, "Stay away from her. I shouldn't have to explain the rule of first come, first served, right?" But the boy in the cap was not scared at all. Instead, he became even more arrogant. "Who said that rule exists? I don't care who got here first today. I'd still take this court. My rules are the only rules here." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zichen raised his hand and shot the shuttlecock toward him. With a loud crack, the shuttlecock not only pierced through his racket, but also knocked his cap flying. The others were instantly stunned. Is he even human? Is he a gene fusionist? But he's way too young. After freezing for a few seconds, they quickly bowed and apologized. "Sorry, we understand the rules now. We'll leave right away. Please enjoy your game." Perhaps because this incident later spread around, no one dared to bully them throughout all of junior high. To Lin Zichen, junior high did not feel very different from elementary school, aside from having a better environment for campus activities. He had already taught himself all the junior high courses, so during class, he mostly read extracurricular books that interested him. After finishing his nightly training, he also learned cooking, photography, driving skills, swimming, wilderness survival, and all kinds of other skills online. With Heavenly Wisdom Root, he learned everything quickly and well. To unlock the title of Tyrant of Middle School as soon as possible, Lin Zichen not only maintained first place in every subject at school, but also represented the school in national junior high competitions. He won medals in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and computer programming. To avoid drawing too much attention, he even deliberately chose not to take first place in every event. Before he knew it, a whole semester passed, and the title of Tyrant of Middle School still had not been unlocked. Instead, Lin Zichen gained a crowd of fangirls because he stood out too much. But he had no interest in any of that. Aside from tutoring Shen Qinghan, all his attention was on the upcoming school sports meet. Maybe dominating the sports meet would unlock the title. This time, Lin Zichen only signed up for 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting. These 3 events represented strength, jumping power, and speed. As long as he took first place in all 3, it would count as total domination in sports. During the competition, Lin Zichen deliberately held back and avoided drawing too much attention, but taking first place was still effortless. Just as he won the final sprint event, a strange power suddenly erupted inside his body. The system notification rang out. The title of Tyrant of Middle School had been unlocked, and Lin Zichen successfully gained the biological attribute Survival of the Fittest. His life essence now stood above all living beings, allowing him to devour the life essence of other creatures to promote his own evolution. While Lin Zichen was wondering what life essence actually was, Shen Qinghan suddenly ran over with a smile. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He quickly asked, "Han, can I take a look at the beast fang Baishu gave you?" The moment Lin Zichen's fingertip touched the beast fang, the system notification sounded again. The host had devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal Giant Butterfly Codex progress had reached 1%. Once the codex reached 100%, he could evolve part of the corresponding mutant beast's attributes or skills. So, this was not an ordinary beast fang, it was actually the tooth of a butterfly. Now that he knew the mutant beast's name, Lin Zichen immediately wanted to look up related information online. But even after searching the entire internet, he could not find anything. It seemed that if he wanted to understand the abyssal giant butterfly, he could only explore it himself. Sure enough, when he touched the second beast fang, the system notification appeared again. The host had devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence, and the abyssal giant butterfly codex progress had increased to 2%. It seemed there was not much life essence left inside the fangs. If he wanted to fully unlock the codex, he would have to find another way. From then on, to increase his training intensity and to make sure he could quickly escape with Shin King Han if they ever encountered another giant mutant rat, Lin Zichen rode his bike to take her to and from school every day. One day, after school, a middle-aged man suddenly called out to him. Lin Zichen, hello, I'm Teacher Guo, from the school martial arts team. Your performance at the sports meet was the best our school has ever seen. That's why I want to invite you to join the martial arts team. To be honest, your athletic talent is even more outstanding than your academic talent. Room C in the school gym is the martial arts team's base. Come by tomorrow if you're free. I'll be waiting. Teacher Guo sounded sincere and gave Lin Zichen no real chance to refuse. After returning home, Lin Zichen casually slapped a mosquito to death. Then, he crushed a cockroach, but the survival of the fittest attribute had no reaction at all. It seemed that only powerful mutant beasts had enough life essence to be devoured. To verify this guess, Lin Zichen decided to head to the mutant beast meat section of the mall right away. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at a supermarket in the city center. There was plenty of mutant beast meat here, but everything was tightly packaged. Without direct contact, he could not verify anything. Just as Lin Zichen was worrying about what to do, he suddenly saw a butcher cutting fresh mutant beast meat at the meat counter. Lin Zichen did not have time to explain to Shen Qinghan. He quickly rushed over. The truth was right in front of him, and he could no longer hold back his curiosity. Sure enough, the moment his hand touched the fresh meat, an extremely powerful stream of life essence flowed through his fingertips and into his body. Seeing how excited he looked, Shen Qinghan asked in confusion, Zichen, are you okay? You only touched some beast meat. Why are you so excited? Then she curiously asked what it felt like. Lin Zichen quickly played it off. Nothing special. I just think the meat is really fresh. Do you want to touch it too? Since we're already here, why don't we buy some beast meat and try it at home? Lin Zichen had already expected Shen Qinghan to be surprised, since mutant beast meat was never cheap. Even the cheapest ghost shadow squid cost nearly 1,000 yuan per kilo. This time, they would start with ghost shadow squid. Sure enough, after Shen Qinghan saw the price tag, she quickly said, Zichen, this is way too expensive. Should we ask Odd Shin first before deciding whether to buy it? Lin Zichen smiled and reached out to pat her head. Don't worry, my mom already told me to buy a few extra kilos. She also said she wants to invite your whole family over to eat with us. But aside from sharing it, Lin Zichen had another reason. He was worried that directly absorbing the life essence from the beast meat might ruin the meat, so he wanted to buy some and test that theory at home. The problem was that beast meat was far too expensive. He had no idea when he would be able to buy it again. By the time they finished buying the meat, it was already past 9 at night. Since things had not been peaceful lately, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan did not dare stay out for long and headed straight home. On the way back, Lin Zichen could no longer hold himself back. He quietly reached out and touched the bag containing the ghost shadow squid. The next second, the system notification sounded right on cue. The host had devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence. Ghost shadow squid codex progress increased to 0.1%. Devouring the life essence from 50 grams of ghost shadow squid meat only unlocked 0.1% of the codex. At this rate, reaching 100% would require 50 kilos. At 2,000 yuan per kilo, that would cost nearly 100,000 yuan. But after thinking about it, the ghost shadow squid's ability was to dissolve into water and vanish. If he could obtain that ability, then 100,000 yuan would not be a bad deal. Besides, this was already the cheapest beast meat he could buy. It seemed Lin Zichen would have to seriously think about how to make money next. Right. His original reason for buying the meat was to test whether absorbing life essence would cause the meat to spoil. Some time had already passed, so he should be able to see the result now. Lin Zichen quickly checked the meat in the bag and found that its quality had not changed at all. So absorbing life essence would not damage the meat. That was great news. At the same time, another system notification appeared, and the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex progress increased to 3%. Just as Lin Zichen was secretly relieved, Shen Qinghan suddenly shouted, "Xiaochen, watch out! There's someone ahead." Lin Zichen reacted extremely fast and immediately hit the brakes, barely avoiding a collision. He had been so focused on absorbing life essence that he had forgotten to watch the road. But why was the bike lane packed with people? After Shen Qinghan pointed it out, he finally understood. Their teacher Strawberry had been taken hostage by a thug. The thug had one arm locked around her neck and a knife in his other hand as he roared, "Stay back! Come any closer and I'll kill her." The police officer across from him patiently persuaded him, "You're surrounded. Please calm down and put down the weapon." The captain frowned, hesitating over whether to use knockout gas. But Lin Zichen had already quietly picked up a stone from the ground. While no one was paying attention, he threw it hard at the thug's knife hand. With a sharp crack, the stone hit its target perfectly, and the knife instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this, the police immediately gave the order to move in. They quickly rescued teacher Strawberry. Shen Qinghan instantly realized Lin Zichen was the one who had acted. He quickly pulled her toward the edge of the crowd and whispered, "Shh, let's go. I'll explain when we get back." But the captain wasn't blind. He immediately recognized that Lin Zichen had thrown the stone. Lin Zichen hurriedly waved his hands and denied it. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." After saying that, he took Shen Qinghan and ran off. But after only a few steps, he heard the captain call out, "There's a cash reward for good Samaritans." Lin Zichen suddenly stopped, then immediately turned around and walked back. He smiled and said, "I just remembered something. I did throw that stone." The captain smiled helplessly. "Come with me to make a statement. I'll help you apply for the reward." But just as Lin Zichen was about to get into the police car, something unexpected happened. The thug, who had already been subdued, suddenly began to mutate. Only then did everyone realize that the thug was actually a cultist, and he was now rapidly mutating into a giant mutant rat. The next second, the mutated rat broke free from control and pinned a police officer to the ground. The captain's face darkened as he shouted, "All officers, open fire on the mutant rat. Remember to protect the civilians. Also, contact headquarters. A giant mutant rat has appeared at Jianbei West Road Park. Preliminary judgment. A cultist fused with Rat King genes. We cannot handle this alone. Requesting backup." Seeing how dangerous things had become, Lin Zichen no longer cared about the reward. He immediately grabbed Shen Qinghan and teacher Strawberry, then turned and ran. While they were fleeing, a mechanical roar suddenly came from above. A cyborg descended from the sky. Without saying a word, she kicked straight at the giant mutant rat. Then, she activated the laser cannon on her arm and fired a blinding beam of light. In an instant, the giant mutant rat was blasted into dust on the spot. Lin Zichen stared in shock. That was way too powerful. Luckily, the laser cannon did not hit his bicycle, or that would have been a huge loss. But just then, Lin Zichen suddenly noticed that the beast meat in the bag had changed. The meat had darkened and was giving off a strange smell. It seemed that after absorbing life essence, beast meat would still spoil after all. There was just a delay. As for the reason, he could conveniently blame it on the cultist from earlier. Lin Zichen immediately put on an act for the two of them. It's all that cultist's fault. The cyborg's attack was too powerful and cooked the meat until it spoiled. In the end, they still got into the police car. Lin Zichen had thought he could go home after getting a simple statement, but at the captain's request, he had no choice but to go to the station for a detailed report. What surprised Lin Zichen was that after being hit by the laser cannon, the cultist still left behind a pile of charred remains. More importantly, the smell was extremely pungent. He suddenly remembered that the beast's fangs had contained life essence before. Then would the cultist's remains contain it too? Maybe he could even devour the Rat King genes inside him. How much Rat King gene progress could he extract from a fresh, charred cultist corpse? So while no one was paying attention, Lin Zichen quietly moved his hand close to the charred remains. The next second, the system voice rang out. A notification appeared. The host had devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat codex progress increased to 5%. It was actually that much. It seemed the freshness of the flesh was directly proportional to the amount of life essence that could be absorbed. Later, at the public security office, the captain said, "I've already applied for your bravery reward, but there's one question I hope you'll answer honestly. How can a middle school student accurately hit a cultist's knife hand with a stone?" Lin Zichen had already prepared an excuse and calmly replied, "Maybe it's because I usually train my right hand a lot, so my strength and accuracy are slightly better." The captain clearly was not that easy to fool, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Just as the two sides reached a deadlock, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Zichen's parents rushed in anxiously. The moment his mother saw Lin Zichen, she immediately ran over and hugged him, her voice trembling. "Xiaochen, are you okay? You scared me to death." Lin Zichen quickly comforted her. "Mom, don't panic. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, I even got a bravery reward." His mother was still shaken and told him seriously, "Xiaochen, promise me that next time you run into danger, you'll hide somewhere safe first. Because all I want is to see you grow up safe and sound." Using the chance to talk with his mother, Lin Zichen managed to dodge the captain's questioning. As Lin Zichen left the office, he passed by several officers and happened to hear them whispering, "The rat god cult is getting more and more brazen. They've even infiltrated schools now. In my opinion, we need to take down that rat king who calls himself a god." The moment Lin Zichen heard the words rat king, he immediately took out his phone and searched for information. To his surprise, there was quite a lot about the rat god cult online. The rat god cult's main base was inside Shanghai City. Most of its members were social outcasts, and its activities had become even more frequent this year. Seeing this, Lin Zichen's heart suddenly sank. Could the Rat King be trying to evolve into a higher-level creature, so it was ordering its followers to collect evolution resources everywhere? And had this Rat King already evolved intelligence? Just as he was thinking about it, a giant rat suddenly darted past the roadside. It was frighteningly large. Could it also be connected to the Rat King? Lin Zichen shook his head and brushed it off. Forget it. This is the South. It's normal for rats to be as big as cats here. But when he turned around, Shen Xinghan had become unusually quiet. Lin Zichen immediately understood. Was it happening again? Whenever Shen Xinghan encountered something tense or sudden, she would lose control, just like when she was little. But Lin Zichen always felt that her condition might be related to some unknown potential. After they returned home, his mother did indeed ask about the beast meat. Lin Zichen had already prepared an excuse. The situation was too dangerous. I was focused on escaping, so I accidentally lost the meat. His mother sighed and patted his shoulder. Forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. If the meat is gone, then it's gone. Luckily, he managed to get away with it. But his father suddenly chimed in. No problem. I'll go check the scene now. Maybe I can still find it. Lin Zichen quickly stopped him. Dad, don't go. That area still isn't safe. Meanwhile, back at the station, the captain was still staring at the surveillance footage with a frown. How can a middle school student throw a stone with that much force? But just then, his eyes suddenly sharpened. In the corner of the stream, a mutant rat had quietly appeared. The next second, the mutant rat lunged straight at him. Seeing this, the captain quickly drew his gun and fired repeatedly at the rat. But the mutated giant rat moved like a blur, instantly dodging the bullets and pouncing right at him. The next day, Lin Zichen sat in class, unable to focus on the lecture. After feeling powerless against the Ratman yesterday, he clearly realized that he was still too weak. It seemed he had to earn money as soon as possible and fill up the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex progress bar. But relying only on prize money from school and outside competitions was far too slow. Lin Zichen had considered becoming a famous top student influencer and selling study courses through live streams, but that would be too flashy and might easily expose him. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. No, his entire way of thinking was wrong. In a world filled with gene fusionists and cyborgs, martial arts were naturally valued far more than academics. The prize money for martial arts competitions was also far higher than other contests. It seemed it was time to make money through martial arts. Lin Zichen went straight to the school gym. Soon he found Teacher Guo from the martial arts team. The moment Teacher Guo saw him, he excitedly walked over. Zichen, are you here today because you want to join the martial arts team? Lin Zichen went straight to the point. Teacher Guo, I want to know if joining the martial arts team gives me a chance to enter city-level martial arts competitions. Is the prize money high? Teacher Guo smiled and nodded. Of course it does. And the prize money isn't low either. A single event can easily pay tens of thousands. The moment Lin Zichen heard tens of thousands, his expression instantly changed. Teacher, I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'm a member of the martial arts team. Seeing this, Teacher Guo immediately called the team members over. I'm sure none of you are unfamiliar with Lin Zichen. This sports meet Grand Slam winner will be one of us from now on. After the team members took turns introducing themselves, Teacher Guo began teaching Lin Zichen basic martial arts. Since Lin Zichen had never trained before, Teacher Guo slowed down his movements and demonstrated a set of punches and kicks for him. He also reminded him seriously, "Don't think these moves are simple. They're actually quite difficult." Little Lee, the fastest person on our team to learn this set, still spent a whole week on it. "Come on, try it once first." With the help of Heavenly Wisdom Root, Lin Zichen memorized every key point after watching only once. Every move he performed was clean, standard, and smooth. Teacher Guo stared with his eyes wide open and kept muttering that it was impossible. How could someone learn it after watching only once? Unless he was a once-in-a-generation martial arts genius. Soon, night arrived. His mother prepared the ghost shadow squid that Lin Zichen had been craving. Lin Zichen eagerly took his first bite. The next second, a system notification appeared. The host had devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence, and the ghost shadow squid codex progress increased to 3.01%. Only then did Lin Zichen realize that directly eating beast meat could also devour life essence. If he had known earlier, he would never have bothered touching it. Eating it was much easier. During dinner, a news report on TV caught Lin Zichen's attention. A 14-year-old girl had successfully fused with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When the energy system activated, she could easily lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle with one hand, sprint 100 meters in only 3 seconds, and jump 8 meters straight up from a standing position. Looking at the screen, Lin Zichen could not help wondering who was stronger, the capital prodigy from back then, or this genius girl now. Gene fusionists or cyborgs? But the next piece of news instantly pulled his thoughts back. Public Security Captain He Chun-shan had unfortunately died in his office at 11 o'clock last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant mutant rat that had snuck into the station. Lin Zichen's heart tightened, and he felt even more strongly that he could not slack off. He had to seize every moment to train and improve his strength as soon as possible. After this period of intense training, his 100-meter sprint had already reached 4.61 seconds. His vertical jump had broken through to 5.51 meters, and he could lift around 1,000 kilograms with one hand. He had not fallen behind in martial arts practice either, hoping to improve his combat ability as soon as possible and prepare for future martial arts competitions. Early the next morning, Lin Zichen went to the gym again to learn new martial arts. Out of curiosity, Shen Qinghan followed him there too. But as soon as they reached the gym entrance, a pink-haired girl suddenly blocked Lin Zichen's way. She was holding a bottle of milk and smiled as she said, "Hey Zichen, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you some milk." Lin Zichen politely refused. "No thanks, but I appreciate it." A blonde-haired simp nearby happened to see this, and he instantly exploded. "This guy stole my championship at the sports meet, and now he's rejecting my goddess's gift too?" He immediately rushed over and blocked Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's path. "Do you have any manners? Even if you don't want to drink it, you could accept it first and give it to someone else, like me. Why would you reject it outright and hurt my goddess's feelings?" "Lin Zichen, do you dare spar with me? If I lose, I'll never bother you again. If I win, you have to drink this whole bottle of milk." As soon as the blonde punk finished speaking, a new system mission suddenly appeared. In formal competitive settings, use the most primitive biological method to eliminate 1,000 different opponents. Mission reward, the biological attribute natural selection. Lin Zichen was instantly delighted. After waiting so long, his fourth achievement mission had finally appeared. He looked up at the blonde punk and said firmly, "Fine, let's spar." Inside the gym, several of Lin Zichen's fangirls were already waiting beside the arena. When they saw him, they immediately waved excitedly. "Junior brother Zichen, we'll cheer for you later. Make sure you teach that blonde punk a lesson." "Good luck, junior brother Zichen. I'll take lots of great photos of you." Hearing this, the blonde punk gave an unconvinced sneer. "You all think I'm going to lose? I'm just taking advantage of this genius junior before he fully grows up, and crushing him with my experience. Over the past month, this kid's talent exploded, and his progress has been terrifying. If I don't act now, I won't get another chance to show off later." Lin Zichen had no interest in wasting words with him, and said directly, "I still have to go home for dinner later, so let's finish this quickly." The blonde punk looked disdainful. "Fine, I'll grant your wish and let you lose quickly." With Teacher Guo's order, the match officially began. But the blonde punk suddenly shouted, "Wait, you've only trained martial arts for 1 month, while I've trained for almost 2 years. To keep things fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves." Lin Zichen gave a simple reply, then pushed off the ground and shot toward him instantly. He threw only one punch and smashed it hard into the blonde punk's face, deforming it on the spot. The blonde punk collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and passed out immediately. The entire gym fell silent. Teacher Guo stared with wide eyes, his face full of shock. the martial arts team members could not help cursing. What the hell? That's way too insane. But Lin Zichen was already calculating in his heart. To unlock natural selection, he needed to eliminate 1,000 competitors. He had only completed one, so there were still 999 left. So he turned to the other seniors on the team and suggested with a smile, "Seniors, since everyone's already here, why don't we take this chance to spar too?" Everyone's jaws nearly dropped when they heard that. They immediately started making excuses to escape. No, I just remembered I have tutoring after school. My mom told me to come home early for dinner, so I'm leaving first. At that moment, the blonde punk on the ground slowly woke up and shouted in frustration, "I don't accept this. I was careless just now. If we go again, I'll definitely beat you." Teacher Guo walked over and said seriously, "Zhongkai, accept your loss. Was Zichen's punch just luck? Or was it overwhelming strength? We'll know once Little Li fights him." Then he called out to Little Li, who was trying to sneak away. "Little Li, you're up for this match." Little Li walked forward with a stiff expression and said politely, "Please go easy on me, junior brother." But in his heart, he was desperately praying, "Please don't hit my face." In less than 10 minutes, every member of the martial arts team was knocked down by Lin Zichen. To avoid drawing too much attention, he even exchanged a few moves with the seniors instead of instantly defeating them. But what surprised Lin Zichen was that aside from the progress gained after defeating the blonde punk, beating the other seniors did not move the progress bar at all. It seemed he had to defeat opponents directly in official competitive settings for it to count. Teacher Guo looked at Lin Zichen with excitement in his eyes. "Zichen, you really are a born martial arts genius. You've only joined the team for a little over a month, yet you've already become our ace. In this year's district martial arts tournament, Shanghai Middle School will definitely defeat the other schools and take first place." Teacher Guo's words suddenly reminded Lin Zichen of something. That was right. If he joined martial arts tournaments, wouldn't he be able to defeat many opponents directly? As long as he beat opponents in official matches, the achievement mission progress would definitely increase. Just then, the blonde punk suddenly backed down completely. "I, Zhongkai, accept my loss. From now on, even if you crap on my head, I won't say a damn word." Everyone fell speechless when they heard this. Before he could finish, they all quickened their pace and escaped from the scene. In this world, high school was divided into martial arts classes and academic classes, and martial arts classes were undoubtedly everyone's first choice. To get into one, Shen Qinghan also began training with Lin Zichen. Every day, she first jogged 3 kilometers, then practiced martial arts techniques for an hour to improve her punches and kicks. Sometimes, she would add extra sit-ups and push-ups on her own to strengthen her body. After each training session, Lin Zichen would help massage and relax her muscles to prevent soreness the next day. As for Lin Zichen himself, he did not dare slack off at all while preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament. To unlock natural selection as soon as possible, he was truly going all out this time. Soon, the day of the martial arts tournament finally arrived. On the day of the competition, everyone arrived at the city sports arena. Shanghai Middle School's luck was not great. In the draw, they were placed directly in the same group as the strongest school, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. The team members immediately looked hopeless. No. 1 Middle has a monster this year. He can run the 100-meter sprint in under 9 seconds. We're definitely getting crushed. Hearing this, Lin Zichen took the initiative and said to the coach, "Coach, I want to go first." The coach froze for a moment, then nodded. "All right, Zichen, you'll be the first to fight." With Shen Qinghan and the coach cheering him on, Lin Zichen stepped onto the arena. The thick-lipped opponent across from him spoke with obvious contempt. "Little junior from Shanghai Middle, I've seen your information. You do have talent. But this isn't a place for a first-year pipsqueak who isn't even 2 meters tall. In a moment, I'll let you properly understand the gap in size and strength." With the referee's command, the match officially began. The thick-lipped opponent threw the first punch and charged straight at Lin Zichen. But Lin Zichen simply shifted his body and dodged with ease. Then he raised his hand and lightly tapped his chest. The next second, the guy spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily beneath the arena. Even the referee was stunned. After finally reacting, he immediately shouted, "Lin Zichen wins." Shen Qinghan shouted excitably from below the stage, "Xiao Chen, you're amazing." The team members also cheered, "Zichen is a beast." On the thick-lipped opponent's side, his coach was so angry he stomped his feet. "How many times have I told you? Stop charging in blindly. Use footwork. Why won't you listen?" At that moment, Lin Zichen's system notification rang out. He had successfully defeated 1 competitor, bringing his total eliminated opponents to 2. As expected, defeating opponents in highly competitive matches could push the achievement mission forward. At this moment, Number 1 middle's coach looked serious and said to the flat-top boy beside him, "Chen Fang, you're up. Defeat that first-year kid as quickly as possible." The second match soon began. This time, the flat-top boy learned from the thick-lipped opponent's mistake and attacked Lin Zichen with full force from the start. But every one of his moves was easily dodged. Lin Zichen seized an opening and struck his abdomen with one palm. The blow instantly sent him flying several meters back. He crashed face first onto the ground. The medical staff quickly ran over. "Get him to the hospital for a checkup. He may have hit his head." Someone in the stands could not help whispering, "What's going on? Why is that student from Shanghai Middle so lucky? Every opponent keeps rushing out of the arena by themselves." "No," one middle's coach's face darkened. "No, this isn't luck. That first-year kid from Shanghai Middle really has strength." Then he called over the spiky-haired boy on the team. "Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on defense. Don't attack first." Gao Fei said with full confidence, "Don't worry, coach. I'll definitely win. Lin Zichen's body isn't that strong. He's just more agile. As long as I don't hold back, I can't lose." The crowd immediately began discussing. Gao Fei from number 1 middle isn't simple. His father is a gene fusionist, so as a descendant, his physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people. As the third match began, the spiky-haired boy jumped directly in front of Lin Zichen and decisively used flowing water smashing fist. No one middle's coach immediately panicked. "Gao Fei, I told you to focus on defense. Why are you attacking?" Gao Fei replied casually, "A genius doesn't need defense." Lin Zichen watched his moves and thought to himself that this fist technique was interesting, so he might as well observe and learn it first. After several exchanges, Gao Fei was completely confused. "Why can't I hit you? This is impossible." Lin Zichen said calmly, "Do you have any other moves? Use them all." Gao Fei was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead, and he used flowing water smashing fist again. The same fist technique again? Then this ends now. Before Gao Fei could even react, Lin Zichen kicked him flying. The crowd in the stands was so shocked that they could not say a word for a long time. The opponents, after that, were all much weaker than the previous ones. Soon, all 5 members of Shanghai number 1 middle were defeated by Lin Zichen. Over the next 2 days, Lin Zichen single-handedly took down 2 more schools, successfully leading Shanghai Middle School to win the 8-school league championship. At this point, he had eliminated 16 opponents in total, but he was still 984 short of the requirement for natural selection. It seemed this achievement might take years to complete. Although the mission could not be completed in a short time, Teacher Guo gave most of the tournament prize money to Lin Zichen. Together with the money he had won from various academic competitions before, Lin Zichen now had around 30,000 yuan. But that 30,000 yuan was soon spent entirely on ghost shadow squid meat. Lin Zichen devoured 15 kilos of ghost shadow squid meat in one go, directly raising the ghost shadow squid codex progress to 33%. By the time he reached 8th grade, he had also successfully broken through from ordinary rank 3 to ordinary rank 4. Now he could easily lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand. Time flew by, and Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan soon graduated from the junior high division of Shanghai Middle School. After the entrance exam results came out, Shen Qinghan's academic scores were quite good, but her martial arts score did not reach the cutoff score for Shanghai High School's elite martial arts class. She asked with disappointment, "Xiao Chen, does this mean we can't keep going to the same high school?" Lin Zichen scratched his head. "I'm not sure either, but the principal of Shanghai High School said he wants to visit my house. Want to meet him with me?" Shen Qinghan shook her head. "The principal must be coming to invite you into Shanghai High's elite martial arts class." "Why would I go?" Lin Zichen said seriously. "Don't worry. My only condition for staying at Shanghai High is that she has to sit next to me." Later, the principal of Shanghai High School discussed things with them for several hours. In the end, he simply hoped that Lin Zichen would continue studying at Shanghai High. Before leaving, the principal said, "Zichen, I've said all I came to say. Let me add one last thing. As long as you agree to stay, you can tell me directly if you have any requests." Lin Zichen immediately said, "I only have one request. I hope Shen Qinghan can continue being in the same class as me." Hearing this, the principal looked Shen Qinghan over, then smiled. "You must be Shen Qinghan, right? When school starts, the two of you can report to Shanghai High together." After saying that, the principal got up and left. After confirming his high school, Lin Zichen entered his final junior high martial arts tournament. As expected, he easily helped Shanghai Middle School win the championship again. The prize money this time should be enough to fill the progress bar. But since he was not sure whether unlocking the codex would cause anything uncontrollable, Lin Zichen deliberately went to the mountains outside Shanghai City. Once he arrived, he decisively began devouring, and the system notified him that the host was absorbing a large amount of Ghost Shadow Squid life essence. The moment the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex reached 100%, Lin Zichen felt as if he had been placed inside a boundless ocean. Then the system notification rang out. The host had obtained the biological attribute Water Melding Fortune. This attribute could greatly increase his affinity with water, allowing him to move through water without leaving a trace. Lin Zichen was a little speechless. Why did Water Melding Fortune feel a bit underwhelming? He immediately tested it in a nearby pond and found that when swimming, the resistance from the water was indeed much lower. Aside from that, however, there did not seem to be any other effect. But Ghost Shadow Squid was a low-level mutant beast to begin with, one that did not even have value for gene fusion. If he wanted better biological attributes, he either had to slowly save money to buy high-level mutant beast meat, or wait until he became stronger, then hunt wild mutant beasts and devour them, such as those giant mutant rats. With less than a week left before school started, his mother and Shen Qinghan's family discussed going on a trip together. To better study Water Melding Fortune, Lin Zichen suggested going to the seaside. When they arrived at the beach, Shen Qinghan shivered as soon as she entered the water. "Xiaochen, the seawater is so cold." Lin Zichen swam through the water while saying, "It's always like this when you first get in. Just take your time and adapt, and it won't feel cold soon." But as he moved, all of his attributes actually began rising slowly. Shen Qinghan called out, "Xiaochen, don't just swim by yourself. Come teach me how to swim." Only then did Lin Zichen remember that Shen Qinghan could not swim at all. So he began teaching her patiently while thinking that, with Shen Qinghan's average athletic talent, she probably would not learn it. But very soon he was quickly proven wrong. Shen Qinghan said excitedly, "Xiaochen, swimming is actually so simple. I learned it right away." She even tried diving a short distance into the sea. "Wow, Xiaochen, I'm amazing. I always heard people say it's hard to open your eyes in the sea and that it stings, but I don't feel uncomfortable at all. It actually feels cool and nice." Lin Zichen froze. Even someone naturally good in water should not be able to master every swimming technique instantly, right? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could the reason Shen Qinghan had always wet the bed be that she was naturally attuned to water? This was incredible. Maybe in a cultivation novel, she would be one of those people with a special cultivation physique. Next, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went diving together, and her performance shocked him even more. They had already held their breath underwater for more than 10 minutes. Forget the fact that Shen Qinghan was a beginner. Even for someone professionally trained, that amount of time was not simple. Just then, Shen Qinghan's face suddenly turned pale. She pulled Lin Zichen and rushed toward the shore. Before long, the two of them surfaced again. On the way back to land, Lin Zichen quickly asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so nervous?" Shen Qinghan panted as she explained, "Just now, I suddenly heard a really strange voice beside my ear. It was so strange that it felt kind of scary. It was a woman's voice echoing beside my ear over and over. It only disappeared after I came out of the water." To help Shen Qinghan calm down as soon as possible, Lin Zichen immediately took her back to the hotel. After that, Lin Zichen searched on his phone for a long time, but he still could not find anything related to the female voice she had described. But the incident left him unable to sleep, so he simply got up and continued training. Unexpectedly, as he trained, his biological level advanced again, successfully rising to Ordinary Rank 5. Ordinary Rank 5 was the level that could fight against an adult giant mutant rat. If he kept training like this, tearing a mutant rat apart with his bare hands might not be impossible. After advancing, Lin Zichen went to an empty beach to test his data. His 100-meter sprint now took only 3.64 seconds. His vertical jump reached 6.98 meters, and he could lift a car weighing around 1,600 kilograms with one hand. A huge improvement compared to when he had just reached Ordinary Reg 4. With these gains, Lin Zichen was finally ready to begin his high school life. On the first day of school, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan returned to the classroom early because they had cleaning duty. Unexpectedly, their new classmates had already heard of him and surrounded him as soon as he arrived. What surprised Lin Zichen even more was that this cleaning duty actually triggered a new mission: complete 1,000 tasks through cooperation with multiple people. The reward was the biological attribute Social Animal, though he still had no idea what the effect would be. Since there was not much to do at the start of school, Lin Zichen used his free time to visit the supermarket again. After all, the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex had already been unlocked, so it was time to decide on his next target. Just as he was thinking about it, A leg of a violent giant eagle suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Zixin immediately decided that this would be his next choice. The violent giant eagle was a mutant beast, slightly higher in rank than the ghost shadow squid. Its vision could reach 30 times that of an ordinary person, which would greatly improve Lin Zixin's eyesight. Its hunting ability was also extremely powerful, allowing it to accurately catch mutant rabbits that moved so fast they left after images. If his eyesight became strong enough, his combat power would rise greatly. Overall, the Violent Giant Eagle Codex was definitely worth unlocking. More importantly, it was the second cheapest beast meat available, costing only 4,000 yuan per kilo. So Lin Zixin eagerly devoured its life essence. Half a kilo of meat increased the codex progress by 1%. At that rate, it would cost about 200,000 won to unlock the Violent Giant Eagle Codex. It seemed he would have to work even harder to earn money through competitions in high school. Lin Zixin decided to light up the Violent Giant Eagle Codex before his second year. Soon, summer vacation ended, and Lin Zixin officially began his high school life. The homeroom teacher and subject teachers introduced the courses they were responsible for, one by one. Then, it was the students' turn to introduce themselves. The first girl said confidently, "Hello everyone. My name is Chu Yushi, and my talents are classical arts and music." The cute pink-haired girl was Zhang Yijia, who liked anime and cosplay. Another student named Peng Huaguan said he liked playing video games. Soon, it was Shen Qinghan's turn. Unused to being watched by everyone, she stammered out her name and quietly added that her hobby was drawing. Finally, it was Lin Zixin's turn. His self-introduction was the shortest in the class. He stated his name and left it at that. When class ended, the wealthy young lady beside them, Chu Xin, came over and asked Shen Qinghan how many points she had scored on the high school entrance exam. Shen Qinghan replied, "I scored 709. What about you, Chu Xin?" Chu Xin praised her. "That's amazing. You scored more than 10 points higher than me." Then she asked Shen Qinghan how many points she got on the physical test, saying she had messed up and only scored 95. After hearing that, Shen Qinghan did not dare say she had only scored 79, so she could only vaguely say she had not done well. But Chu Xin kept asking like a curious kid, "Then was it 94 or 93? Shen Qinghan lowered her head even more and whispered, "A little lower than that." Chu Xin still wanted to keep asking, but just then, Lin Zixin suddenly slapped the desk, startling her. He asked, "Hey, can I add you on WeChat?" Chu Xin instantly thought to herself that her luck was way too good today. A handsome guy had actually asked for her contact first. Shen Qinghan also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Zixin had helped her out. After that, Lin Zixin also added their male classmate He Yu as a friend. Once he added them, he casually created a group chat. Unexpectedly, this completed one group cooperation task. He Yu came from the neighboring city of Dongguan and was the young master of a martial arts family. As for Li Chuxin, her family owned several clothing stores, so she was pretty loaded. The group quickly became close enough to talk about almost anything. At that moment, He Yu asked everyone to guess who in the class was the strongest. Chu Xin immediately thought it had to be Lin Zixin, since he was the top scorer in the entrance exam. Only then did He Yu realize that Lin Zixin was indeed ridiculously impressive. But he still felt that the next two people he was about to mention were even more terrifying. One was a genius the principal had spent a lot of money to recruit from Dongguan. His name was Wang Shuji, and his 100-meter sprint time was 7.98 seconds. The other was Liu Gang, who sat in the back row. He was born with superhuman strength and could easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Shen Qinghan reacted calmly and only said, "Wow, that sounds pretty amazing." Chu Xin, however, was shocked. "Oh my god, really?" Hearing this, Lin Zixin actually relaxed. Both of those feats were only at his elementary school level. Soon, class started again, and the teacher handed out 4 textbooks. Since Lin Zixin had already finished studying all 4 books long ago, he found a quiet corner to keep training during free activity time. After all, the threat of the rat god cult still remained, and the Rat King had yet to even show itself. So he had to reach ordinary rank 6 as soon as possible. In the afternoon, they had wilderness survival class, and the teacher asked if anyone knew how to make fire by drilling wood. He Yu could not help complaining. Who even uses that in daily life? Who would learn it for no reason? But in the next second, the 2 so-called monsters mentioned earlier both started making fire by drilling wood. The teacher was pleasantly surprised and quickly asked how they had learned it. Liu Gang said he had taken an extracurricular class during summer break in junior high, while Wang Shujie proudly said he had taught himself at an internet cafe back in elementary school. After those two had their moment, the others began practicing on their own. Before long, Lin Zichen taught his own group how to make fire by drilling wood. After that came martial arts training class. The teacher said, "Today I'll teach everyone a special breathing technique." Those two started showing off again. Although the process looked a little ugly, they did manage to do it. Lin Zichen could not understand what was worth bragging about when it was so simple. Soon, 1 month passed, and it was time to test everyone's learning results. The teacher announced that this exam had rewards: 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second place, and 333 for third place. The moment Lin Zichen heard there was prize money, he immediately perked up. That reward could buy a quarter kilo of violent giant eagle meat. Everyone began working on the test with full effort. The next gene fusion exam had the same rewards as well. After the exam, the students all started complaining. "Why was that test so hard? What do you mean, what's the energy wavelength of a laser cannon? How would I know that?" While everyone was complaining, the two show-offs from Dongguan started hyping each other up again, saying the paper was actually interesting, and that the highest possible score was probably around 95. It did have some difficulty. He Yu listened and wanted to punch them. There they went again, humble bragging like they would die if they stopped showing off. The first results announced were for the mechanical modification exam. Shen Qinghan scored exactly 61, barely passing. She happily looked at Lin Zichen. "Xiaochen, I passed. As for He Yu, he currently had the highest score, with 88. The students immediately let out sounds of admiration. He Yu sat up perfectly straight, already feeling incredible inside. But the teacher's next words poured cold water over him. Lu Gong and Wang Shuji scored 95. "You two only missed the final question." The two immediately started showing off, saying the last question only had a lot of calculations. If they had 10 more minutes, they definitely could have solved it. He Yu instantly felt annoyed. Those two had managed to show off again. Then the teacher smiled slightly. "This exam was indeed difficult, but you may not believe this. Someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100. The moment those words came out, the show-off duo nearly lost their minds. A perfect score? How is that even possible? He Yu was just as shocked. He had not expected Lin Zishen to take down both top students so easily. Lin Zichen, however, directly raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, when will the first place prize money be given out?" The teacher was instantly speechless. "Don't worry, I'll send it as a private red packet in the class group chat." Next came the Gene Fusion exam results. The show-off duo only scored in the 80s. For most students, that was already impressive. But the two of them were clearly not satisfied. Shen Qinghan unexpectedly scored 78 and ranked directly in the top 5. As for Lin Zichen, he steadily took another perfect score and pocketed the prize money again, giving He Yu, Wang Shuji, and Lu Gong another heavy blow. The show-off duo questioned him at the same time. "This paper was so hard, how could anyone get full marks? Did you already know the answers in advance?" The teacher immediately said that was impossible. He had designed the entire paper himself. The answers could not be found online, so there was no way to cheat. Seeing the duo get put in their place, everyone immediately burst into laughter. The lunch break passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, it was time for the wilderness survival exam, which also had rewards. The test covered climbing, swimming, and making fire by drilling wood, with climbing split into rock climbing and tree climbing. Wang Shujia immediately whispered to Lu Gang that they had to win back their pride in wilderness survival and martial arts training. Lu Gang had the same thought and said he would definitely go all out to redeem themselves. The first test was rock climbing, ranked by climbing speed, and Lin Zichen easily took first place. Then came tree climbing, where he once again left the show-off duo far behind. However, Lin Zichen was more concerned about Shen Qinghan, and as expected, she took last place. Next was making fire by drilling wood, and Lin Zichen successfully started a fire in only 58 seconds. The final event was swimming. Not only did Lin Zichen crush the duo from start to finish, even Shen Qinghan burst out with a speed they could not hope to reach. After this series of exams, the show-off duo suddenly became unusually quiet. Next came the martial arts class test, where students would be evaluated through sparring. This reignited the duo's hope of taking first place, because martial arts class valued combat ability above all else. It tested physical ability and combat technique. Without martial strength, every other good result was basically meaningless. Before the sparring began, the teacher first arranged a physical test for the class. Lin Zichen only warmed up a little and ran the 100-meter sprint in just over 7 seconds, lifted 330 kilograms with one hand, and jumped 2.18 meters straight up. and this was still the result he deliberately controlled to keep a low profile. Even so, the class was stunned. He was only the district top scorer in the entrance exam? With physical data like this, that's just insane. However, they did not give up. Losing in physical tests did not mean losing in sparring. After all, their martial arts techniques were far beyond others their age, so they still had a chance. After that, everyone moved to the arena and officially began sparring. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, Lin Zichen was the first to step onto the stage. But because his physical test results were too impressive, no one dared to challenge him. The teacher did not have that much patience and directly called someone out. Lu Wei, go up and spar with Zichen. Although Lu Wei was very unwilling, he still stepped onto the stage nervously. To save time, Lin Zichen had no choice but to end it quickly. With just one punch, he sent Lu Wei flying out of the arena, and to challenge everyone in the class before class ended, Lin Zichen knocked down almost every following opponent with a single strike. Seeing that he even accepted challenges from the girls, the show-off duo were completely dumbfounded. But unexpectedly, He Yu suddenly jumped onto another arena. He pointed at Lu Gang and said, "I'm all warmed up. Do you dare come up and fight me?" Lu Gang jumped onto the stage without hesitation and grinned. "I'll knock you down in half a minute." As soon as he finished speaking, He Yu charged straight at Lu Gang, then launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. But very soon, Lu Gang found an opening and grabbed He Yu's leg. Then he used both hands to swing He Yu into the air. With one powerful throw, He Yu was sent flying out of the arena. Lu Gang immediately said proudly, "He Yu, among everyone I fought, your combat skills are the strongest. I'll admit your technique is the best in class. Unfortunately, I'm still one level above you." Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly jumped onto the stage, just in time to grab one more point of progress. Although Lu Gang was panicking inside, he still forced himself to stay calm. "Fine, bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Then he charged toward Lin Zichen first. The moment he got close, Lu Gang quickly turned sideways, trying to use his body weight to slam into Lin Zichen with full force. However, Lin Zichen simply sidestepped and easily dodged him. Then, he casually followed up with one punch and won the match with ease. The students below immediately started making noise. "Wang Shujie, your brother Lu Gang just got beaten that badly. Aren't you going up to avenge him?" With his pride on the line, Wang Shujie had no choice but to jump onto the stage. But, standing before him, Lin Zichen was like an unshakable mountain. Wang Shujie could only grit his teeth and charge at Lin Zichen with everything he had. Lin Zichen first caught his fist with his left hand, then punched out with his right hand, sending Wang Shujie flying. With just one punch, Wang Shujie was beaten until he foamed at the mouth. After that, Lin Zichen knocked down the other boys in the class, one after another. But according to the rules of natural selection, defeating the same opponent multiple times only counted once. That meant he could only spar with the girls next. The result, however, was beyond Lin Zichen's expectations. The girls below did not seem to mind sparring with him. Some of them even raised their hands on their own, saying they wanted to challenge him. The moment one girl stepped onto the stage, she directly lunged toward Lin Zichen. But her speed could not keep up with his dodge at all, and Lin Zichen casually tapped her on the back with his palm. The girl lay on the ground looking disappointed, because her real reason for challenging Lin Zichen was just to take the chance to hug him. After that, the other girls also went up, one after another, to challenge him. Of course, when facing the girls, Lin Zichen held back the entire time. His main goal was simply to push the mission forward. Soon, all the girls had finished their challenges too, but the mission was still far from complete. Lin Zichen had been feeling a little disappointed, but unexpectedly, the teacher soon announced good news. 1 month later, their class would challenge the strongest regular class in the second year. Lin Zichen secretly felt delighted, just when he was worrying about how to quickly raise the progress of natural selection. This was exactly what he needed. According to the teacher's battle arrangement, as an elite class, they would keep challenging higher-level classes from now on. Completing natural selection within a year might not be impossible. On top of that, he had earned more than 3,000 yuan in scholarship money today alone. Now he could use it to buy more beast meat. After returning home that night, Lin Zichen began typing away on his keyboard. Although he had earned some prize money today, it was still far from enough to max out the codex progress. So, to make more money, he created a web novel author account and officially began his writing career. Unexpectedly, when he woke up the next day, he had already received a contract offer from the website. After he logged into the author dashboard and completed the contract process, a piece of news from that day caught Lin Zichen's eye. Just 2 hours earlier, a giant mutant rat had attacked a mutant beast meat cold storage warehouse in the suburbs. This giant mutant rat was over 5 meters long and had bitten a cyborg's body in half with one bite. The cyborg immediately activated his hidden backup energy and chose to self-destruct to kill the enemy. Because of that, the giant mutant rat was blown to death on the spot. After reading the news, Lin Zichen could not help frowning. Just how many giant mutant rats were hiding in Shanghai City? And with bodies that huge, where were they hiding all this time without being discovered? 1 month later, inside Shanghai High School's gym, it was finally the day they would spar with the strongest regular class in the second year. Teacher Han was discussing tactics with several elite students. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, Lin Zichen directly applied to go first. But the girl across from them immediately objected. "Teacher, their strongest student is going first, while I'm the weakest in my class. How am I supposed to fight this?" The other teacher's face also darkened. "According to the rules, the weakest students go first. Why are you sending out the strongest student in your class right away?" Teacher Han had no choice but to call Lin Zichen back and let the weakest student go first instead. Lin Zichen could only purse his lips and helplessly step down from the stage. Then, Teacher Han pointed at a girl. "Yintang, you go first." But the girl quickly waved her hand, saying she was not ready yet. At that moment, Shen Qinghan suddenly walked over on her own and said she was the weakest one on the team. Then, Shen Qinghan stepped onto the arena, though she was clearly extremely nervous. Her teammates immediately cheered her on from below, but after hearing them, Shen Qinghan became even more flustered. The girl across from her seized the chance and rushed forward. Facing the punches constantly coming at her, Shen Qinghan could only raise both hands to block. Even if she could not win, she wanted to hold on as long as possible and drain her opponent's stamina. After attacking non-stop for 2.5 minutes, the older girl was already panting. To end the match quickly, she suddenly gathered her strength and threw a heavy punch, sending Shen Qinghan flying. Shen Qinghan crashed heavily below the arena. She quickly got back up and ran over to Lin Zichen's side. Teacher Han was actually very satisfied with her performance. "Qinghan, you did well. You knew to focus on defense and wear down your opponent." Lin Zichen also encouraged her. "You lasted over 3 minutes against a senior 1 year above you. That's a big improvement." After that, the second girl went up. She wanted to take advantage of the opponent's lack of stamina and end the match quickly. After sprinting forward, she raised her leg and swept sideways. Unexpectedly, the senior simply sidestepped and dodged with ease, not even letting her touch the edge of her clothes. Then the senior seized the opening and punched the girl in the face. After that, she dropped her weight and pinned the girl heavily to the ground, forcing her to tap the floor and surrender. After standing up, the senior immediately said proudly, "All offense and no defense? Are you looking down on regular classes? Sure, my talent isn't as good as yours, but I've trained 1 year longer. Come back after another year of training, then fight me again." At that moment, a girl stepped onto the arena. Li Chuxin clenched her fist and said, Han Han, I'll avenge you. Watch me beat that senior down." The moment she entered the stage, she launched a rapid flurry of punches. Since the senior had already fought 2 matches in a row and was clearly running low on stamina, Li Chuxin quickly secured the win. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan immediately cheered excitedly, shouting that Chuxin was amazing. Lin Zichen also explained from the side, "If you hadn't worn that senior down first, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily." As the matches continued, Class 1 was soon left with only 4 people. But Han Yuanfeng did not panic at all, because the real battle was only beginning now. The remaining 4 were the true strength of Class 1. Then he looked at He Yu, signaling that it was his turn to fight. He Yu immediately jumped onto the arena. Then he cracked his fists and said, "My fists have been starving for battle. Are you ready to face them?" The senior immediately mocked him. "Kid, can you stop acting like an edgy anime character?" Before he even finished speaking, He Yu angrily kicked out and struck him directly in the face. The senior was kicked off the arena on the spot. He Yu instantly mocked him proudly. "That's all you've got? And you had the nerve to insult me?" As soon as he finished, another thud sounded on the arena as someone else jumped up. The Bullcat senior immediately grinned fiercely. "Brat, you're pretty arrogant. Let me turn up the difficulty for you." As soon as he spoke, he swung his fist at He Yu. However, He Yu dodged his punch with even greater speed. Then he seized the chance, flipped his body, hooked his leg, and kicked the senior hard in the chin. The bowl-cut senior immediately fell out of the arena. Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan instantly cheered with excitement. "He Yu, you're amazing. keep going. After that, Yu knocked down several more opponents in a row. But the continuous battles also drained his stamina quickly. Before long, he was already panting heavily, yet he still acted tough. Next one, hurry up and come at me. I can still take down 10 more. Although Yu still wanted to hold on. After defeating 5 people in a row, his stamina was clearly running out, and he finally lost to the 6th opponent. At this point, Class 1 had only 3 people left, while the opposing class still had 13. Next, Han Yuanfeng sent out Wang Shuji. Since Wang Shujie was slightly stronger than Yu, he took the stage and defeated 10 people in a row. It was only when he fought the 11th opponent that Wang Shuji finally lost, because his stamina was exhausted. Then Lu Gang went up, and in less than 10 minutes, he swiftly took down 2 of the opponent's strongest fighters. Seeing this, Han Yuanfeng could not help saying proudly, "You only have 1 person left. Do you want to admit defeat?" But the opposing teacher replied confidently, "Not necessarily. Wang Jinhe, it's your turn to perform." At those words, a 250-kilo fat student stepped onto the arena. However, Lu Gang did not take him seriously at all. Thinking he was just an ordinary fat guy, he threw the first punch and charged straight at Wang Jinhe. Then, he slammed a heavy punch into Wang Jinhe's stomach. But the feeling that came from his fist was like hitting rubber. Refusing to believe it, Lu Gang began punching wildly, landing every blow on Wang Jinhe's body. Only then did Lu Gang finally realize something was wrong. He has too much fat and too much flesh. I can't hurt him at all. Seeing Lu Gang stop, Wang Jinhe finally raised his hand. Now, it's my turn. He grabbed Lu Gang by the neck, and Lu Gang immediately felt a powerful sense of suffocation. Then, Wang Jinhe casually threw him aside, easily ending the match. Han Yuanfeng was instantly dumbfounded. "Wait, where did your class get a student this strong?" The opposing teacher smiled proudly. "He only transferred here this semester. And don't forget, the losing side has to treat the winner's whole class to a meal." Han Yuanfeng immediately turned away and secretly cried inside. So they had a trump card like Wang Jinhe. No matter how strong Lin Zichen was, there was no way he could beat this monster. Even so, he still walked over, patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, and told him not to care too much about winning or losing. Lin Zichen simply smiled and said he would definitely win. After Lin Zichen stepped onto the stage, Wang Jinhe was completely stunned. "This final fighter is way too skinny. I'm afraid I'll kill you with 1 punch, so you should just surrender now." Those words instantly angered Lin Zichen's fangirls. "Fatty, don't get cocky. Zichen will definitely beat you." Wang Jinhe's expression turned ugly when he heard that, so he deliberately said, "Junior, I'll stand still and let you have the first 10 moves. That way, you and your little fangirls won't complain afterward and say I only won by bullying someone younger." Since the opponent had said that, Lin Zichen quickly replied, Sure. Then, Wang Jinhe confidently patted his belly. "Junior, go ahead and hit me with everything you've got." Lin Zichen did not waste any words and punched straight into his huge stomach. Wang Jinhe was instantly sent flying high into the air. Then he crashed heavily onto the ground. The entire room fell dead silent at the sight. Then the students erupted into thunderous cheers. As for Wang Jinhe, his head was spinning, and he looked like his worldview had collapsed. What just happened? That makes no sense. That defies physics. Lin Zichen's performance shocked the opposing teacher. Zichen is impressive. He's already close to Wu Tiancheng when he was in his first year. Han Yuanfeng quickly said modestly, "Not quite. Wu Tiancheng's performance back then was truly terrifying." Hearing this, Lin Zichen could not help walking over curiously. "Teacher, who is Wu Tiancheng?" Han Yuanfeng immediately explained with excitement. "He's a senior who graduated a few years before you. Back when he was only a first year, he soloed the third-year elite class. In his first year, he could run 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, jump 3.96 meters vertically, and lift 650 kilograms with one hand. Isn't that incredible?" Lin Zichen quickly acted shocked, since those numbers were almost catching up to his own strength from 6th grade. Not long after, everyone arrived at a restaurant. According to the bet, the homeroom teacher of the losing class had to treat everyone to a meal. After taking down the second-year regular class, Lin Zichen became famous inside the school. Students kept coming over to buddy up to him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. But Shen Qinghan had not changed at all. Afraid that Lin Zichen would be too busy dealing with classmates to eat, she kept placing food into his bowl, but her expression suddenly stiffened. Then she immediately left her seat and said she needed to go to the restroom. Seeing this, Lin Zichen could only sigh inwardly. One thing that had not changed was her uncontrollable urge to pee. Just as Shen Qinghan finished using the restroom and was about to leave, she suddenly heard voices outside. Shen Qinghan keeps pouring drinks and peeling shrimp for him. What a simp. She's acting like his personal maid. With her strength, how else could she have gotten into our elite class without sucking up to him? Their gap is huge. Sooner or later, they're destined to drift apart. Shen Qinghan did not avoid them. Instead, she walked out and interrupted their gossip directly. I'm not a simp, Shen Qinghan said seriously. I'm his childhood friend. After saying that, she turned around and left without hesitation. After the banquet ended, Lin Zichen noticed that Shen Qinghan seemed emotionally off, so he quickly asked, Han Han, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shen Qinghan said awkwardly, when I was little, my mom always told me I would stop wetting myself once I grew up, but even now, I still wet myself. Every night, I have to wear diapers before I dare to sleep. It's really annoying. Xiaochen, I feel like I'm disabled, like someone who can't even control herself. Lin Zichen firmly denied it. You're not disabled. Not being able to hold it in is your superpower. It's just that this power hasn't been fully developed yet. Those words made Shen Qinghan cry out in surprise. This is my superpower? Wen Zishen directly shared his guess. That's right, your incredible talent with water is one sign of that superpower. After thinking for a moment, Shen Qinghan asked, then you've been amazing since you were little too. Does that mean you also have a superpower? Lin Zichen nodded without hiding it. Yes, just like you, I also have a superpower. Shen Qinghan immediately became excited and wanted to know what kind of superpower she had. Lin Zichen quickly encouraged her. It must be an incredible superpower. Just then, a scream suddenly came from nearby. Don't come any closer. Several staff members tried to calm the person down. Please put down the broom. We're exterminating rats for public safety, so please cooperate with us. However, the store owner swung his broom and blocked them. Stop. Don't kill my brothers. If you kill my brothers again, I'll fight you. After saying that, he charged at the officers with the broom. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly stood in front of Shen Qinghan, judging that the man was probably mentally unstable. Then, he pulled Shen Qinghan away and said, let's go, we're going home. After returning home, Lin Zichen watched the news with his parents. It reported that a young female teacher had gone missing after leaving school last week, and her whereabouts were still unknown. His mother immediately became uneasy. Why has another young woman gone missing? Isn't this the fourth one this month? His father quickly corrected her. You remembered wrong. It's the fifth. Then the news issued a warning. All 5 missing people this month were young and attractive women, so young women were advised to avoid going out at night. If they had to go out, they should travel in groups and avoid remote places. His mother quickly looked at Lin Zichen, signaling him not to let Shen Qinghan go out alone. Lin Zichen immediately said he would take good care of her. Meanwhile, inside a street security station in Shanghai City, the store owner who had obstructed law enforcement at the supermarket had already been taken to the station. An officer asked the doctor, how's the examination? Is he mentally ill? The doctor helplessly waved his hand. I'm still not sure. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he's silent. Like he's mute. The officer frowned. He's definitely not mute. Back at the market, he was shouting nonstop. Suddenly, the officer heard a strange sound and immediately looked toward it. He saw the store owner's body starting to swell. The next second, he turned into a giant mutant rat, and the officer shouted decisively, quick, request cyborg support from headquarters. The suspect in the interrogation room is mutating. The officers quickly organized a team and used firepower to suppress the mutant rat. At that moment, Xiao Mei ran over to report. The cyborgs from headquarters are all out on missions. It'll take about 10 minutes before they can send support. We don't have enough ammo, so I'm afraid we won't last until backup arrives. Hearing this, the station chief decisively left 2 people behind to hold off the mutant rat, then told the others to get in the car and lure it to the outskirts to buy time. Xiao Mei was the first to get into the police car. Another officer sat in the driver's seat. Seeing the mutant rat chase after them, the station chief gave the order, drive faster, lead it up the mountain, and buy more time for reinforcements. However, just as the car passed through a tunnel, the giant mutant rat suddenly burst down from above. Even with the officer flooring the gas pedal, they still could not dodge it. The police car was violently flipped over by the mutant rat, and Xiao Mei died on the spot. Just when everyone thought the delay plan had failed, several missiles suddenly fell from the sky, all smashing down onto the giant mutant rat's head. While the mutant rat was still stunned by the explosions, the cyborg immediately locked onto the target and unleashed a full barrage. Missiles kept raining down on the giant mutant rat's body, but unexpectedly it still escaped by digging underground. However, judging from the chunks of flesh left on the ground, it was definitely badly wounded and should not have gotten far. There was still a chance to track it down and kill it. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen was immersed in writing his novel. After writing for over half a month, his earnings had already reached more than 10,000 yuan. Since he could not sleep, he simply found an alley with no surveillance cameras and tested the results of his recent training. Now, Lin Zichen could run 100 meters in only 3.43 seconds, and his vertical jump reached 7.22 meters. His progress was clearly significant. He felt that if he kept training like this, sooner or later, he might reach a godlike physical state. Just then, he suddenly heard movement nearby. Lin Zichen quickly looked toward the sound and found someone squatting beside a pile of trash. That person was muttering to the rat in his hand, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. I was just too hungry." Seeing this, Lin Zichen was startled. Could this be the giant mutant rat that escaped in today's news? It had actually transformed into a rat man. Lin Zichen immediately turned and ran. He had to get away and notify the police. But unexpectedly, the rat man noticed him too. The starving rat man leaped forward and charged at Lin Zichen, shouting that it wanted to eat meat. The rat man was extremely fast, and Lin Zichen knew he could no longer dodge. So he decisively turned back and chose to face it head-on, raising his leg and landing a flying kick on its chest. Lin Zichen used his full strength in that kick, sending the rat man flying backward. Feeling the pain in its body, the rat man was secretly shocked. This person looked so weak, so how could he have so much strength? Lin Zichen used the moment it froze to quickly pick up the stone. The next second, the stone struck the rat man directly in the head. Then, Lin Zichen kept throwing stones. He knew he could not give it any chance to fight back. He had to finish it off first. Under Lin Zichen's violent barrage, the rat man was quickly smashed into a pile of remains. Only after seeing that it seemed completely lifeless did he finally stop throwing stones. Then, Lin Zichen stepped forward and reached out to touch the rat man's remains. Since he could devour its life essence, that meant it was completely dead. However, the progress only increased by 2% this time, which was honestly a bit low. Last time, it had been 5%. Lin Zichen guessed that it might be related to the different amounts of rat ping genes each cultist had consumed. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Lin Zichen quickly turned and left. Not long after, the female cyborg also arrived at the scene. Seeing the rat man's corpse, she frowned. It's actually dead. Who killed this rat man? At the same time, a man in black was carrying a woman to an altar. He placed the woman in the center of the altar, then knelt and bowed. "Great rat god, please enjoy the offering I have brought you." However, the dissatisfied voice came from the darkness. "Only one? Are you trying to starve me? Or are you also part of this offering?" Xiao Gaga immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Not at all, great rat god. Please hear me out. Great rat god. The young women outside are all very cautious now. Even during the day, they travel in groups, so they're very hard to capture. With no other choice, the rat god could only agree. Then next time, bring young men instead. Xiao Gaga quickly replied, "I understand, great rat god." At that moment, the rat god threw a chunk of flesh in front of Xiao Gaga. Xiao Gaga immediately devoured it greedily. "Thank you for your blessing, great rat god." The rat god ignored him after that and wrapped up the young woman, then devoured her on the spot. But the rat god was still dissatisfied. "Next time, don't bring ordinary people. Their lives are too miserable, so they taste bad. I want those high and mighty people. They live in comfort every day, so their flesh is much richer." Early the next morning, to help Shen Qinghan improve her martial arts score, Lin Zichen went to her house whenever he had time to give her special training. From the angle of her punches to the posture of her waist and legs, he guided her step by step to correct how she used her whole body's strength. Then had her practice again from an angled stance. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was starting to get the hang of it, Lin Zichen told her to attack him with full force. Shen Qinghan did not waste words and launched herself forward with a punch. Lin Zichen caught it easily, then praised her for having a very standard punching angle and much greater strength than before. Then, Shen Qinghan suddenly twisted her waist and kicked at him. Lin Zichen immediately pointed out that her sweeping kick posture was wrong and that she needed to spread her feet a little more before kicking. So Shen Qinghan followed his correction and used the same move again. After training for quite a while longer, Shen Qinghan was already panting heavily, but she could clearly feel that her martial arts ability had improved. So she asked Lin Zichen to come over and train her every day. Lin Zichen directly replied, "There's no need to do it every day. Your body won't be able to handle it." Just then, Lin Zichen's phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was a special news report. Mecha God Group announced on its official website that it would provide free treatment to the former mechanical genius girl who had become disabled from undergoing mechanical modification too early. At the same time, a genius from Jingda University had successfully fused with thousand-thread spider mutant beast genes, breaking the university's record as the youngest person to undergo a second gene fusion. After reading it, Lin Zichen was startled. A genius from Jingda University? Could it be the capital prodigy from back then? Normally, most people had to wait until adulthood before undergoing gene fusion. Otherwise, their bodies could not withstand the mutant beast genes taking over, which made mutation very likely. Yet this Jingda genius had completed a second gene fusion before even turning 18. His physical talent was truly terrifying. Could gene fusion actually be the optimal path? But Lin Zichen did not dwell on it for long and soon returned home. Then he continued his daily task of writing novels to make money. With the double support of infinite adaptation and heavenly wisdom root, after a month of typing practice, he could now easily write 10,000 words in 1 hour. After reading his novel, his father also praised its performance, saying he could probably earn around 50,000 yuan in royalties in the first month, and that making 100,000 a month in the future should not be a problem. Hearing this, Lin Zichen was instantly delighted. With this kind of income, he would no longer have to worry about funding future Mutant Beast Codex unlocks. The next day, in martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an internal class sparring session. As always, Lin Zichen crushed the entire class, leaving everyone with no ability to fight back. While earning 888 yuan in prize money, he also advanced the progress of his natural selection mission. In contrast, Shen Qinghan still could not beat anyone, and once again ranked last in the class. But unlike before, she could now fight back, and was no longer someone who would be kicked off the arena in one move. This time, she actually exchanged attacks with her opponent, and lasted almost 3 minutes before losing. Even Han Yuanfeng praised her great progress, and told her to keep it up. After that, Han Yuanfeng announced something new. 1 month later, they would challenge the strongest second-year key class. Their goal was to defeat everyone except the top 3 in that class. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lin Zichen's novel launched, and he had saved a full 80,000 yuan. Lin Zichen immediately went to the supermarket to buy violent giant eagle meat. The shop assistant happily told him that if he bought 50 kilos at once, he could get a 5% discount. So, Lin Zichen decided to wait until he had enough money, then buy 50 kilos in a single purchase. At noon the next day, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to the cafeteria for lunch. Because the newly opened stir-fry counter was delicious, many more students had come to eat there. Luckily, the two of them arrived early, where they would have had to line up to. Then, Lin Zichen noticed someone nearby, trying to cut in line. But He Yu directly stopped him. He Yu's attitude was fierce, so the line cutter had no choice but to back off in frustration. However, that person soon ran over and said something to 3 others. After that, those people cut in front of He Yu together. He Yu wanted to push them away, but he found that he could not move them at all. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly stood up. Then he patted one of them on the shoulder and said, "Hey man, the back of the line is over there." But that person pointed at Lin Zichen arrogantly. "I'm not moving. What are you going to do about it?" However, Lin Zichen directly took out his phone and said he would report them. The guy instantly backed down. "You're actually going to report us? That's just low." Lin Zichen simply gave a cold laugh. "I think cutting in line is even lower." That night, inside a villa in Shanghai's wealthy district, a man sitting on a chair said, "Xiaoqiang is dead. Some time ago, he went crazy, ran to the market, provoked the security team, and ended up losing his life. This young man is new. From now on, he'll take Xiaoqiang's place. Everyone, get to know him. Also, the great rat god told me that ordinary people live too miserably and don't taste good. From now on, he wants those high-status elites. Remember that, and don't bring the wrong offerings." Someone below immediately objected. "Cult leader, capturing elites is too risky. If 1 or 2 ordinary people go missing, it's no big deal. But if an elite disappears, the situation could blow up." The cult leader gave his suggestion. "Try to choose children of wealthy merchants who have money but no real power. That will lower the risk. As for you, since you're still new, you don't need to capture elites yet. Start by grabbing a handsome young ordinary man and offer him to the Holy Child under the rat god." The newcomer immediately promised with confidence. "Don't worry, cult leader. I'll offer the Holy Child their most handsome sacrifice in the entire city." A few days later, He Yu found out that the people who had cut in line that day were from the strongest second-year key class they were going to challenge today. Lin Zichen directly said that good grades did not mean good character. While scrolling on his phone, Lin Zichen suddenly saw a news report. Another rich second-generation heir had gone missing, making it the 5th case. And the motive clearly was not money, because no one had demanded ransom from the families. Could these disappearances be connected to the rat god cult? Soon, it was time for the challenge match to begin. The people who had cut in front of Haeyu last time were cracking their knuckles, clearly planning to use this chance to beat him down. But Haeyu was not scared either, and immediately returned the same provocative gesture. Before long, both classes finished warming up, and the sparring officially began. Just like last time, Shen Qinghan went first. The senior girl across from her opened with a flying kick, straight at Shen Qinghan. Although Shen Qinghan immediately took a defensive stance, she was still kicked flying. After losing, Shen Qinghan could only sigh inwardly. As expected of a senior from a key class, her turtle-style defense could not hold up at all. Then the second girl from their class went up, but like Shen Qinghan, she was sent flying with one punch. That senior girl's strength was simply not something the girls in their class could handle. Even Li Chushin, one of the strongest girls, was beaten until she could barely fight back. It was not until a slightly stronger short-haired girl stepped up that they finally defeated the senior, who had already lost quite a bit of stamina. But the twin-tailed senior girl who went up next quickly took control of the match again. In less than 10 minutes, she defeated 9 people in a row, including 3 boys. Before long, Lin Zichen's class had only 4 people left. Yet, Year 2, Class 3 had only lost 5 people, and all 5 were girls. They still had 36 people who had not fought yet, and not a single boy on their side had truly entered the stage. Because the gap in strength was too large, Teacher Han already felt that this match was impossible to win. Then he looked at Haeyu, signaling for him to take down the opponent's remaining 6 girls. Haeyu confidently stepped onto the stage and said there was no problem at all. At this moment, he was already having the time of his life. Forget 6. Even if more senior girls came to fight him, he would gladly accept. After a tough battle, Haeyu lived up to expectations. With only a bit of effort, he knocked all 6 remaining girls off the stage. Then the boy who had cut in front of Haeyu before jumped onto the arena. He sneered and asked, "Are you ready to die?" Haeyu felt that since this guy was the first boy from their class to fight, he had to be weak. This was the perfect chance for revenge. But in the next second, that boy rushed forward at terrifying speed. Caught off guard, Haeyu took a heavy punch head-on. Only then did Haeyu realize that the opponent was incredibly fast, and the force behind that punch was absurdly strong. The boy even stepped over Haeyu in humiliation and mocked him coldly. "You're trash. Just give up." The furious Haeyu immediately threw a punch, but the opponent dodged it with ease. Then, the opponent landed a back kick on Haeyu again. This time, Haeyu was kicked straight off the arena. Haeyu immediately understood that this guy had definitely jumped out on purpose to get revenge on him. Then the line cutter looked at Lin Zichen. "Aren't you the one who loves sticking his nose into other people's business? Come up here if you've got the guts." Hearing this, Lin Zichen jumped onto the stage without saying another word. He had been worried that he would not get a chance to fight, and now the opportunity had finally come. His classmates immediately cheered excitedly, shouting for Lin Zichen to crush the guy and avenge Haeyu. The line cutter charged first. He tried to repeat the same trick and kicked toward Lin Zichen. But Lin Zichen simply raised his hand and easily blocked the kick. Then he quickly pressed down on the opponent's head and slammed him hard into the ground. In just one exchange, the line cutter was smashed unconscious by Lin Zichen. Then Lin Zichen stepped over him as well and kicked him off the arena. This time, the seniors were completely shocked. They had not expected Chi Yue, one of the top 5 in their class, to be instantly defeated in one move. Even the teacher could not help commenting, "This kid is definitely hiding a lot of strength. Otherwise, there's no way he could end it in one move." The show-off duo were instantly terrified. Was this guy even human? He had to be cheating. Lin Zichen looked at the remaining students from Year 2, Class 3, and asked calmly, "Who's next?" The moment he said that, they all took a step back in fear. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students from Year 2, Class 3 were all wiped out. The progress of natural selection had also reached 119, but because Lin Zichen always went last in every class sparring match, continuing like this would take forever to complete the mission. So next, Lin Zichen went directly to the principal. He asked her to arrange a personal challenge event for him, because he wanted to challenge every student in the school. However, this request gave the principal a headache. After all, Lin Zichen was only a first-year student. On what grounds could he challenge the entire school? To make the principal agree, Lin Zichen suggested that she follow him to the gym, where he would prove himself on the spot. Not long after, the principal followed Lin Zichen to the gym. The principal was confused as to why Lin Zichen had brought her here so late at night. Lin Zichen simply took off his jacket and said, "To show you my strength, of course." The principal immediately misunderstood and hurriedly tried to tell him to wait. But Lin Zichen ignored that and lifted a 700-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. This sight left the principal, who had been about to say something, completely stunned. So this was the strength he meant? This was even more terrifying than Wu Tiancheng, the strongest student in school history, back when he was a first year. Then the principal gave Lin Zichen a thumbs up and agreed to his request. "I'll arrange a personal show match for you to challenge the entire school to get more people to participate." Lin Zichen quickly suggested, "Principal, please remember to set rewards. Without rewards, no one will be motivated. It would be best to set 2 types of rewards. One is a participation reward to encourage people to challenge me. The other is a cumulative reward, like a prize pool. The more challenges there are, the bigger the pool gets. Whoever beats me takes the money. But if no one beats me within the time limit, then the prize pool belongs to me." After thinking for a moment, the principal immediately agreed. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll do it exactly as you said." Then, Lin Zichen made another request. "Principal, please keep my true strength secret for now. Otherwise, once everyone knows, they won't have any motivation to challenge me." Not long after, the principal came up with a plan and asked Lin Zichen for his opinion. After reading it, Lin Zichen said, "No problem at all. Thank you for the hard work, principal." The principal immediately smiled brightly. "Not at all, not at all. It wasn't hard at all." This scene happened to be seen by 2 teachers who could not help rubbing their eyes. What's going on? Is the world upside down? That demon principal who always walks around school with a cold face is actually smiling at Lin Zichen like a total simp? At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the arena inside the gym was already surrounded by people. According to the plan, the principal began introducing Lin Zichen's basic information, along with the challenge rules and prize rewards. Just as Lin Zichen expected, the moment the generous rewards were announced, the crowd below instantly erupted. Everyone felt that this first-year junior was arrogant and was way in over his head. Seeing so many people wanting to beat him up, Lin Zichen remained calm and said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll defend the arena in the gym for 2 hours every lunch break. Everyone is welcome to come challenge me." That night, on a street near the school, a blonde guy was standing by the roadside, drinking a beverage. Because his appearance was far too outstanding, he soon attracted 2 girls who came over to flirt with him. However, the blonde guy looked disdainful and told them to get lost. He originally wanted to find an extremely handsome man to use as an offering, but unexpectedly, not a single man in Shanghai City looked good enough to him. If he failed to complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, he felt he would probably be pushed aside in the cult from now on. He had also considered kidnapping a male celebrity, but those people were surrounded by bodyguards. As a newcomer in the rat god cult, he had no ability to target them. Seeing that the mission deadline was almost here, the blonde guy felt extremely troubled. Just then, Lin Zichen ran past him. The blonde guy only glanced at Lin Zichen once and was instantly stunned by his heaven-defying looks. He immediately became excited. After searching everywhere, the perfect target had appeared right in front of him. This would be the sacrifice. After that, he followed Lin Zichen all the way to an empty alley. Seeing that almost no one passed through this road, he knew this was the perfect chance to strike. Without hesitation, he began transforming and directly turned into a giant mutant rat. But what greeted him was a brick flying straight at him, smashing directly into his head. The blonde guy was instantly stunned and had no idea what was going on. Lin Zichen held the brick with a dark expression and said, "I didn't expect to pick up a rat man while out training. Looks like my mutant rat codex can gain more progress." The blonde guy was filled with regret. This person was terrifying, and he was saying things the blonde guy could not understand. How could he be this unlucky? Then his vision went black, and he collapsed headfirst to the ground. Lin Zichen was also confused. That was it? A random brick killed him? The rat god cult actually had believers this weak? Forget it. He should absorb the life essence quickly before anyone saw him. After Lin Zichen finished absorbing it, the giant mutant rat codex progress rose to 8%. Seeing that it had only increased by 1%, Lin Zichen finally understood why this rat man was so weak. Still, for safety's sake, he decided not to go night running for a while. After all, not every believer was this useless. Some powerful rat god followers had incredibly strong bodies after mutation, and could even withstand firearms. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Zichen returned home, he heard a piece of news. The public security headquarters had joined forces with mentors from Shanghai University's Evolution College and completely wiped out the rat god cult. The one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tianqing from Shanghai University's Evolution College. He was a gene fusionist, and his biological level had already reached advanced. The genes he had fused with happened to come from a flying-type creature, which naturally countered the Rat King. And this battle only took half a minute before Wu Tianqing achieved an overwhelming victory. Lin Zichen could not help feeling amazed by the terrifying strength displayed by an advanced-level lifeform. Meanwhile, inside a building in the city, a man holding a cup of tea asked, "Tianqing, can you still not contact your teacher?" Wu Tianqing nodded slightly and replied, "He's still missing." The group of powerful experts who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 back then are still missing to this day. But Source Site 36 is relatively stable for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to come here and clean up the small fry that escaped during the chaos back then. Hearing this, the man could not help giving a bitter smile. Small fry? That was the Rat King that the entire public security headquarters could do nothing about. But in front of a genius, advanced-level lifeform like you, I suppose it really was just small fry. Since you're already here, why not return to your old school and give a lecture? Wu Tianqing immediately said awkwardly, "Bro, I'm not some idle person. I have a real job." The man continued persuading him. Doing ideological work for your cute juniors is also part of the job. Meanwhile, inside a cave, a terrifying voice echoed through the darkness. At first, you only ate beggars and homeless people. Then you started eating young people with tender flesh. And in the end, you even wanted to eat those high and mighty people who live in comfort. I spent so much effort getting you out so you could expand your species and dig tunnels. But instead you ran around eating people and caused such a huge mess. Tell me, do you deserve to die? The moment those words fell, the once arrogant Rat King trembled all over and quickly raised its head, looking at the terrifying green-furred beast before it with pleading eyes. Its voice shook as it begged, "My lord, please give me one more chance." Only then did the green-skinned beastman lower its head and sneer. "Of course I can give you a chance, but you'll have to pay a price." After saying that, it reached toward the Rat King's head. The next second, blood suddenly splattered. An eyeball appeared in the green-skinned beastman's hand, and it said with disgust, "The eyes of sewer rats really do smell rotten." Then, it crushed the eyeball between its teeth and sighed, "But they still taste pretty good." After that, it lifted the Rat King and spoke again. "You are a little clever, hiding behind the scenes and enjoying yourself while letting your own brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. But if you don't obediently dig tunnels for me, you'll still die." As it spoke, 2 more eyeballs flew out from in front of the Rat King. The cave once again echoed with a chilling chewing sound. The next morning, because Lin Zichen was about to challenge the whole school, countless students were already talking about him. He ignored the discussions and focused on the screen of his phone. The news said that 9 remaining members of the Rat God cult had escaped, and anyone providing clues could receive a reward ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan. Those walking 500,000 yuan rewards immediately tempted Lin Zichen. However, he still planned to develop quietly first, avoid danger, and think about the bounty only after he became stronger. Not long after, Lin Zichen arrived at the gym and found that the arena was already surrounded by people. After stepping onto the stage, he secretly felt pleased. Quite a lot of people had shown up. It seemed the promotion had worked very well. Shen Qinghan was holding a megaphone and advertising the event. Anyone who participates in the challenge gets a raffle ticket. Great prizes. First come, first served. The moment the boys below heard this, their enthusiasm instantly surged. However, the girls moved even faster, with some literally stepping on the boys' faces as they rushed forward. Then even more girls crowded over, all saying they wanted to fight Lin Zichen. A moment later, 10 girls had completely surrounded him. While he was still stunned, one girl directly wrapped her arms around his arm. Seeing this, the other girls squeezed even closer toward him. Lin Zichen frowned. Why was this situation starting to feel strange? Although he did not want to attack girls, he still needed to complete his achievement mission. Lin Zichen made the first move and lightly sent the senior girl in front of him flying with one palm. Even so, he carefully controlled the force of every strike. In just a short moment, all 10 senior girls on the stage were sent out of the arena. With this wave, the progress of natural selection directly rose to 309. However, the girls below were not scared by Lin Zichen's strength at all. Instead, they kept raising their hands saying they wanted to challenge him. Lin Zichen refused with a cold expression. Anyone who loses cannot challenge again. The senior girls immediately became unhappy. How can you do that? We just wanted to get a little closer to you." This completely angered the senior boys. "You're Lin Zichen, right? I've been sick of you for a while. It's my turn to teach you a lesson." But the moment those seniors stepped onto the stage, Lin Zichen sent them flying one by one with a single punch, and the progress of natural selection rose rapidly. Time passed quickly. A large group of people was already lying at Lin Zichen's feet, and he looked down from above. "Anyone else?" As soon as he said that, a boy stepped out from the crowd. Then he leaped straight onto the arena, and the students below immediately recognized him. He was Yan Xiaoxuan, the overlord of the second-year elite class. He was also someone who had once fought through an entire class by himself, though he was eventually humbled by Chen Wuxing, a student one grade above him. After stepping onto the stage, Yan Xiaoxuan grinned fiercely. "Junior, I used to be as arrogant as you. But only after getting beaten down did I learn that there is always someone stronger." Then he started talking non-stop, making Lin Zichen feel helpless. So Lin Zichen asked the teacher, "Can we start now?" After the teacher said the match could begin, Lin Zichen kicked Yan Xiaoxuan directly in the face and easily sent him flying out of the arena. Only then did Lin Zichen casually scratch his ear and say, "Finally, some peace and quiet." This time, the students below completely lost their composure. Yan Xiaoxian got one shot. Just then, a round of applause suddenly sounded from the side. The crowd immediately burst into shocked cries. "Look, Chen Wuxing is here. Even the school's #1 is here to challenge him. Now this is going to be good." Lin Zichen looked at Chen Wuxing and instantly understood. So after beating the younger one, the older one had come. Chen Wuxing jumped directly onto the arena and sneered, "I really didn't expect Yan Xiaoxuan to lose to a kid like you." Seeing that he was about to start lecturing too, Lin Zichen quickly asked the teacher if they could begin. After the teacher announced the start of the match, Chen Wuxing charged forward first. Lin Zichen stood still and directly met his punch head-on. The next second, after the collision, Chen Wuxing was sent flying backward. His expression twisted as he shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Lin Zichen's overwhelming performance left every student below completely stunned. To complete the mission as quickly as possible, Lin Zichen directly pointed at a student below and told him to come up and fight. Because that student had not fought him yet, since anyone who participated had a chance to enter the raffle, the student still forced himself to step onto the stage. Then, he was sent flying by one punch from Lin Zichen. But Lin Zichen's strength did not completely scare everyone away. Instead, someone shouted, "We're already here anyway. Lin Zichen is insanely strong, so losing to him isn't embarrassing. I still want to win that new phone." So the students kept going onto the stage to challenge him. And the progress of natural selection continued to rise. After he defeated the final challenger, the natural selection achievement was finally completed. After gaining the new attribute, Lin Zichen was instantly overjoyed. Because natural selection could increase the damage he dealt to other living beings, this kind of direct damage boosting attribute was extremely practical for him. The only pity was that he did not know the exact damage increase yet. Since the mission was already complete, Lin Zichen stepped down and announced, "The challenge event ends here." Then he ignored everyone else, pulled Shen Qinghan along, and left the gym. After the principal learned that Lin Zichen had one-shot Chen Wuxing, she burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you to actually take the title of #1 in the whole school. If you can even one-shot Chen Wuxing, you must still be hiding your true strength, right?" Lin Zichen immediately answered modestly, "Not really, just a little." But the principal gave him a playful smile. "I don't think it's just a little. Chen Wuxing recently took Capital University's special admissions exam, and he could lift a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Your number should be at least 800 kilograms, right?" To avoid revealing his true strength, Lin Zichen immediately followed her guess and replied, "Principal, your insight is incredible. My number is 795 kilograms. The principal was very satisfied with her own guess. "Ha ha ha, I knew it." Lin Zichen quickly raised his hand to interrupt her and directly asked when the 8,810 yuan in the prize pool would arrive. Seeing that he only cared about the prize money, the principal had no choice but to open her phone and transfer it to him. After that, the principal wanted to say a few encouraging words, but Lin Zichen interrupted her again and made another request. He said that he and Shen Qinghan needed to improve their water ability through swimming, so he wanted to use the swimming pool inside the gym, and ideally, they could use it whenever they wanted, with the pool closed to others during their sessions. The principal agreed without hesitation. Seeing her agree so easily, Lin Zichen immediately added another request. He did not like being watched while wearing swimwear, so when they used the pool, he would cover the cameras there. Hearing this, the principal revealed a playful smile. and thought to herself, a boy and a girl alone together is one thing, but he even wants to cover the cameras. Could this kid be planning a secret little date? Even so, the principal still took out a key from her drawer. Since you want to use it, of course I'll satisfy your request. From now on, that pool will be exclusively for the two of you. After saying that, she even lowered her voice and reminded him, just be careful. Don't get carried away and cause any accidents. Although Lin Zichen did not really understand what the principal meant, he did not bother explaining too much. Then he left the principal's office in satisfaction. Next, he could finally explore what kind of ability Shen Qinghan truly had. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan suddenly had something she wanted his help with. It turned out that she had entered a singing competition and wanted Lin Zichen to practice with her that night. Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. He also hoped she could find more confidence through the competition. That night, Lin Zichen arrived at Shen Qinghan's house as promised and began practicing with her. However, Shen Qinghan's father was a little unhappy. The two children are grown up now. Is it really appropriate for a boy and a girl to be alone in the same room? Shen Qinghan's mother immediately got annoyed. They're childhood friends who grew up playing together. Since when is it your place, old man, to object? I suggest you stop meddling. Lin Zichen heard the argument downstairs clearly, so he quickly stood up and said it was about time for him to go back and study. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Shen Qinghan, remember to bring your swimsuit tomorrow. We need to go to the pool to practice your water ability. However, after Lin Zichen left, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt her heart racing. Then she opened her wardrobe and began choosing the swimsuit she would wear tomorrow. But very soon, she became troubled again, because she was not sure whether the swimsuit she picked would stand out too much. But when she thought about how there would be no outsiders at the pool tomorrow, Shen Qinghan decided to choose that one. After all, if only Lin Zichen was there, she felt it would be completely fine. After school the next day, Lin Zichen arrived at the swimming pool. The first thing he did was check the cameras. He found that the principal had already covered them all, according to his request. At that moment, Lin Zichen heard footsteps coming from outside the door. The person who arrived was Shen Qinghan, just as promised. But what Lin Zichen never expected was that Shen Qinghan would be wearing such a bold swimsuit. Although he calmly reminded her on the surface to be careful and not slip, he still could not help feeling that she looked very cute. So Lin Zichen quickly looked away and told her to get into the water so they could begin training. After that, the two of them entered the pool and began swimming practice. But not long after entering the water, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt something strange. So she quickly tapped Lin Zichen on the shoulder and signaled that they should swim back up first. Lin Zichen immediately brought Shen Qinghan toward the surface. After they surfaced, Lin Zichen quickly asked her what had happened just now. Shen Qinghan said in a panic, "Xiao Chen, it feels like water can pass through my body." To help Lin Zichen understand it more clearly, Shen Qinghan cupped some water in her hands. Then, the water actually passed straight through her palms. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen nervously. "This is so strange. Why is my body leaking water?" Seeing this, Lin Zichen secretly guessed that this might be Shen Qinghan's superpower. Then he took Shen Qinghan's hand and examined it carefully. But aside from water being able to pass through it, there was nothing else unusual. So, Lin Zichen pulled her toward the shore. "Let's get out first. I'll help you check whether water can pass through any other parts too." Although Shen Qinghan felt a little embarrassed, she still nodded and agreed. After that, Shen Qinghan lay down on the mat. Lin Zichen used water to test different parts of her body, carefully observing whether the same phenomenon appeared anywhere else. After repeated testing, Lin Zichen reached a conclusion. For now, there was nothing unusual with the rest of Shen Qinghan's body. Only her palms had this ability. Shen Qinghan could not help voicing her guess. "Xiao Chen, could my bladder problem also be because water can pass through some part of my body?" Lin Zichen said that it was possible and told her to pay close attention the next time she felt unable to hold it in. She needed to see whether any part of her body felt the same as her palms. This made Shen Qinghan completely excited. So that means I'm not some useless girl. I'm actually a superpower user connected to water. Perhaps one day, once her ability was fully developed, she would be able to truly stand beside Lin Zichen and become his perfect match. After the swimming session ended, Lin Zichen went to a large shopping center. Then he handed a bank card to the shop assistant and said he wanted to buy 50 kilos of violet giant eagle meat and have it delivered to this address. After the shop assistant took the card and address, she felt like she was dreaming and could only answer instinctively, "Of course." Seeing Lin Zichen leave just like that, The shop assistant could not help guessing to herself. It was him again. Which rich family's young master was this, spending money so generously? Not long after, the shop assistant delivered the goods. After Lin Zichen received them, the delivery truck quickly left. Looking at the violent giant eagle meat inside the box, Lin Zichen immediately reached out, ready to unlock its codex and see what surprise it would bring this time. This devouring process went very smoothly, and the Violet Giant Eagle Codex progress soon reached 100%. The next second, the phantom of a Violet Giant Eagle appeared out of thin air. Then, it dove straight down into the water. Immediately after, a ghost shadow squid was caught and dragged out by it. Then, a notification appeared before Lin Zichen. You have successfully unlocked the Violent Giant Eagle Codex and obtained the biological attribute, Sky Eye. Lin Zichen's field of vision and dynamic tracking ability were both greatly improved. Then he tried it out briefly and immediately discovered that his field of vision had expanded by a lot. After that, he tested his dynamic tracking eyesight. By simply focusing his vision, he could clearly see the content on a passerby's phone. Afterward, Lin Zichen returned home in satisfaction and found that his parents were watching TV. The news reported that recently, a 3-time gene fusionist had mutated in public, causing hundreds of casualties. A martial artist on stage harshly criticized it. Gene fusion is a mistaken path. Since ancient times, only monsters have longed to take human form. No one should want to become a monster. As long as we find the right way to develop human potential, humans can also evolve into advanced level life forms. But this statement was immediately opposed by a doctor below. That's nothing but fantasy. At this stage, if we don't rely on gene fusionists, are we supposed to rely on traditional martial artists like you, who can't even block bullets, to fight mutant beasts? After watching the news, Lin Zichen's father also shared his opinion. To be fair, gene fusionists really are like uncontrollable bombs. Once they mutate, it becomes a disaster. His mother disagreed. You're worrying too much. The country controls this area very strictly, so the probability is extremely low. Instead of worrying about mutation, you might as well worry about gene fusionists having children, since they all lose their fertility. His father also felt that made sense. So they better visit a sperm bank before fusion, or just find a partner and have kids early. His mother was about to say something else, but suddenly realized that Lin Zichen had returned. Her face immediately turned red. Oh, Xiaochen, you're back. His father also quickly changed the subject. Since Xiaochen is back, let's eat first. Then, Lin Zichen said that the school would hold a campus singing competition tomorrow, and Shen Qinghan had signed up as well. His parents immediately became excited. Then our whole family definitely has to go cheer Han Han on in person. The next night, the campus singing competition was held as scheduled. Lin Zichen's parents even specially ordered a light-up sign to support Shen Qinghan. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen was backstage doing Shen Qinghan's makeup. Just as he was applying blush to her cheeks, Shen Qinghan suddenly asked, Xiaochen, why do you keep staring at me? Lin Zichen answered honestly, because you look beautiful. Shen Qinghan immediately blushed and lowered her head, without saying anything. Unexpectedly, Li Chuxin suddenly pulled open the curtain and teased them. Are you two done being all lovey-dovey? Shen Qinghan quickly explained in a panic. I only asked Xiaochen to help because he's good at makeup. We weren't showing off anything. Li Chuxin simply turned around and said goodbye. I get it. I won't be the third wheel. I just came to remind you that after 2 more performances, it'll be our turn. After saying that, she closed the door behind her. After Lin Zichen finished Shen Qinghan's makeup, he said he would walk her out to get ready. Although Shen Qinghan stood up from her seat, she was so nervous that her whole body was trembling. She even accidentally bumped into Lin Zichen. Then she began crying with a shaky voice. Xiaochen, I couldn't hold it in again. What should I do? It's almost time for Chuxin and me to sing. We practiced for so long. If I ruin everything for her because I wet myself, she'll definitely hate me. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't cry. If you keep crying, your makeup will be ruined. Then he looked at the curtains beside him and immediately thought of a solution. Lin Zichen took a pair of scissors from the drawer, then pulled down the curtain cloth and began cutting it quickly and skillfully. In just a short moment, he made a white evening gown. Then, Lin Zichen told Shen Qinghan to hurry to the restroom and change into it. However, to save time, Shen Qinghan asked Lin Zichen to turn around, saying she would change right there. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's face immediately turned red too. Then he quickly turned around. After that, Shen Qinghan changed behind him. A moment later, Shen Qinghan put on the new gown Lin Zichen had personally made for her. Then, she softly called for him to turn back around. Shen Qinghan said quietly, "Xiao Chen, thank you. Maybe because I cried so much just now, I'm actually not nervous anymore." Lin Zichen gently patted her head. "Go on. I hope your performance goes smoothly." After that, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin went on stage to sing. In the end, the two of them won the championship of the campus singing competition. Lin Zichen also applauded for them from below the stage. But when the teacher entered the classroom and saw the ruined curtains, he immediately shouted angrily, "Which little brat cut up the curtains?" The next day, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took the initiative to clean the classroom. They treated it as an apology for cutting up the curtains. Unexpectedly, a notification suddenly popped up. Through group cooperation, you have completed a total of 1,000 tasks. Achievement complete. Biological attribute obtained, social animal. Within a certain range, your combat power increases based on the number of nearby members of your own species. Lin Zichen's lips curled slightly. He had not expected an extra reward. After that, because Shen Qinghan won the singing competition, she quickly regained her confidence. As her confidence returned, her martial arts ability also began to improve steadily. As for Lin Zichen, he won Shanghai High School its first championship trophy in 5 years. He even made it onto the school's honor board and went on to win several more martial arts championships. Later, he signed with Heiyu's family's martial arts team as their spokesperson. With the endorsement fee and his novel royalties combined, Lin Zichen finally saved up 900,000 yuan, almost enough to unlock the next Mutant Beast Codex. Not long after, the shop assistant from the supermarket delivered the package to Lin Zichen. This time, Lin Zichen had chosen the Hidden Breath Dragon, a lizard-type mutant beast famous for its stealth abilities. He quickly placed his hand on the beast meat and began devouring it. Since there was enough meat, Lin Zichen smoothly obtained a new biological attribute, natural camouflage. From now on, he could lower his presence by reducing his body's life force, and he could also use this to hide his biological level. This biological attribute surprised Lin Zichen. He had not expected it to have two effects. It could reduce his presence, making it useful for hiding or ambushing enemies, and it could also conceal his biological level, making it perfect for pretending to be weak before crushing the opponent. After finishing the important task, Lin Zichen planned to go out and complete the errand his mother had given him, which was to buy a cake. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from nearby. He saw several cyborgs escorting a female prisoner past the area. One of the cyborgs suddenly greeted Lin Zichen. "Zichen, what a coincidence." Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen said in surprise, "Senior Zhang Kai?" Then he noticed that Zhang Kai's legs had already become mechanical, so he curiously asked what had happened. Zhang Kai laughed openly. "Back then, I didn't get into high school, so I spent some time as a reckless biker. Then I crashed my motorcycle and lost my legs. Luckily, I joined Mecha God Group's modification experiment. I never expected to go from disabled to becoming a cyborg." Then, Lin Zichen curiously pointed at the female prisoner. "Who is she?" Zhang Kai replied calmly, "That woman is one of the remaining Rat God cult members. She's the only woman among the 9 fugitives." At that moment, Zhang Kai's colleague called him back to the team. So Zhang Kai waved goodbye to Lin Zichen. Watching Zhang Kai and the others leave, Lin Zichen could not help sighing inwardly. The security department had spent so long trying to catch the remaining Rat God cult members with no results, yet Mecha God Group had captured one so easily. It seemed that this corporation really was not simple. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. It was his mother, urging him to buy the cake, because today was his and Shen Qinghan's birthday. Since their birthdays were only 1 day apart, they celebrated together every year. Even this year, on their 18th birthday, was no exception. After that, the two of them exchanged their gifts. But just then, the house suddenly shook violently. Lin Zichen immediately frowned. This feeling was not right. At the same time, deep beneath Shanghai City, the once solid underground structure had unknowingly been dug into a nest of tunnels by giant mutant rats. However, the relevant authorities explained that it was only a normal minor earthquake, and nothing serious. They said Shanghai City was not located on a tectonic plate boundary, so a major earthquake was unlikely, and the public did not need to panic. The next morning, Lin Zichen still went to school with Shen Qinghan as usual. At this point, the college entrance exam was getting closer and closer. After some more time passed, Lin Zichen finally saved enough money to unlock the Void Eel Codex. The instant the void eel codex progress reached 100%, a pitch-black eel appeared in the void. This eel had an extremely strong sense of danger. Whenever a predator entered a certain range, it would immediately flee as fast as possible. Then, the system notification appeared. You have successfully obtained the biological attribute, Danger Sense. Within a certain range, you can clearly sense hostility from other living beings, and you are more sensitive to the pressure released by other creatures, making it easier to judge their biological level. To test the effect of Danger Sense, Lin Zichen decided to go to a crowded shopping mall, but in real life, most people were still ordinary humans, so he could not really test much. Next, Lin Zichen found the next type of mutant beast meat he wanted to devour. He chose undead slug meat. Although it cost 200,000 yuan per kilo, it might allow him to obtain the undead slug's self-healing ability. However, with his current income, he still could not afford it for now. Meanwhile, inside the Nanjiang Province Education Headquarters, a report was being delivered. This year, the education results of the cities across Nanjiang Province were generally about the same as last year. Tianjin City was still leading, followed closely by Changzhou City, then Dongguan City, Shanghai City, Daoshan City, and finally Haiyuan City at the bottom. Principal Yuan. That is the education situation for each city in the province this year. Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea, then nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The situation inside Source Site 36 has basically stabilized now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to come out and oversee this year's provincial college entrance exam. There's nothing else on my end. You can go handle your work. After the person left, Yuan Dongji could not help sighing that she had not taken in a disciple for many years. She wondered whether this year's exam would produce a promising talent who could catch her eye. Not long after, Lin Zichen welcomed the 9-day martial arts college entrance exam. On the morning of the first day was the written exam for theoretical knowledge, and in the afternoon was the physical fitness test. From the 2nd day to the 8th day was a week-long practical combat exam. All martial arts candidates in the province would be sent into a forest for wilderness survival. The 9th day would be the compatibility test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. And today was the first day of the college entrance exam. Lin Zichen and Shen Xinghan woke up early, finished breakfast, and went to school together to take the exam. However, Shen Xinghan kept talking non-stop along the way, repeatedly telling Lin Zichen how nervous she was. To help her get a good result, Lin Zichen directly pulled her into his arms, then comforted her, saying that her theory score was already stable enough to rank in the top 5 of their class. Now she only needed to calm down and do her best. Once the exam officially began, these questions were ridiculously easy for Lin Zichen. After finishing the paper, he continued thinking about the plot of his novel out of boredom. However, after the exam ended, Lin Zichen noticed that Shen Xinghan's expression looked a little off and thought she had done badly. He immediately went forward to comfort her, but Shen Xinghan said that she had performed very well. Lin Zichen was instantly confused. Then why does your face look so strange? Shen Xinghan immediately stood slightly on tiptoe, her fair face turning faintly red, and whispered beside his ear, "Wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom to take off my diaper first." More than an hour later, the physical fitness test officially began. Lin Zichen lifted a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand. His 100-meter sprint time was 5.12 seconds, and his vertical jump reached 4.91 meters, instantly causing waves of shock at the scene. After the exam ended, Lin Zichen quickly asked Shen Xinghan how her results were. However, compared to Lin Zichen, Shen Xinghan's results were indeed far behind. So Lin Zichen comforted her by saying that she was already a top student now. Almost at the same time, they could already check their scores on their phones. Yu excitedly said that the elite students had all scored in the 80s. Shen Xinghan also did well, scoring 82. As for Lin Zichen, he unsurprisingly got a perfect score of 100. But on the way home, Shen Xinghan became a little anxious. "Xiaoshen, the week-long practical combat exam starts tomorrow. I wonder what kind of place that forest exam site will be." Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately held her hand and said he would stay by her side to protect her. Meanwhile, inside a room somewhere in Shanghai City, a college-aged young man was drinking and chatting with a middle-aged man wearing a mask. The masked man took out an exquisite wooden box from his coat and tossed it onto the table. "The practical combat exam starts tomorrow. When the time comes, make good use of your position as a safety officer and help the organization control 10 geniuses. There are 10 demon seeds inside this box. Take them. They'll give you the help you need. If you handle this well, I'll recommend you to the higher-ups and make you an official member of the organization." After closing the box, the young man said calmly, I'm not in a rush to become an official member. What I want right now is an evolutionary fruit. But the masked man shook his head. Young man, you're being too short-sighted. One evolutionary fruit can only help you evolve to ordinary rank 7 at most. But once you join the organization, the benefits will be endless. Just take evolution. For example, as long as you become an official member, evolving into an advanced level life form will no longer be a fantasy. The young man was instantly tempted. Then he decisively changed his tune. You're right, becoming an official member first is the better deal. Soon, the second day of the college entrance exam arrived. The forest used as the practical combat exam site was located in the outskirts of Nanjing province. When they arrived at the exam location, the announcement on the bus reminded everyone to prepare to get off. The candidates got off one after another and headed toward the assembly point. As soon as Lin Zixin got off the bus, he saw that entrance 9 was already packed with people. Many scorecards had been placed throughout the forest, and the number on each card represented its point value. These cards were hidden in tricky places, some at the tops of trees, some on cliffs, and some even on fierce beasts or mutant beasts. Each beast had a safety officer nearby, so if candidates challenged them and ran into danger, help could arrive in time. The mutant beasts deep inside the forest were prepared for genius candidates to earn points from, so ordinary candidates were advised not to get involved and risk accidents. The practical exam score depended on each candidate's total points, and cameras would also observe other abilities shown over the 7 days, such as leadership. Nearly 100,000 candidates were taking this exam, but the total value of all scorecards was only 50,000, meaning more than half the candidates would get no points at all. The practical exam encouraged both cooperation and competition. Candidates could work together to earn points and split the scorecards based on contribution, or they could directly steal scorecards from others. After the rules were announced, a chubby candidate immediately shouted, "My dad is an executive at Mecha God Group's Dongguan branch. Are there any top students willing to carry me after the exam starts? I'll definitely repay you afterward." As soon as he said that, a top student from Changzhou No. 1 High School's genius class stepped forward and said he would carry him. Unfortunately, before the two could even make contact, the exam staff warned them on the spot. On the other side, Lin Zichen also received many requests from classmates asking him to carry them. Unexpectedly, a strong-built boy suddenly walked up to Lin Zichen. "Hey man, I'm feeling a little hungry. Can you sell me some of your food?" Lin Zichen casually tossed him some bread and biscuits, saying he did not need to pay and could just eat them. After receiving the food, the boy immediately suggested, "Why don't I team up with you two? My name is Hong Junping, and I'm from Tianjin No. 1 High School's rocket class." Lin Zichen directly rejected his offer to team up, because he knew very well that this guy had other intentions. His real target was the unbelievably beautiful girl beside Lin Zichen. Half an hour later, the practical exam officially began. To help Shen Qinghan get used to the pace first, Lin Zichen did not immediately head deep into the forest. Instead, they searched for scorecards around the outer area first. With the effect of his biological attribute, Sky Eye, Lin Zichen quickly discovered a scorecard hanging on a large tree ahead. This practical exam was effortless for Lin Zichen, since he could clear it with his eyes closed. So, he planned to let Shen Qinghan take the lead over the next 7 days and train her wilderness survival ability. He would act as the radar, calling out the locations of scorecards, so Shen Qinghan could collect them. With this division of work, the two easily collected many points in just half a day. After that, they ran into a familiar face on the road. His gaze landed on Shen Qinghan, and after just one glance, he was instantly smitten. So he immediately said, "I already have 28 points. I'm someone who always repays even the smallest favor many times over. Let me carry you too. Any scorecards we collect can be split equally among the three of us." Hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately stepped in front of Shen Qinghan. "No need to team up. If you really want to repay us, just give us the scorecards you already have." The boy's expression instantly turned ugly when he heard that. Being rejected again and again made him angry from embarrassment. "Fine, don't appreciate my kindness, but you're acting way too arrogant. Buddy, you're making a huge mistake." After saying that, he rushed toward Lin Zichen in anger. Lin Zichen smiled calmly. "Yeah, you really did make a bad choice." Then he casually punched the boy straight in the stomach. After easily knocking him unconscious, Lin Zichen took his scorecards and left in style. For the rest of the time, Lin Zichen continued leading Shen Qinghan around to search for scorecards. He also taught her how to use bamboo as a weapon to hunt wild boars. The two picked fruit together, and also taught a lesson to candidates who tried to ambush them. Without exception, every candidate who came to rob them ended up getting robbed clean by Lindsay Chen instead. After a long journey, the two finally reached the mutant beast zone in the center of the forest. But from the looks of it, they had arrived too late. All the mutant beasts were already gone. Shen Qinghan could not help saying regretfully, "What a pity. If we had come earlier, you definitely would have earned the genius title for killing a mutant beast too." Lindsay Chen did not care much. There's nothing to regret. That title doesn't mean much anyway. After that, Lindsay Chen took Shen Qinghan and started heading back. After all, there were safety officers and cameras everywhere here. Even if he killed a mutant beast, he could not devour it, so there was no point. He might as well use this chance to properly train Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival ability. After the practical combat exam ended, the gene fusion compatibility test came next. The compatibility test for Shanghai City's candidates was arranged inside an indoor research base. This base was built on an island, so candidates had to take the school bus to get there. Today, nearly 5,000 martial arts students from all over Shanghai City had come here for testing. Shen Qinghan asked curiously, "Xiaochen, are those reagents inside the flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagents used to test gene fusion compatibility?" Lindsay Chen nodded and said yes. The genes of the flowing cloud jellyfish had a very high compatibility with the human body and could easily produce a special chemical reaction with human blood, which was why they were used as testing reagents for gene fusion compatibility. The testing method was also very simple. Fresh blood would be drawn from the candidate on site. Then the blood would be injected into the flowing cloud jellyfish reagent to trigger a chemical reaction. After that, the degree of reaction would be used to determine whether the candidate was suitable for gene fusion. Yu looked deeply worried, hoping he could pass the gene fusion test. He really did not want to take the mechanical modification compatibility test. Li Shuxin was also scared. "I heard the mechanical modification compatibility test requires special alloy materials to be implanted into your body. The pain is said to be comparable to childbirth. For most candidates, as long as they could choose gene fusion, they would never choose mechanical modification." About half an hour later, Lindsay Chen and Shen Qinghan had both finished having their blood drawn. Next, they only needed to find a place to sit and wait for the results. Many candidates who had drawn blood earlier were already starting to receive their scores. The standards for gene fusion compatibility were 6% for passing, 8% for excellent, and 10% for the level of the two top universities. Back then, the capital prodigy had a gene fusion compatibility of 16%. Since Lin Zichen's current physical strength was far above that capital genius, his compatibility should logically be close to 20%. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen helplessly, her hands trembling badly. She was clearly nervous to the extreme. Although Lin Zichen comforted her and said it would be fine, he was also a little worried inside. If Shen Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility was not high enough, they might not be able to continue being classmates. Just then, Li Chuxin suddenly jumped up excitedly, not far away. It turned out that her and Yu's results had both come out, and both of them had broken through the 10% mark. Seeing this, Lin Zishen knew that his and Shen Qinghan's results should be out too. But Shen Qinghan was so nervous that she did not dare to check. Lin Zichen immediately began checking his own result and said he would help her check hers afterward. His gene fusion compatibility was only 15%. Shen Qinghan instantly pounced over. "Xiaochen, with this score, you should have the provincial top scorer title locked in." But Lin Zichen was not satisfied with this result. Only 15% was too low, and it could not even compare to that capital genius. It seemed physical strength was not the only factor that determined compatibility. After calming himself down a little, Lin Zichen began checking Shen Qinghan's result. He silently logged into Shen Qinghan's candidate account and clicked to check the score. The next second, a number that no one expected appeared. Shen Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility was actually as high as 21%. Meanwhile, inside the Nanjiang Province Education Headquarters building, in the conference hall, Yuan Dongzhi, the head of the provincial education headquarters, was currently watching the real-time college entrance exam data together with education leaders from various cities across the province. Soon, Lin Zichen's gene fusion compatibility appeared on the big screen. Even Shanghai City's principal was shocked, her mind going blank for a moment. Just when everyone thought the provincial top scorer would definitely be Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility of 21% appeared on the projection, and the moment this number showed up, everyone in the conference hall cried out in shock. Yuan Dongzhi immediately asked eagerly, "What kind of student is this Shen Qinghan?" The principal quickly said, "Shen Qinghan's usual performance is very ordinary. Could there be something wrong with the test result?" Considering that possibility, Yuan Dongzhi frowned slightly. Then, she stood up and left the conference room, heading to the base herself to confirm what was going on. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was also completely stunned. How is it 21%? Was there a testing error? But Lin Zichen had a guess in his heart and whispered, most likely there was no mistake. Your superpower is related to water. You naturally have excellent water ability and high affinity with water. And the reagent used to test gene fusion compatibility happens to come from the flowing cloud jellyfish, a water-type aquatic mutant beast. Shen Qinghan was not slow either, and immediately understood what he meant. So my body is highly compatible with water-type mutant beast genes. I'm a genius? At this moment, Shen Qinghan had only one thought in her mind. She could finally be worthy of Xiaochen. Just then, on the sea outside the base, a towering wave suddenly rose. What appeared before everyone was a woman with dragon horns, stepping on waves dozens of meters high as she rapidly approached the base. The next moment, the candidates inside the base instantly panicked. Realizing how serious this was, would those massive waves crush the entire base? But Yuan Dongzi simply controlled the towering waves and rushed up to the outside of the base. Then, under everyone's gaze, she walked elegantly all the way into the base. The researchers could not help whispering among themselves. It was said that the Yuan family had once slain a dragon and fused its genes into the younger generation of their family, creating many water-type gene fusionists capable of controlling water, and this woman was one of them. Yuan Dongzhi soon arrived in front of Shen Qinghan and asked whether she was Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan had no idea what was happening and could only nod in bewilderment. Yuan Dongzhi said directly, "Draw blood 3 times and test again." After it was done, Shen Qinghan gave a bitter smile. My hand is starting to feel numb now. Soon, a researcher asked Shen Qinghan to come with him. After Shen Qinghan arrived at the office, the expression on Yuan Dongzhi's face was clearly different from when she had first arrived at the base. She was no longer cold and distant, but visibly excited, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The results are out. It's truly unbelievable. All 3 tests were 21%. Then I'll be direct. I want to take you as my disciple. If you become my disciple, then what I did outside the base earlier, walking on the waves, you'll be able to do it easily in the future. However, Shen Qinghan said weakly, this is too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared at all. Can I think about it first? But Yuan Dongzhi had an extremely domineering personality and directly decided it one-sidedly. There's nothing to think about. Becoming my disciple only brings benefits and no harm. From this moment on, you and I are master and disciple. I am both the head of the provincial education headquarters and the vice principal of Shanghai University, so you'll attend Shanghai University. Do you have anything to say? Since you have no objections, come on. Let's add each other's contact information first. Shen Qinghan felt extremely depressed inside. She felt that her personality was far too soft, and from beginning to end, she had been led by the nose without even knowing how to refuse. At that moment, Yuan Dongzhi suddenly said, by the way, besides you, I have another disciple. She joined 10 years earlier than you, but she's around your age and also a girl. You two should get along well. As she spoke, Yuan Dongzhi sent Shen Qinghan a photo on her phone. In the photo was a tall girl around her age with snow-white hair, no smile on her face, and an extremely oppressive gaze. She held a blood-stained spear in her hand, while a mutant beast larger than an elephant lay beneath her feet. The scene was incredibly striking. The moment Shen Qinghan saw her, memories from 2nd grade instantly surged up from deep within her mind. Was this Bai Shui? So she immediately asked, Master, what is senior sister's name? Noticing the strange look on Shen Qinghan's face, Yuan Dongzhi asked in confusion, Lo Qianshu. Why? Shen Qinghan gently shook her head. When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend named Bai Shui. She looked a lot like senior sister, but she transferred schools very soon. After she left, I never saw her again. Yuan Dongzhi denied it without even thinking. Impossible. Qinghan, your gene fusion compatibility is so high that it goes beyond my understanding. How about this? I'll do a full body examination for you now and see whether there is anything special about your body that gave you such high compatibility. After saying that, Yuan Dongzhi stood up, walked in front of Shen Qinghan, and placed her hand near her body. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongzhi frowned slightly. Then she withdrew her hand, because Shen Qinghan's body was completely normal, almost no different from an ordinary person's. But with such an ordinary body, how could her gene fusion compatibility reach 21%? Then, Yuan Dongzhi said seriously, your 21% compatibility is 6 points higher than 2nd place. This result is far too exaggerated and should not be made public. I just changed it to 16% for you, just enough to beat second place's 15%, and let you keep the provincial top scorer title. Becoming the provincial top scorer is certainly something to be proud of, but standing out makes you a target. It will easily draw the attention of cultists. Do you understand? It's getting late. I've said what needed to be said. You can go back now. After Shen Qinghan left, Yuan Dongji immediately took out her phone and called her father at home. Today, I took in a new disciple with terrifying talent. Her GM fusion compatibility is as high as 21%. Even her well-informed father could not help exclaiming, "This genius disciple of yours will definitely become someone great in the future. The returns we can gain from this may be unimaginable. Also, you must never let anyone else know about your genius disciple's terrifying talent." As for Lin Zichen, after learning that Shen Qinghan had somehow gained a master out of nowhere, he was also speechless. But there was nothing they could do now. If the other party had no ill intentions, and her character was acceptable, then this sudden master was fine to accept. If her character turned out to be bad, then once they grew strong enough, they could take the initiative to end this so-called master-disciple relationship. That night, at Mingshang restaurant, both families pushed aside all their plans and made time to gather together to celebrate the two children's excellent results in today's compatibility test. After 9 o'clock that night, the dinner ended, and both families returned to their own homes. After Shen Qinghan went home and finished showering, she came over to find Lin Zichen in her pajamas. She hurriedly explained that she only had something very important she wanted to talk to him about face to face. However, his mother thought Shen Qinghan had come to confess to Lin Zichen. Soon, Shen Qinghan knocked on Lin Zichen's door. "Xiaochen, I have something very important to tell you." After opening the door, Lin Zichen asked in confusion, "What is it?" Shen Qinghan said with some distress, "It's about the master who took me in today." Master used her mental power to give me a full body examination. She wanted to see why my gene fusion compatibility was so high, but in the end, she found that there was nothing special about my body. I'm no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't detect anything about the water passing through my body. After hearing this, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. Yuan Dongja, who could control waves dozens of meters high on the sea, actually could not see through Shen Qinghan's secret. It seemed her body was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen reminded her seriously, "For now, don't let a third person know about the water passing through your body or your extremely high talent with water. Let's observe the situation first. Once we become stronger and learn more in the future, we can study it slowly. There's no need to rush." Shen Qinghan obediently nodded. Then she continued, "Right, I forgot to tell you something. Back at the base, Master told me I have a senior sister. I looked at that senior sister's photo and found that she looks a lot like Bai Xie." Lin Zichen also noticed that the girl in the photo did look somewhat like Bai Shui, but her eyes were far too sharp, and her aura was extremely oppressive. She was completely different from the Bai Shui in his memory, so it was hard to tell whether they were the same person. But what caught Lin Zichen's attention the most was the background of the photo. "Do you know where this photo was taken?" Shen Qinghan said she did not know and planned to ask her master. In the end, Yuan Dongji's reply was only 2 short words. Source site. As for any other information, Shen Qinghan could not get anything out of her. Lin Zicheng could only leave the matter aside for now and wait until later. After ending the topic about the source site, the two sat on the bed and played on their phones. But after a short while, Shen Qinghan hesitantly asked, "Xiaochen, do men all like women who wear qipao?" Lin Zichen calmly answered, "Depends on the person." He roughly understood that Shen Qinghan could probably noticed the way those men had secretly glanced at Yuan Dongji. Still, Lin Zichen could not help imagining that Shen Qinghan would probably look beautiful in a qipao too. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan did not give him a chance to brush it off and hit him with the ultimate question. "Then do you like qipao?" Seeing Lin Zichen nod, Shen Qinghan blushed slightly and asked, "What about stockings? What color do you like?" Although Lin Zichen felt these questions were a little strange, he still answered honestly, as always, "If I had to choose, black or white." After getting that answer, Shen Qinghan immediately picked up her phone and placed an order. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Then, his mother's voice came from outside. "Han Han, your mom brought some daily necessities for you. Open the door and take them. If there's anything you want to say, you two can take your time talking tonight." Shen Qinghan held the bag with an embarrassed look. "I didn't ask my mom to bring these. She decided on her own." Zhang Wangxin immediately opened the door and smiled. "It's fine. Since the things are already here, you can sleep over tonight." This instantly made the atmosphere in the room awkward. Seeing this, Shen Xinghan quickly changed the subject. Then I'll go change my diaper and get ready to sleep. Then, she suddenly noticed a strange box fall out of the bag. The small line of text, printed on the package, immediately made Shen Xinghan cry out in shock. Her entire face turned bright red, and she quickly threw the small package back into the bag. Then she hurriedly turned around and said she was going to change her diaper first. Lin Zichen was completely speechless and had no idea what she was even doing. A few days later, the college entrance exam results were officially released, and both Lin Zichen and Shen Xinghan were admitted to Shanghai University's Evolution College. Like Lin Zichen, Shen Xinghan also signed with Heiyu's family's martial arts gym as a spokesperson. Today, the two of them were going there for a promotional event, but Lin Zichen had barely ridden a few meters when a group of tall, muscular men appeared ahead, blocking his path. A middle-aged man with a Taoist-style hairstyle walked forward first. "Hello, are you student Lin Zichen? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Chuanwu, the Dean of Shanghai University's Martial Arts College. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Heaven Human Pavilion to talk to you about recruitment." Lin Zichen immediately remembered this organization. The Heaven Human Pavilion was a conservative group that often appeared in the news and opposed gene fusion. Although it had been very popular recently, many people also cursed them as a harmful group that misled young students. Seeing that the other party wanted to invite him into the Heaven Human Pavilion, Lin Zichen decisively ignored him and prepared to leave. However, Lu Chuanwu pressed a hand on his shoulder and said he wanted to talk. Left with no choice, Lin Zichen agreed to find a place and have a chat. After the two sat down in a small shop, Lu Chuanwu began introducing things on his own. "Our Heaven Human Pavilion studies how to develop the potential of pure-blooded humans. Without relying on gene fusion or mechanical modification, we aim to use only the human body itself to break through the limits of the ordinary level and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic-level life forms. After many years of exploration, we've already achieved some results. You'll understand after watching this video. My biological level is ordinary rank 9. This is a video of me killing an advanced-level gene fusionist, despite the rank gap." Lin Zichen glanced at the bird-like man in the video and unexpectedly realized he knew him. It was Wu Tiancheng, the previous strongest student in Shanghai High School's history, the same person who had wiped out the rat god cult alone. In the video, Wu Tiancheng was flying in the air. He instantly fired most of the feathers on his body, sending them toward Lu Chuanwu like a storm that blotted out the sky. However, those sharp feathers that could easily pierce through the Rat King only scratched Lu Chuanwu's skin and drew some blood. They did not cause any fatal damage. After enduring that rain of feathers, Lu Chuanwu seized the moment when Wu Tiancheng had lost most of his feathers and could no longer stay in the air, then rushed toward him at a speed close to 100 meters per second, and knocked Wu Tiancheng to the ground with one punch, making him lose consciousness. At the end of the video, Yu Chuanwu stood in the center of the stage covered in blood and shouted to the audience, "The human form is inherently invincible. Why borrow the flesh of alien beasts? Pure-blooded humans who cultivate body-tempering methods are the true future of humanity." Seeing Wu Tiancheng get knocked down by Lu Chuanwu with one punch, Lin Zichen's understanding was instantly shaken. Could this video have been edited? Was Wu Tiancheng just a planted actor? Liu Chuanwu, sitting across from him, seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. "This is original live footage with no editing at all. If you don't believe it, I'll continue challenging other advanced-level gene fusionists in the future. You're welcome to watch in person anytime." Although Lin Zichen believed the video was real, another question soon came to mind, so he asked, "Since pure-blooded humans can kill gene fusionists above their level, why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that promote the Heaven Human Pavilion better?" Lu Chuanwu shook his head. "We want to, but the people in power won't allow it. Because pure-blooded humans on the body-tempering path can currently only evolve up to ordinary rank 9. They still haven't truly broken through the limits of the ordinary level. Those in power believe that no matter how invincible you are at the same rank, if your biological level can't rise higher, then there's no future in it, and it isn't worth spending resources to promote. But the problem is, if we don't promote it even a little and attract more people into the research, it will be very hard to achieve a breakthrough. After all, qualitative change requires enough quantitative accumulation first. As early as 50 years ago, my biological level had already reached ordinary rank 9. If it were an absolute genius with even greater physical talent, they would definitely have a chance to break through the limits of the ordinary level and evolve into an advanced level life form as a pure-blooded human with the help of body-tempering methods." Hearing this, Lin Zichen was instantly filled with doubt. 50 years ago? But Liu Chuanwu only looked like he was in his 50s. Liu Chuanwu clearly knew what he was doubting, Don't be fooled by how I look only 50 or 60 years old. In truth, I'm almost 100. The reason I can live this long as a pure-blooded human and still stay this young is because of body tempering methods. If you don't believe me, my information is on Chandu Encyclopedia. You can check my date of birth. Lin Zishen searched it casually. Liu Chuanwu's personal information immediately appeared. After calculating it, Lin Zichen realized that he was already a 95-year-old man. Then, Lin Zichen continued reading Liu Chuanwu's personal profile. It turned out that when Liu Chuanwu was young, he was the eldest young master of a martial arts family. However, when the era of gene fusion arrived, he failed to follow the trend and refused to accept gene fusion, causing his entire family to decline. As the eldest young master of that family, Liu Chuanwu ended up losing his wife and children because he had always insisted on not taking the gene fusion path, while his wife and children all chose to embrace gene fusion. Suddenly, Lin Zichen saw several unexpected names in Liu Chuanwu's relationship column. Ex-wife, Yuan Dongzhi. Son, Yuan Shusheng. Daughter, Yuan Xiaoyi. But both his son and daughter's profile pictures were gray. Seeing this, Lin Zishen finally realized that Liu Chuanwu was truly not someone to underestimate. Liu Chuanwu also spoke proudly. The fact that I can nearly reach 100 years old while maintaining my current appearance is enough to prove how great the human body's potential is, and it proves that pure-blooded humans have a bright future. That is why the Heaven Human Pavilion exists, and why so many ambitious people are willing to join us and develop the evolutionary path of pure-blooded humans together. What does Heaven Human mean? It means man can conquer destiny. And by man, we mean pure-blooded humans. Gene fusion and mechanical modification are what truly lock away one's upper limit. Gene fusion takes from mutant beasts, so it can never surpass mutant beasts. There is no future in it. At most, it only lets humanity struggle a little longer. One day, humanity will fail to withstand the invasion of mutant beasts and face extinction. Mechanical modification is the same. Many materials used in mechanical modification also come from mutant beasts. It still takes from mutant beasts, so it can never truly surpass them. Our Heaven Human Pavilion is not against gene fusion or mechanical modification. We are against putting all of humanity's future on those two paths alone. In my opinion, the correct approach is to rely on gene fusion and mechanical modification to survive the early stage, then use that time to research other paths and prepare for the future. Student Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join the Heaven Human Pavilion and work with us for the future of humanity. I firmly believe that you will become the first pure-blooded human to break through the limits of the ordinary level. However, Lin Zichen did not respond to his invitation right away. Instead, he asked curiously, "You've talked about body tempering methods for so long, but what exactly is this method?" Liu Chuanwu immediately explained with a warm smile. The Heaven Human Pavilion's body tempering method is called the blood tempering art. It comes from an ancient ruin. As the name suggests, it uses blood and vital energy to temper the body, strengthen the flesh, and increase combat power. According to the records from the ruin, when the blood tempering art is cultivated to its highest realm, one can sanctify the body, soar through the sky, traverse the earth, and shatter mountains and rivers with a fist. In modern terms, it means tearing apart steel beasts with the human body alone. However, the blood tempering art can only be cultivated by pure-blooded humans. Gene fusionists have impurities in their blood, so they cannot cultivate it. Cyborgs have incomplete bodies, so their blood and vital energy cannot circulate through the whole body, which means they cannot cultivate it either. That is why we firmly believe that pure-blooded humans have a future, while gene fusionists and cyborgs do not. Liu Chuanwu asked seriously again. Student Lin Zichen, do you want to join the Heaven Human Pavilion, cultivate the blood tempering art, and walk the path of pure-blooded humans? Lin Zichen politely refused. I feel like I still don't know enough about so-called pure-blooded humans, so I'll watch for now. Liu Chuanwu immediately tried to persuade him earnestly. You can join for 1 year first. If you feel it isn't suitable after a year, you can still choose gene fusion then. But once you choose gene fusion, your blood will no longer be pure, and you'll never be able to cultivate the blood tempering art. In the eyes of our Heaven Human Pavilion, that provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility is completely insignificant compared to you. She can't even compare to a single strand of your hair. We have always believed that you, the one ranked first in physical test data, are the true top scorer of Nanjing province. If you choose the gene fusion path and compete with her, you may not be able to surpass her. But if you choose the pure-blooded human path, you'll definitely crush her in the later stages. Shen Xinghan, who was standing nearby, had not expected to catch strays for absolutely no reason. Rin Zichen pointed at Shen Xinghan beside him and interrupted Liu Chuanwu. That provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility is her. Seeing that the 30-minute time limit was up, Lin Zichen stood up and waved goodbye. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. This time, Liu Chuanwu panicked. In desperation, he quickly stood up and shouted, "Half a year. Just join for half a year and try it. During that time, whatever benefits the Evolution College gives you, our Heaven Human Pavilion will give you double. If double isn't enough, we'll give you triple." Hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately turned around, walked back to his seat, sat down, and said seriously, "Actually, I've always recognized the ideals of the Heaven Human Pavilion. I've decided to take my talents to the Heaven Human Pavilion and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded humanity." Liu Chuanwu winced inwardly. Giving this kid triple benefits would cost a terrifying amount of money. Lin Zichen suddenly remembered a previous question. "By the way, I have something I want to ask. Do you know what a source site is?" Liu Chuanwu immediately felt confused. How did this kid know about source sites? But he did not dwell on it too much and explained, "It's a place believed to be the origin of life. The mutant beasts that exist on Earth today all come from source sites." Lin Zichen felt shaken, as if he had just heard a major secret. At the very least, humanity knew that mutant beasts came from source sites, and humans could enter them. So he asked curiously again, "Do the mutant beast meats sold in shopping malls also come from source sites? I'm very interested in source sites. Are there any related videos I can watch?" Liu Chuanwu shook his head helplessly. "No. Any electronic device will malfunction inside a source site. Besides that, many chemical reactions also fail to work normally there." Lin Zichen finally understood. So that picture was not a photo, but a drawing. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone rang. It was Heiyu calling. As soon as he answered, Heiyu's urging voice came through, asking when they would arrive. After a few quick words, Lin Zichen hurriedly stood up and said he still had something to do. Liu Chuanwu immediately took out a brand new book. This is the translated version of the blood tempering art. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering art has a certain requirement. Your biological level must reach ordinary rank 4, and your blood and vital energy must be abundant enough before you can begin cultivating it. Lin Zichen decisively accepted the book. After all, his true strength had already reached ordinary rank 6. Inside a training ground at Shanghai University's martial arts college, a woman wearing martial arts clothes, with her hair tied in a ponytail, was training her body intensely inside. Just as she was passionately working up a sweat, Liu Chuanwu walked in from outside while humming a tune, his face full of joy. The woman immediately stopped training and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Dean, what made you so happy?" Liu Chuanwu raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "Under my unmatched personal charm, Nanjiang Province's second-ranked college entrance exam candidate and the province's top physical test student has already become a member of our Heaven Human Pavilion." Seeing the disbelief on the woman's face, Liu Chuanwu immediately opened his phone and showed his friend list. "I've already added him. Actually, I just told him that whatever benefits the Evolution College gives him, our Heaven Human Pavilion will give him triple. Don't worry, I've already arranged meetings with 3 rich ladies. Triple benefits won't be a problem at all." Then, Liu Chuanwu asked, "Yuyan, when you first received the translated version of the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your vital blood?" Song Yuyan thought for a moment before replying, "That was 10 years ago, but if I remember correctly, it took me 1 week to sense vital blood and 2 months to control it." Song Yuyan could not help giving a bitter smile. "Ever since I gave up gene fusion and joined the Heaven Human Pavilion to study the pure-blooded human path, I've never been able to evolve into an advanced level life form. Over the years, people have mocked me for fading into mediocrity more times than I can count. It's honestly exhausting." But Liu Chuanwu did not care. This is called enduring hardship for a greater goal. The more frustrated we are now, the more satisfying it will be when we finally show them what we can do. Song Yuyan sighed. "But I've already tempered my body twice, and I still haven't opened a single acupoint. Dean, how long do you think Lin Zichen will need to successfully sense his vital blood?" Liu Chuanwu explained, "That kid's physical test data is ridiculously impressive. I estimate he'll sense it within 10 days. Song Yuyan immediately looked forward to it. When he sees a beautiful senior like me, whose talent is even higher than his, will he be shocked, speechless? At this moment, however, Lin Zichen had already begun cultivating the blood tempering art. In less than 3 seconds, he successfully sensed his vital blood. After sensing it, the next step was to try controlling it. The first part Lin Zichen wanted to temper was the skin of his entire right hand. After the tempering was complete, the surface of his right hand did not look any different. However, Lin Zichen discovered that after just one round of tempering, his skin was already nearly impervious to blades and bullets. No wonder Liu Chuanwu, who had tempered his body 3 times, could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather barrage head-on. He had to admit that this blood-tempering art, which only pure-blooded humans could cultivate, was truly something special. After that, Lin Zichen tempered his body for a full 3 hours. By now, the skin on both of his arms had been completely tempered, and about 1/3 of his vital blood had been consumed. Just then, his phone beside him suddenly rang. It was Shen Qinghan messaging him to ask whether he was asleep. Then she said she had prepared a surprise for him and asked him to come to her room. Lin Zichen was very curious about what kind of surprise it could be, to the point that she had to call him over this late at night. Soon he arrived in front of Shen Qinghan's door. He found that the door was not fully closed, only half open, but he did not push it open directly and knocked first. Only then did he push the door open, walk inside, and close it behind him. However, Shen Qinghan was sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, with only her head exposed. Lin Zichen immediately found it a little strange. What kind of surprise required her to wrap herself in a blanket? Just then, Shen Qinghan suddenly said, "Come over and look, then you'll know." Lin Zichen had no choice but to walk over to her side and grab one corner of the blanket. Then, he slowly lifted it from the bottom upward. What entered his eyes was a blue and white porcelain-style qipao with a slit, looking very similar to the one Yuan Dongji had worn. Seeing this, Lin Zichen was instantly stunned. Shen Qinghan asked shyly, "Do I look good wearing this?" Lin Zichen immediately nodded like crazy, saying she looked very good. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan then said she had also bought black stockings and asked if he wanted to see them. Lin Zichen tried his best to look calm and nodded. A moment later, Shen Qinghan raised her slightly blushing face and softly asked, "Do they look good? These stockings feel really nice. Do you want to touch them?" After trying, Lin Zichen found that the quality really was good. But just then, Xu Meng's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Xiaochen, your mom just brought you some daily necessities." Lin Zichen quickly got out of bed and opened the door. Then he brought the bag inside. Remembering the awkward scene from the last time Shen Qinghan stayed over, Lin Zichen immediately opened the bag and searched through it. Sure enough, he found another familiar box inside. Lin Zichen was completely speechless. They weren't even close to that stage yet. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Qinghan said she would change her diaper first and then get ready to sleep. After that, the lights in the room were turned off again. The two shared the same blanket and lay beside the same pillow, their bodies close enough to clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Feeling Shen Qinghan's warm breath against his face, Lin Zichen realized that their faces were already very close. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Lin Zichen slowly leaned in and took the initiative to kiss her. However, the next moment, Shen Qinghan suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. She quickly lifted the blanket, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and tried to leave the room. It turned out that just now, her heartbeat had suddenly sped up, her body had heated up quickly, and she muttered that she had wet herself again. Hearing the words, "wet herself," Lin Zichen keenly sensed something. "Did your emotions fluctuate a lot just now?" Shen Qinghan nodded and said, "My heart was beating really fast just now. My mental state did fluctuate a lot." After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen shared his guess. "I suspect that unknown superpower of yours may be related to mental power. It might be controlled through mental power. As long as your mental power becomes strong enough, maybe you'll be able to fully develop and control this ability. Come on, let's keep testing and see whether the same thing happens whenever your emotions fluctuate strongly." So, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan tested it repeatedly. In the end, they confirmed that her superpower was indeed activated through mental power. After that, Lin Zichen turned off the lights and told Shen Qinghan to rest early. Early the next morning, Lin Zichen woke up early. Then he quietly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and left. Seeing this, Xu Meng quickly told him to eat breakfast before going back. Lin Zichen did not refuse, and said Shen Qinghan was still sleeping in. However, after Lin Zichen left, Xu Meng misunderstood and thought something had happened between him and Shen Qinghan last night. Then she immediately told Zhang Wanxin about this major progress. As soon as Lin Zichen returned home, he threw the dirty clothes he had changed out of last night into the washing machine. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanxin walked over with a bright smile and praised him with great satisfaction. "Son, very capable." Meanwhile, inside a training ground at Shanghai University's Martial Arts College, several muscular middle-aged men walked in from outside. Liu Chuanwu, What exactly is going on with Lin Zichen? You owe me an explanation. Liu Chuanwu immediately stopped training and pretended to be clueless. What, Lin Zichen? I don't understand. The man did not bother wasting words and cursed directly. Lin Zichen had clearly already enrolled in my evolution college, yet you used tricks behind my back to poach him into your martial arts college. Have you no shame? Liu Chuanwu asked back indifferently. So only your evolution college is allowed to recruit students? My martial arts college can't? In any case, my recruitment was perfectly reasonable and fair. If you're unhappy, go find Lin Zichen and recruit him back to the evolution college yourself. Ma Zhenhe was so angry that he laughed. If you have the guts, get on the stage and fight me. Whoever wins gets the final say. Liu Chuanwu looked at him as if he were an idiot. You're an advanced rank 5, yet you want to bully me? At ordinary rank 9? Where's your shame? Ma Zhenhe nearly cracked on the spot. I'm only 48 this year, while you're 95. How am I the one bullying the younger person? Liu Chuanwu, I'll say this clearly. As long as you refuse gene fusion, you'll spend your whole life as nothing more than an ordinary rank 9 weakling. An ordinary creature worse than an ant. Go ahead and keep messing around with your so-called pure-blooded humans. After throwing down those words, Ma Zhenhe left the training ground, too lazy to keep arguing with Liu Chuanwu. Then, Ma Zhenhe went to the principal's office to complain to Yuan Dongji. However, Yuan Dongji only comforted him calmly. Don't worry, once Lin Zichen sees those peers who used to be inferior to him surpass him one by one through gene fusion or mechanical modification, he'll naturally switch majors. If you're upset, then just give him a taste of his own medicine and poach that college entrance exam runner-up back. Seeing that Yuan Dongji had no intention of punishing Liu Chuanwu, Ma Zhenhe could only helplessly agree. Yuan Dongji was also speechless about this. Ma Zhenhe usually seemed quite steady, but every time he faced that man surnamed Liu, he would get so angry that he lost all reason. So many years had passed, yet that Liu man had not changed at all. His mouth was still just as sharp. Originally, his body could have been just as impressive as his mouth. But unfortunately, he had gone down the wrong path when he was young. Otherwise, he would at least be a principal by now. At this moment, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were training with variable speed running. Mainly Shen Qinghan was the one training. Lin Zichen was only acting as her coach and sparring partner, helping improve her training efficiency. Although Shen Qinghan had already decided to take the gene fusion path and mainly become stronger by fusing mutant beast genes, physical training was still essential, because the stronger the body, the more helpful it would be for gene fusion. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was tired from running, Lin Zichen told her to go to the bench ahead and relax her muscles. To help disperse the lactic acid, Lin Zichen massaged a little harder. Just then, Shen Qinghan asked nervously, "So, what exactly are we now? Childhood friends or boyfriend and girlfriend?" Lin Zichen smiled faintly. Family. Clearly, Shen Qinghan was not satisfied with that answer. If we're family, then what kind of family? Lin Zichen smiled and asked back, "What kind of family do you want us to be?" Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her cheeks turning slightly red. Then, fiancé. Lin Zichen instinctively blurted out, "Then how about we get married after graduating from university?" Lin Zichen nodded without the slightest hesitation. Then the two hooked pinkies and promised that they would not change their minds for 100 years. That night, after Lin Zichen showered and finished dinner, he sat in the living room, watching TV with his parents. Unexpectedly, the doorbell suddenly rang. The person who came was Ma Zhenhe. "Sorry for disturbing you so late. I came because I wanted to talk to Zichen about choosing his college. By the way, these are 2 ice crystal fish. They taste extremely fresh and have the effects of calming the mind, sharpening focus, and improving beauty. A former student of mine gave me many of them, so I brought 2 over for you to try." After a brief chat, Ma Zhenhe walked directly toward the living room, where Lin Zhichen was sitting. Zichen's gene fusion compatibility is as high as 15%. If he takes the gene fusion path, his future will be limitless. There's really no need for him to take some pure-blooded human path. That would be a complete waste of his talent. The Heaven Human Pavilion may have good intentions, but their pure-blooded human theory has made no real progress so far. It's a huge pit, and if Zichen jumps into it, he'll only harm himself. Zichen, it's good for young people to have passion, but letting that passion cloud your judgment is not a good thing. Listen to my advice. Don't take that pure-blooded human path. It will only make you fade into mediocrity. You should choose the Evolution College again. Before Lin Zichen could respond, Zhang Wanxin beside him asked in confusion, "Dima, why do I feel like I don't understand what you're saying? Didn't Xiao Chen already enroll in the Evolution College? Lin Zishen quickly looked at his parents and explained, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Heaven Human Pavilion. I've already transferred to the Martial Arts College, and I'm planning to take the pure-blooded human path. Hearing this, both parents were stunned. Then, they immediately became nervous and afraid, worried that their son had been led down the wrong path. Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on? Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly explained briefly, the dean of the Martial Arts College offered me triple benefits, so I agreed to join the Heaven Human Pavilion for half a year first and try the pure-blooded human path. If there's no progress after half a year, I'll return to the Evolution College and take the gene fusion path. After hearing Lin Zichen explain his side of the story, Ma Zhenhe could not help frowning. The Heaven Human Pavilion and the Martial Arts College had always been poor, so where did they get the money to offer triple benefits? However, he was only a little confused and did not dwell on it too much. Zichen, triple benefits are indeed a lot, but in the long run, they're just tiny gains. There's no need to lose something big over something small. Trust me, there's no need to waste that half a year. But Lin Zishen remained stubborn. Thank you for the reminder, Dean Ma, but right now, I strongly agree with the Heaven Human Pavilion's ideals. If I don't try it, I'll definitely keep thinking about it in the future. It might even become an inner demon. Seeing how stubborn Lin Zichen was, Ma Zhenhe could only sigh. He no longer tried to persuade him and embarrass himself further. After saying goodbye, he left directly. After all, college entrance exam runner-ups appeared every year, and the Evolution College did not lack this one student. If you listened, great. If not, so be it. After that, Lin Zichen opened the news to take a look. A pinned, trending headline immediately entered his eyes. Outrageous. Heaven Human Pavilion brainwashes Nanjing Province's college entrance exam runner-up into abandoning gene fusion for the pure-blooded human path. The genius may fade into mediocrity. The news also mentioned the Capital College entrance exam runner-up from 10 years ago, saying that this female genius had faded into mediocrity after joining the Heaven Human Pavilion. Lin Zichen immediately opened the comments section. Just as expected, the netizens inside were already cursing like crazy. Now that his personal information had been exposed, things would be troublesome if cultists started paying attention to him. Who exactly leaked the information? Was it Ma Zhenhe? Or some other force that disliked the Heaven Human Pavilion? Next, Lin Zichen directly called to report the news article for violating regulations and infringing on the privacy of the person involved. After going through the process, the news article was successfully deleted. However, it was already too late. Almost the whole country now knew that Nanjing Province's college entrance exam runner-up had joined the Heaven Human Pavilion and chosen the pure-blooded human path. Many classmates and teachers also kept asking Lin Zichen what was going on. After that, the runner-up incident grew more and more intense, and someone even exposed Lin Zichen's photo. At 11 o'clock that night, Shen Qinghan's voice suddenly came from outside his room. Seeing Lin Zichen searching for news about himself joining the Heaven Human Pavilion, she could not help saying, "Those people are so awful. They're using an innocent candidate as a weapon, without even a basic moral bottom line. Xiao Chen, that unexpected master of mine seems pretty powerful. Do you think asking her for help could solve this trouble?" Lin Zishen simply shook his head and explained, "This is a faction struggle. Most likely, the Gene Fusion faction is suppressing the pure-blooded human faction, and that master of yours belongs to the Gene Fusion faction, so she has no reason to help." Although Shen Qinghan felt that made sense, she then thought there was no harm in trying. So she went ahead and asked. About half an hour later, Yuan Dongji replied that it had already been resolved. Lin Zichen was instantly stunned. How was that possible? He immediately opened the news app and typed his name into the search bar. But after clicking search, no results appeared. Lin Zichen had not expected Yuan Dongji to actually help solve this matter. Shen Qinghan suddenly looked at him. "Xiao Chen, this time, it was all thanks to me that you solved the problem. How are you going to repay me?" Lin Zishen smiled faintly. "How do you want me to repay you?" Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan directly pounced toward him. "Nothing much. Just kiss me." After the cyberbullying incident was resolved, Lin Zichen could finally calm down and properly temper his body. 3 days later, Lin Zichen opened his eyes and slowly breathed out a mouthful of stale air. A smile appeared on his face. Now he had finally finished tempering all the skin on his body, and the moment the tempering was complete, his biological level also evolved to ordinary rank 7. Before he knew it, Lin Zichen already had 9 biological attributes. He felt that this was basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. Compared to the Capital University genius, who broke the school record with 4 gene fusions, he had 5 more. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Shen Qinghan. Since Shen Qinghan had confirmed that she would take the gene fusion path, and most people would have their egg cells harvested and preserved before their first gene fusion. Lin Zichen decided without hesitation to accompany her. After that, he studied for half the morning and finally mastered the technique of muscle tempering. Compared with skin tempering, the burning sensation for muscle tempering was much stronger, but still within a tolerable range. After consuming nearly half of the vital blood in his body, Lin Zichen finally finished tempering the muscles of his entire right arm. The price was that his whole body became extremely weak, and his head was terribly dizzy. Clearly, he had consumed too much vital blood. To replenish what he had consumed, he quickly started eating like crazy. After sensing the changes, Lin Zichen found that the grip strength of his right hand had increased by at least 50%. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan suddenly came to find him at that moment, saying she had something to discuss. Today, Chu Qin said she wanted us to go out and have fun together before school starts. He is going too, so I said yes for both of us. But Shusen said she wants to go to the beach. I don't want to spoil the fun, but I also don't know how to refuse, because I already agreed. You know, I heard that terrifying voice in the sea before. I'm scared. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly comforted her. It's okay. Worst case, we just won't go into the water. Meanwhile, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, countless tunnels crisscrossed underground like a massive ant nest. At this moment, two humanoid creatures were talking inside the underground palace. The three-eyed giant, who had once acted so high and mighty in front of the Rat King half a year ago, was now extremely humble before the masked man. On his terrifying twisted face, he forced out a flattering smile. Lord Divine Envoy, all 108 tunnels have now been fully dug through. Next, I'll have to trouble you to establish a biological coordinate here. The masked man did not speak and only nodded. Then, he raised the cane in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into the ground. Right after that, he cut open his own wrist, letting his blood pour down onto the cane. In the next instant, countless blood-red roots grew from the bottom of the cane, quickly filling the entire floor of the underground palace. Only after finishing all this did the masked man slowly speak. The biological coordinate here has been set. Next, we only need to wait for the same boundary point to be found on the source site side. Then set up another identical biological coordinate there. Once the two coordinates sense each other, the tunnel and the source site will be connected. Early the next morning, Lin Zichen's group of 4 gathered and set off for the beach. More than an hour later, their car arrived at their destination, Shuangri Bay. The 4 of them excitedly arrived at the beach. It was the height of summer, and the seaside was packed with tourists. He Yu kept sneaking glances at the beautiful girls in the crowd. Li Chuxin immediately became dissatisfied. Can you stop acting so creepy? Then she grabbed Shen Qinghan's hand and walked away. Come on, let's go change into swimsuits over there. Ignore him. He Yu patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder. Come on, let's go change too. I can't wait to go diving. But on the way to the changing room, many people recognized Lin Zichen as Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam runner-up. They started pointing at him and whispering that he had joined the Heaven Human Pavilion, that something was wrong with his thinking, and that he had been brainwashed. When He Yu heard people bad-mouthing Lin Zichen, he immediately walked over and angrily confronted them. The people he caught all acted like cowards, and not a single one dared to talk back. But Lin Zichen felt no emotion about it, and even pulled He Yu back, telling him not to waste his breath on those people. He Yu said angrily, "Your temper is seriously too good. If they were talking about me, I'd probably have punched them already." Lin Zichen only smiled calmly. Having a good temper is relative. I just don't care about this. But if they touch something I actually care about, I'd definitely make a move too. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chuxin, who had already changed into her swimsuit, walked over and said with a smile, "What Vichen cares about most is definitely Han Han. You two should hurry up and change too." Seeing that the sun was a little harsh, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan whether she needed him to help apply sunscreen. Shen Qinghan had no reason to refuse and agreed with a slight blush. Lin Zichen walked over to Shen Qinghan, took a bottle of sunscreen from the bag, and carefully helped her apply it. Seeing this, He Yu could not help secretly admiring him. This guy really knew what he was doing. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an ancient and weathered whisper suddenly rang in Shen Qinghan's ears. "Great God, awaken the sea source site." Hearing that strange whisper, Shen Qinghan immediately looked around in panic, trying to find where the voice came from. And that whisper clearly came from the sea. Noticing Shen Qinghan's abnormal reaction, Lin Zichen immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Shen Qinghan's eyes were filled with panic. "Xiao Chen, I heard that voice again. It said something like, 'Great God, awaken the sea source site.'" The voice was just as creepy as before. Hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately fell into thought. "Great God, awaken the sea source site. Could Shen Qinghan's mysterious physique be related to a source site? After thinking for a while, Lin Zichen comforted her. Our understanding is still too limited right now. Even with this information, we won't be able to figure much out. Once we learn more about source sites in the future, we'll slowly find out what's really going on. After returning home that night, Lin Zichen studied the blood tempering art and successfully mastered the bone tempering technique. So he prioritized tempering his skull to strengthen his head's defense. However, bone tempering was much harder than skin tempering or muscle tempering, and the process was extremely painful. In less than half an hour, Lin Zichen was already sweating cold sweat from the pain, his face turning pale. After being tortured by bone tempering for more than a month, Lin Zichen finally managed to temper all 206 bones in his body. The moment his entire skeleton was fully tempered, his biological level also jumped from ordinary rank 8 to ordinary rank 9, leaving him only one step away from becoming an advanced level life form. According to the notes in the blood tempering art, as long as he could successfully open an acupoint inside his body, even just one, he would definitely break through the limits of the ordinary level and evolve into an advanced level life form. But while it sounded simple, actually doing it was incredibly difficult. After all, to this day, no pure-blooded human had ever evolved into an advanced level life form. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to be the first to take that step, he could only become a pioneer navigating uncharted waters. Before he knew it, the day for university enrollment had arrived. Inside Shanghai University, there were shopping malls, hospitals, food streets, hotels, and inns. It had almost everything. The entire university looked like a miniature city, capable of meeting every student's daily needs. Before long, the four of them walked into an ice cream shop. Each ordered an ice cream and casually found a place to sit. Shen Qinghan scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to Lin Zichen to taste. Just then, loud laughter and chatter from men and women suddenly came from outside. Lin Zichen looked toward the small bar across the street. What entered his sight was two male students playing dice and drinking with a group of female students. The two male students at the next table immediately started mocking the scene. That Huang Jiaxin acts like some untouchable ice goddess in the art college every day, saying she gets annoyed whenever she sees men, but now she's throwing herself at people from the Evolution College. How realistic. Who can blame her? Those Evolution College people have bright futures. If you were a girl, you'd throw yourself at them too. A goddess to poor guys, and a bootlicker to the upper class. Listening to their mockery, the first thing Lin Zichen caught was the term inner campus. Shanghai University was divided into an inner campus and an outer campus. The outer campus was where academic and art students studied, while the inner campus was where evolution students, mechanical students, and martial arts students studied. The outer campus was open to the public, and Lin Zichen had been there at least 10 times growing up, so he knew it very well. But because the inner campus involved gene fusion, mechanical modification, and other sensitive matters, only inner campus students were allowed to enter. Security was so strict that even students from the university's own outer campus could not go in. Just then, Zhang Lanxing reminded them seriously, "You two may have more freedom after starting the university, but you can't indulge yourselves like those people drinking outside. You still have to study hard, understand?" Seeing that it was about time, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up, left the ice cream shop, and headed to the inner campus to register. When they reached the entrance checkpoint to the inner campus, the old guard shouted, "You two, please show your admission letters." Lin Zichen first took Shen Qinghan's admission letter from her backpack and opened it for the guard to check. But when it was Lin Zichen's turn, the old guard said, "All right, no need to show yours. I recognize you. You're the provincial exam runner-up who joined the Heaven Human Pavilion." As soon as they entered the inner campus, the scene before them deeply shocked them. Gene fusionists and cyborgs could be seen everywhere. After Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan finished filling out their freshman registration forms, they had to head to their assigned dorms. Lin Zichen first sent Shen Qinghan to the Evolution College dormitory. Then the two temporarily parted ways. After that, Lin Zichen soon arrived at the martial arts college. Unexpectedly, the senior girls there were extremely enthusiastic, fawning over him, and even asking to add him as a friend. In the end, a senior with long, wavy blonde hair overpowered the others and won the right to guide Lin Zichen to his dorm. As they passed through a small path, the senior suddenly smiled and pointed toward the square ahead. "By the way, Junior Zichen, there's a student combat power ranking board at Rising Sun Plaza up ahead. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Zichen was quite interested in the ranking board, so he followed her over. There were 2 ranking boards in total, the peak ranking and the freshman ranking. The peak ranking was for all students in the university and had 500 spots, while the freshman ranking was only for new students and had 100 spots. The top 3 on the peak ranking were all advanced level powerhouses. First and second place were evolution students, while third place was a mechanical student, and all of them were seniors in their 4th year. But only 3 martial arts students were on the list, all of them 4th year students from the martial arts college, and their rankings were extremely low. To find a topic to chat with Lin Zichen, the senior took the initiative to introduce the martial arts students on the peak ranking. The martial arts college once had an older senior who made it to 6th place on the peak ranking. Like you, she was also a college entrance exam runner-up who entered the martial arts college. That record was set by senior Salm Yuyen right after her 4th year began. Unfortunately, her pure-blooded human path later hit a bottleneck, while everyone else kept getting stronger through gene fusion and mechanical modification, so she was gradually surpassed. Now, senior Salm Yuyen has become a mentor at the martial arts college, and she is also the Heaven Human Pavilion's ace researcher, as well as Dean Liu's most capable assistant. Before long, under the senior's guidance, Lin Zichen soon arrived at his university dorm. The dorm was a small single room with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony. Other than that, there was no extra space, but this was already the best dorm in the martial arts college. Just then, the senior suddenly said she had sweated a little and wanted to take a shower here. Lin Zichen knew exactly what she was thinking, so he skipped over the topic directly. "Senior, thank you for the help. As repayment, I'll treat you to milk tea." After that, Lin Zichen spent over 30 yuan and bought the senior a fully loaded milk tea, which counted as repaying the favor. As soon as he returned to his dorm, Lin Zichen received a message from Shen Qinghan. She had sent many photos of her dorm, saying this was the private single dorm Yuan Dongji had prepared for her. Lin Zichen instantly felt that his own little single room no longer seemed appealing. After seeing his dorm, Shen Qinghan was also a little surprised. "Your dorm is too small. Why don't you move in with me? The bed here is even bigger than the one at home." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zichen picked up his luggage and left. Building 8 of Zhonglian was a high-end dormitory building built by the Evolution College using its own funds, and it looked extremely grand. Compared with this high-end dormitory building from the Evolution College, the tiny single-room Lin Zichen had been assigned looked like a cheaply built doghouse. This made Lin Zichen wonder whether Liu Chuanwu, as the dean of the martial arts college, actually had the ability to fulfill his promise of triple benefits. After that, Lin Zichen took the elevator to room 603, where Shen Qinghan lived, and she was already waiting for him at the door. "Xiaochen, hurry and come in. I turned on the air conditioner in the living room. It's super cool." After looking around the room, Lin Zichen could not help sighing. There isn't even a speck of dust. This dorm is so luxurious, and it's been cleaned so well. It seems that unexpected master of yours really does care about you. You didn't accept her for nothing. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, her eyes curving. "I think so too. Master really treats me quite well. From now on, this will be our little home." While Shen Qinghan went to take a shower, Lin Zichen casually opened the freshman app he had downloaded earlier to see what was inside. Inside the school app, there was a mall section similar to an online shopping platform. Students could use credits to exchange for various evolution resources, but Lin Zichen did not know how to obtain credits yet. After reading the student handbook, he finally understood. There were 3 main ways to obtain credits. Challenge the peak ranking or freshman ranking, where ranked students would receive monthly credit rewards. Accept missions issued by the school and earn credits after completing them. Or represent the school in competitions and earn credits by achieving excellent results outside. Just then, Shen Qinghan's voice came from the bathroom. "I'm done washing. Help me bring my clothes in." Lin Zichen had no choice but to reluctantly take on the role of errand boy. After resting for a while, Lin Zichen began tempering his body again. This time, he was tempering his skin for a second round. He tempered for more than 2 full hours before completing the second tempering of the skin on his entire right hand. The pain was noticeably stronger this time, and the consumption of vital blood was also greater. After that, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan whether she had a sewing needle. Then he picked out the sharpest sewing needle and stabbed it hard into his right hand to test the strength of his tempered skin. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan was instantly frightened and cried out, instinctively shrinking back. However, when the extremely sharp sewing needle stabbed into the back of Lin Zichen's hand, it could not pierce his skin at all. It only pressed a small dent into it. Shen Qinghan looked completely stunned. "Oh my god, even a sewing needle can't pierce the back of your hand. You're practically blade-proof now." Only when the sewing needles snapped did Lin Zichen end the skin durability test. Shen Qinghan could not help sighing. "Even the needle broke. That's way too impressive. It almost makes me want to take the pure-blooded human path too." Then, Lin Zichen walked toward the kitchen. preparing to test the next property of his skin, heat resistance. He directly turned on the stove and placed his right hand over the fire. Only after more than a minute did he gradually feel a clear burning sensation and some pain. Lin Zichen could not help sighing inwardly. The tempering effect of the blood tempering art was truly fierce. With the support of his biological attribute, use it or lose it, he might really sanctify his body one day. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that Liu Chuanwu had messaged him, asking whether he was satisfied with his dorm. Then, Liu Chuanwu said he would arrange for someone to take him to the Heaven Human Pavilion's headquarters for a look. Lin Zichen quickly replied that he was currently in his childhood friend's dorm, room 603 of Zhongyuan Building 8. Seeing that Liu Chuanwu did not ask anything further, Lin Zichen planned to go downstairs and wait. So he turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "The dean of the martial arts college invited me to visit the Heaven Human Pavilion headquarters. I'm heading out for a bit." After that, he walked to a tree in front of the building and waited for someone from the Heaven Human Pavilion to arrive. Not long after, a blonde-haired boy swaggered past him with a careless attitude. The blonde boy immediately walked over with interest. "Are you the college entrance exam runner-up who joined the Heaven Human Pavilion?" Lin Zichen looked up when he heard the voice and politely said, "Hello." But the blonde boy was overly familiar, standing there without leaving and chatting on his own. In the end, the blonde boy made a cheering gesture at Lin Zichen before turning and walking into the Evolution College's high-end dormitory building. Right after that, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly sounded. What entered his sight was a mature-looking beauty in martial arts clothes, riding a fiery red motorcycle toward him. The beautiful senior smiled brightly at him. "Hello, you must be student Lin Zichen, right? Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Song Yuyan. I'm a mentor at the Martial Arts College and also a researcher at the Heaven Human Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Heaven Human Pavilion headquarters." Lin Zichen was familiar with this name. Earlier that morning, when he had talked with the welcoming senior in front of the student combat power rankings, he had heard her mention Song Yuyan. On the way, the two chatted casually from time to time. Song Yuyan finally could not hold back her curiosity and asked, "By the way, you're a martial arts college student, so why were you downstairs at the Evolution College's high-end dormitory building just now?" Lin Zichen answered honestly, "My childhood friend and girlfriend lives there, so I moved in with her." About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a remote building. Above the entrance of the building hung a striking sign, Pure Human Research Institute. Soon, the two walked into a brightly lit hall, and the place looked quite homey. Then, Song Yuyan took a drink from the freezer and tossed it to Lin Zichen. "Come on, I'll take you to the research area and show you around." Lin Zichen finally could not help asking, "Sister Yuyan, why is the research institute so empty? I haven't seen anyone at all." Song Yuyan could not help giving a bitter smile as she explained, "The Heaven Human Pavilion has never been favored, and the school gives us very little funding. We simply can't support too many people. Right now, aside from the dean, the Heaven Human Pavilion only has 3 fourth-year martial arts students. There's no one else." After hearing this, Lin Zichen felt a little confused. Then what was with those people who had followed Liu Chuanwu to recruit him during summer break? Were they outsiders Liu Chuanwu had called over just to make the place look more impressive? But as long as the triple benefits were actually delivered, nothing else mattered. Soon, Liu Chuanwu walked out of a room with messy bedhead and dark circles under his eyes. "Zichen is here. Come in, both of you." Seeing their confused expressions, Liu Chuanwu said with a tired look, "I've been staying here for almost half a month, studying the acupoint opening chapter of the blood tempering art, but unfortunately, there's still no progress. It's honestly rough. But now that Zichen has joined, the pure-blooded human path will definitely make major progress in the future. Don't be fooled by how casual Sister Yuyan usually looks. Back then, she was the capital's college entrance exam runner-up. It was precisely because Sister Yuyan joined us that I, who had been stuck at the second body tempering stage for decades, successfully completed the third tempering 8 years ago. With a pure-blooded human body at ordinary rank 9, I managed to crush low-level advanced gene fusionists. Zichen, although your physical test data during the college entrance exam wasn't as good as Sister Yuyan's, there are plenty of cases where people build up slowly and burst forward later. You still have a great chance to surpass her in the future. I have high hopes for you. By the way, how is your progress with the blood tempering art I gave you during summer break? Have you learned to control your vital blood?" Lin Zichen immediately nodded and said he had learned it, and that his biological level had also risen to ordinary rank 4. Liu Chuanwu was very satisfied after hearing this, his face full of smiles. "Not bad. Since you've learned to control your vital blood and your biological level has evolved to ordinary rank 4, you can start skin tempering from today onward. Next, let Sister Yuyan guide you on how to temper your skin. But Lin Zichen said calmly, no need. I already completed one round of skin tempering during summer break. Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were completely bewildered. For a moment, they thought they had misheard him. Song Yuyan was the first to react. You're joking, right? Without anyone teaching you, just mastering vital blood control is already impressive. How could you possibly learn skin tempering too, and even finish tempering all your skin? Lin Zichen simply said that the translated blood tempering art had detailed notes, and he learned it after studying for a few days. Liu Chuanwu also looked unconvinced. You probably misunderstood. You think you completed skin tempering, but you actually didn't. Come, stretch out your hand, and let me confirm it. Lin Zichen did not immediately stretch out his hand. Instead, with a thought, he used his biological attribute, natural camouflage, to disguise his biological state. He disguised his biological level as ordinary rank 5, and his body tempering progress as 1 round of skin tempering. Then, Liu Chuanwu grabbed Lin Zichen's arm, and briefly touched and squeezed it. The next second, shock filled his face. How is this possible? It really is 1 round of skin tempering. Then, Liu Chuanwu took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked with trembling lips, Zichen, what is your biological level now? Lin Zichen calmly replied, ordinary rank 5. Hearing this answer, Liu Chuanwu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. His face lit up as he shouted, a genius, an absolute genius. It's guaranteed. The future of the pure-blooded human path is guaranteed. With you here, the pure-blooded human body will definitely break through the limits of ordinary life forms and evolve into an advanced level life form. Although Song Yuyan could not help feeling a slight sense of loss, that feeling disappeared in an instant, replaced by excitement and anticipation. After all, having someone open up the path for pure-blooded humans and lead everyone farther was a good thing. After thinking this through, Song Yuyan looked at Liu Chuanwu excitedly. Dean, we should hurry and promote Zichen's potential, attract more geniuses to join the Heaven Human Pavilion, and secure more funding. However, Liu Chuanwu refused seriously. Absolutely not. For now, don't spread the fact that Zichen is highly suited for the pure-blooded human path. Only the 3 of us need to know. Geniuses are not about quantity, but quality. If too many people join, whether that leads to a breakthrough is uncertain, but it will definitely dilute our resources. Now that we have Zichen, what we need to do is pour all resources into him and help him break through the limits of ordinary life forms. Song Yuyan immediately frowned. But if we do that, how much funding will we lose? Without enough funding, it won't help our research on the pure-blooded human path either. Liu Chuanwu said calmly, don't worry. From now on, I'll use every connection I have to raise funds and prepare evolution resources for Zichen. Seeing how excited the 2 of them were, Lin Zichen could not help smiling. If they knew he had actually evolved to ordinary rank 9, completed muscle and bone tempering, and was already working on his 2nd round of tempering, they would probably be stunned speechless. Just then, Liu Chuanwu suddenly turned to Lin Zichen. From now on, you don't need to attend classes at the martial arts college. Those low-level courses won't help you much. Just come directly to the Research Institute and study the pure-blooded human path with Sister Yuyan, while exchanging deeper cultivation experience. After saying that, Liu Chuanwu turned to Song Yuyan. Yuyan, you don't need to be a regular mentor anymore either. From now on, focus entirely on helping Zichen cultivate the blood tempering art. Be his personal mentor and assist his cultivation. Tomorrow afternoon, the school will hold the freshman welcome ceremony. After it ends, there will be an opening trial to choose the freshman king. If nothing unexpected happens, that freshman king title will most likely be yours. During the trial, remember to properly crush those freshmen from the Evolution College and Mechanical College, and win some pride for the Martial Arts College. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 vital blood pills. And based on previous years, first place should also be rewarded with 10 credits. Soon, the day of Shanghai University's freshman assembly arrived. Since Lin Zichen had no class, he sat together with Shen Qinghan in her genius class. Almost everyone in the genius class knew he was Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam runner-up. But what they cared about more was his relationship with Shen Qinghan. Just then, the blonde boy he had met once before suddenly sat in front of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, do you still remember me? Lin Zichen nodded calmly, indicating that he remembered. The blonde boy then asked curiously, so what exactly is your relationship? Lin Zichen immediately took Shen Qinghan's hand. To be precise, we're engaged childhood sweethearts. We'll get married after graduation. Hearing this, the blonde boy gave an awkward smile. I see, then I won't bother you two. Only then did Lin Zichen have time to look around and observe the freshmen in the gymnasium. The Martial Arts College had the most freshmen, even more than the Evolution College and Mechanical College combined. Then his gaze landed on a girl in the genius class, and she was the only gene fusionist among all the freshmen, and the gene she had fused with was the Shadow Night Cat. The girl sensed someone looking at her, and immediately turned around, following the source of the gaze until her eyes met Lin Zixin's. At that moment, Lin Zixin felt as if he had been targeted by a gloomy black cat, and he confirmed that she was rather cold and aloof. Then, Lin Zixin turned his gaze toward the chatterbox blonde boy, who was already happily chatting with the classmates beside him. Soon after, the freshman assembly officially began. Vice Principal Yuan Dongji hosted the ceremony, and after the school leaders finished speaking, it was time for the student speeches. First, Li Moyu from the genius class went on stage as the freshman representative. At this moment, the freshmen in the genius class all found it unbelievable. Li Moyu had dyed blonde hair like a punk, talked non-stop, and did not look like a genius at all. Yet his strength was the highest among the freshmen. Truly, one could not judge a person by appearances. What they did not know was that ever since the college entrance exam results came out, Li Moyu had been waiting for this exact moment to flex, all to create the contrast of someone who looked like a bad student, but was actually a top genius. After getting on stage, Li Moyu looked at everyone below and asked, "Has everyone heard of Li Yijin?" Lin Zixin could not help silently complaining. Who doesn't know him? He's the genius from Capital University. Then, Li Moyu raised his brow, his expression becoming even colder and more aloof. Since everyone knows Li Yijin, you definitely don't know that Li Yijin also has an equally talented younger brother. His younger brother is this year's newly crowned top scorer in the capital, with a gene fusion compatibility of 16%. He is tied for first in the country with Nanjing Province's top scorer, and his physical test data stands alone nationwide, making him the one true national number one. And that genius younger brother of his is me, Li Moyu, standing before you right now. Back when I was in middle school, my brother and I already made a promise. In the future, he'll be responsible for breaking Capital University's records, while I'll be responsible for breaking Shanghai University's records. All the records of these two top universities will be claimed by us, the Li brothers from the capital. As soon as Li Moyu finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly released the biological pressure of an ordinary rank 5, fully displaying his powerful strength. The genius class freshmen sitting closer to the stage all felt that powerful pressure, and every one of them was shocked into doubting their lives. After all, many of them were only around ordinary rank 3. After releasing his biological pressure and finishing his flexing, Li Moyu left behind one sentence. "My name is Li Moyu. Everyone, remember it." Seeing this, Shen Qinghan could not help leaning close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispering, "That Li Moyu is so silly. He's only ordinary rank 5, yet he already thinks he's invincible. He has no idea you could crush him with one finger." Just then, the school leader on stage said loudly, "Next, everyone, please welcome Student Council President Zhou Shuihong to give a speech on behalf of the Student Council." As soon as the words fell, a young man with a slightly parted textured haircut slowly walked up from below the stage. Then he introduced himself in a calm but powerful voice. "Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Zhou Shuihong, the president of Shanghai University's Student Council. Today, I mainly have 3 things to tell you. First, student discipline at this school is not handled by the teachers. It is handled by the Student Council, and the Student Council has many powers you cannot even imagine. Second, at the start of the second semester every year, the Student Council recruits 10 people from the freshman class, and the only requirement is strength. If any freshmen want to join the Student Council, remember to properly show your strength over the next half year. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place where strength is supreme. It follows natural selection and survival of the fittest. Older students suppressing younger students happens from time to time, so you should all prepare yourselves mentally. That is all I have to say. Before I step down, I'll let everyone feel the power of an advanced level life form." The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Shuihong's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next instant, the terrifying pressure of an advanced level life form burst out completely, mercilessly suppressing the freshmen below the stage. Although the pressure of an advanced level life form was powerful, by the time it reached Lin Zichen, it had already traveled quite far. To him, an ordinary rank 9, it posed no real danger. However, Zhou Shuihong did not release it for long. The biological pressure lasted less than 5 seconds before he withdrew it completely. Then Yuan Dongji held the microphone and calmly said to the freshmen below, "After the freshman assembly ends, you will immediately begin an opening trial right here. The rules are very simple. There is a large martial stage in the center of the gymnasium. Whoever is the first to stand alone on that stage for more than 1 minute will become this year's freshman king and receive 100 credits. The second person to stand alone on the stage for more than 1 minute will be second place and receive 90 credits. The rankings will continue in this order until 10th place is decided, with 10th place receiving 10 credits. Also, as long as a regular class freshman makes it into the top 10, every freshman except those in the genius class will receive 1 credit. Suddenly, a voice, amplified several times by a microphone, rang out from the martial stage. My name is He Yu, from Evolution Class 6. My high school deskmate is Lin Jichen. Everyone should know him. He is Nanjing Province's college entrance exam runner-up, which means he's the strongest freshman among the regular classes. I suggest all of us attack the genius class together and drain their stamina, helping Lin Zichen make it into the top 10. That way, all of us regular class students can earn 1 credit. This proposal immediately received responses from many regular class freshmen. After all, 1 credit was equivalent to 10,000 yuan. As soon as Liu Chuanwu saw Zhou Xihong come over, he could not help mocking him. President Zhou, aren't you being a little petty? You just got beaten badly by Li Yijin on the martial stage at the start of the year. Is there really a need to take it out on his younger brother? Hearing this, Ma Zhenhe immediately laughed from the side. When it comes to being petty, among nearly 20,000 teachers and students at Shanghai University, who can compare to you, Liu Chuanwu? Liu Chuanwu only sneered and shot back. My pettiness is only aimed at the person involved. I never drag their family into it. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, Zhou Shuhong quickly changed the topic. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter did very well on the college entrance exam. What was her exact result? Ma Zhenhe immediately showed a hint of pride and smiled. Nothing much. She only placed 3rd in the capital. Zhou Shuhong immediately said, Dean Ma, let your daughter join the student council. I'll train her as a future president candidate. Ma Zhenhe was very satisfied. Then I'll have to trouble President Zhou to take good care of Shiwei. Someone then asked, who do you think will become this year's freshman king in the opening trial, Li Moyu or Ma Shiwei? A bald male leader spoke first. It should be Li Moyu. His biological level is already ordinary rank 5. With that physical strength, he's basically invincible among freshmen. But the dean of the mechanical college had a different opinion. Dean Ma's daughter may have scored slightly lower than Li Moyu in the entrance exam, but she successfully fused with the Shadow Night Cat gene during summer break. Her current strength really isn't weaker than Li Moyu's. While everyone was analyzing who had the advantage between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, Liu Chuanwu suddenly said, in my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei will become freshman king. The freshman king will of course be Lin Zichen, a member of our Heaven Human Pavilion. Ma Zhenhe immediately mocked him, sarcastically. Dean Liu, your judgment really is unique. Lin Zichen's physical test data couldn't even rank in the top 10 among this year's freshmen. What makes him qualified to become freshman king? Because he's a Heaven Human Pavilion member? And because you're shamelessly tooting your own horn? Liu Chuanwu gave his usual cold laugh. Dean Ma, spare me the sarcasm. If you don't believe it, we can make a bet. Let's bet 100 credits. Ma Zhenhe was completely puzzled. He could not understand how Liu Chuanwu dared to make this bet, and suspected there had to be some trick, like bribing popular candidates to throw the match. But Ma Shiwei was his own daughter. Ma Zhenhe's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, unable to figure out what Liu Chuanwu was planning. Just then, the dean of the mechanical college looked at Ma Zhenhe and teased him with a smile. Dean Ma, Lin Zichen, the provincial exam runner-up, was originally a freshman of your evolution college, but Dean Liu poached him halfway. Doesn't that hurt? Ma Zhenhe said disdainfully, he's just a provincial runner-up. The evolution college has plenty of those. We really don't lack him. The dean of the mechanical college only smiled without saying anything. He had heard about Ma Zhenhe poaching those 3 fourth-year students from the Heaven Human Pavilion, which showed that Ma Zhenhe only claimed not to care. In reality, he was probably furious inside. Meanwhile, Liu Chuanwu was already overjoyed inside. 9 bets of 100 credits plus 1 bet of 1,000 credits. This time, he was hitting the jackpot. Soon the trial officially began. The regular class freshmen, who had the advantage in numbers, all rushed into the genius class camp in one burst, clearly targeting the genius class freshmen. But Lin Zichen knew that many people in the genius class had only entered because of their high gene fusion compatibility. The ones with real strength were the 12 top fighters of the genius class, led by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. Lin Zichen decisively activated his biological attribute, Danger Sense, to detect the biological levels of those 12 people. He found that the strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, were both ordinary rank 5, while the remaining 10 were all at least ordinary rank 4. About 20 minutes later, except for those 12 people on the second floor corridor, the genius class freshmen below had completely collapsed. The victorious regular class freshmen all gathered beneath the second floor corridor and shouted at the 12 people above, "Hurry up and come down to die." However, A huge boy, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly jumped down from the corridor. You only won against a few weaklings by relying on numbers, and now you're already getting arrogant? Ants are still ants. No matter how many there are, they can't bite an elephant. The huge boy calmly looked at the regular class freshman in front of him. Come on. I'll stand right here and let you surround me, so you can understand how weak you really are. His disdainful tone instantly angered everyone. The regular class freshmen immediately swarmed toward him, wanting to use their numerical advantage to take him down. However, the huge boy did not panic at all. He simply raised his leg and kicked, sending the people charging at the front, flying. The boys who took that kick directly were launched more than 3 meters into the air. Then they crashed heavily onto the ground, curling up in pain and unable to get back up. At that moment, the situation instantly reversed. The huge boy laughed loudly. Ants are ants. No matter how many there are, they can't even scratch an elephant. Hearing him call them ants again and again, the regular class freshmen were all furious. Lin Zichen, this guy is way too arrogant. He keeps calling our regular classes ants. Go beat him up. Seeing that the regular class freshmen were almost ready to give up, Lin Zichen wasted no words and walked straight toward the martial stage, under everyone's gaze. The moment he stepped onto the empty stage, a stopwatch immediately appeared on the large screen above it. The huge boy also leaped high into the air and jumped onto the stage. Nanjiang Province's #1 in physical testing, huh? I've wanted to fight you for a long time. My name is Lu Qiqi, the strongest college entrance exam top scorer in Yuntian Province's history. My one-handed lift is 1,150 kilograms. Aren't you going to announce your physical test data? Ling Zichen said calmly. No need. You'll feel it for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Zichen kicked out directly. Before Lu Qiqi could even react, he felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck speeding at full force. His entire body instantly flew into the air and shot off the martial stage. Only after flying nearly 10 meters away did he crash heavily to the ground, passing out from the pain on the spot. At this moment, whether it was the school leaders on the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu and the others, or the freshmen below, all of them were deeply shocked. Right after that, a muscular boy on the second-floor corridor leaped down and landed precisely on the martial stage with a heavy thud. Luo Yongjian, top scorer of Dajiang Province. However, before this Dajiang Province top scorer could even finish announcing his physical test data, Lin Zichen kicked him off the stage. At this moment, the regular class freshmen were extremely excited because Lin Zichen was representing them and crushing the genius class. Before long, a slender figure leaped down from the corridor and jumped toward the martial stage where Lin Zichen stood. The next person to appear was Ma Shiwei, daughter of Evolution College Dean Ma Zhenhe and the only gene fusionist among the freshmen. Under everyone's attention, she made her dazzling entrance. Lin Zichen felt that this was a perfect chance to observe a gene fusionist up close. While he was thinking, Ma Shiwei, who had been staring at him warily, suddenly turned into an afterimage and charged toward him like lightning. While marveling at her speed, Lin Zichen tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the kick she sent at him. Ma Shiwei had not expected Lin Zichen to dodge her attack so easily. She immediately understood that her current self was not enough to threaten him, and continuing to attack would be meaningless. Thinking of this, she pulled back and said, "Give me half a minute. Once I fully activate the Shadow Night Cat gene in my body, I'll settle this with you." Lin Zichen did not refuse and simply nodded, signaling that she could do as she wished. After all, this was a rare chance to witness gene activation with his own eyes, so how could he disagree? Soon, the Shadow Night Cat traits on Ma Shiwei's body became more and more obvious at a visible speed. The biological pressure she released also gradually rose from the threshold of ordinary rank 5 to a higher level within ordinary rank 5. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders saw the changes happening to Ma Shiwei on the stage and all looked surprised. She was a genius, even more talented than expected. As expected of the third-place scorer who fought her way out of the capital's college entrance exam, her talent was stronger than top scorers from other provinces. But Ma Zhenhe did not respond. He only frowned slightly. His daughter had not fused with the Shadow Night Cat gene for long, and her body had not fully adapted yet. Overactivating the gene would cause a certain degree of backlash damage to her body. At this moment, Ma Shiwei had activated all the Shadow Night Cat genes in her body, and the biological pressure she released was infinitely close to ordinary rank 6. She looked at Lin Zichen with even more oppressive eyes, and said coldly, "Lin Zichen, you're too arrogant. Next, you'll pay the price for that arrogance." As soon as she finished speaking, a buzzing sound rang out. Ma Shiwei suddenly exerted force through her calves, and flashed directly in front of Lin Zichen. Then she raised her long right leg and kicked fiercely toward Lin Zichen's head. However, facing the sharp kick, Lin Zichen remained completely calm. He simply shifted his body to the side and dodged it just as easily as before, appearing perfectly at ease. At the same time, he roughly estimated that Ma Shiwei now had strength close to ordinary Reg 6. Ma Shiwei's expression changed. She still could not hit him. How was that possible? The next second, Ma Shiwei went all out and launched a full-force assault on Lin Zhichen without holding anything back. Side kicks, whip kicks, sweeping kicks, straight punches, hooks, jabs, knee strikes, elbow strikes, and flying kicks came one after another, but Lin Zhichen still dodged them all with ease. The more she attacked, the more anxious she became, and after failing to touch him no matter what, her mentality gradually began to collapse. After dodging hundreds of attacks in a row, Lin Zichen felt that he had gathered enough information about the traits of a Shadow Knight Cat gene fusionist. So he decided not to waste any more time with Ma Shiwei. He raised his hand and punched straight toward her face. A dull impact rang out, and Ma Shiwei was sent flying off the martial stage toward the watching students, though she did not pass out on the spot. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. Such a pretty face actually got beaten into a swollen mess. When Ma Shiwei realized her face had swollen badly, the usually expressionless girl first let out a mental breakdown scream. Having her beautiful face beaten like this instantly shattered her defenses, and she burst into tears on the spot. Ma Zhenhe, who loved his daughter dearly, was so angry that his face turned red. He glared up at Lin Zichen on the stage and shouted, "Lin Zichen, look what you've done." Lin Zichen answered calmly, "On the path of evolution, there is no distinction between men and women, only strength and weakness." Standing on the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu looked down at Lin Zichen on the martial stage and said with approval, "On the path of evolution, there should only be strength and weakness." After saying that, he leaped down and landed on the martial stage with a heavy thud. At this moment, everyone at the scene focused on this capital top scorer, hoping he could defeat Lin Zichen and restore the genius class's dignity. Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen like an experienced senior and smiled mysteriously. "I didn't expect you to be an expert at flexing too. You deliberately pretended to be an ordinary exam runner-up, then waited until the opening trial to knock down provincial top scorers one by one, in front of everyone, and shock the entire crowd. Unfortunately, all of that is destined to become the setup for my own grand moment, because you're not the only one who hid his strength. I did too." The moment he finished speaking, the muscles all over his body rapidly swelled, directly tearing his clothes apart and revealing an extremely exaggerated physique. At the same time, golden light appeared in his eyes, releasing a wild aura filled with violence. On the second-floor corridor, all the school leaders widened their eyes at this sight. Li Moyu was clearly still at the ordinary level, yet he had successfully fused with the demon-eyed giant ape gene. This was simply monstrous. Judging from his current biological pressure, he had already reached ordinary rank 6. It seemed the Li brothers from the capital were the true geniuses after all. Liu Chuanwu looked at Li Moyu below with a deathly pale face. It was over. At this rate, he might lose everything down to his underwear. Meanwhile, below the martial stage, in a surveillance blind spot, with few people around, Lu Gan and Wang Shuji were looking down at their watches. A message had arrived. "I just placed a high-level demon seed in a park outside the school, at the same location as before. You two remember to go get it. After that, find a chance to make Li Moyu eat this high-level demon seed." Wang Shuji immediately replied with difficulty. Li Moyu is the young master of the capital's Li family. Wouldn't making him eat a demon seed be too risky? Unexpectedly, the reply was extremely firm. The organization's background is far stronger than you imagine. A mere Li family from the capital can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. After reading this message, Lu Gan looked up at Wang Shuje with a troubled expression. At this point, they had no choice. In the end, both of them decided to follow the organization's orders. At the same time, Lin Zichen raised his brow, filled with interest toward Li Moyu in front of him. The demon-eyed giant ape was a mutant beast with maxed-out strength and defense, but relatively slow speed. Adult individuals averaged at the advanced level, while a small number of powerful ones could even reach the rare level. Li Moyu crossed his arms and looked down at Lin Zichen. "Ma Shiwei is very strong enough to be called one of Shanghai University's 2 unmatched freshman talents, alongside me. I'd like to see whether you can still look as relaxed when facing me next." But before he could finish speaking, a sharp sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out in front of him. Clearly, Lin Zichen had no intention of wasting words with him. Facing Lin Zichen's sudden punch, Li Moyu cursed on the spot, then quickly shifted sideways and dodged it. Lin Zichen judged that Li Moyu's reaction ability was decent, since he could dodge a punch controlled at ordinary rank 6 speed. Then, Lin Zichen threw another punch at him, this time increasing the speed to ordinary rank 7. Facing Lin Zichen's second punch, which came with almost no pause, Li Moyu had no time to react or dodge before the fist smashed heavily into his face. However, Li Moyu was not sent flying. He only took 2 steps back, showing that his defense was extremely strong, roughly at the higher level of ordinary rank 6. After taking that punch, Li Moyu felt embarrassed and flared up in embarrassment. Now I'm fully focused. Your fists probably won't touch me so easily anymore. Lin Zichen did not respond. His figure simply flashed again as he rushed straight in front of Li Moyu. Then, he raised his fists and began hammering Li Moyu's face, continuing to test his reaction speed. This time, Li Moyu's reaction speed was indeed much faster now that he was prepared. In just 10 seconds, Lin Zichen threw 52 punches, but only 9 landed. Then, Lin Zichen lightly leaped back and pulled away from Li Moyu, preparing to test Li Moyu's final attribute, which was strength. But Li Moyu did not know what Lin Zichen was thinking. He thought Lin Zichen had retreated because his attacks were not working. Lin Zichen, I underestimated your speed, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Even if you're fast enough to hit me, you can't cause any real damage. You're destined to lose this duel. Next, it's my turn. Facing Li Moyu as he charged over at high speed, Lin Zichen stood still and showed no intention of dodging. Seeing this, the school leaders on the second floor all smiled, pleased that they were about to win their 100 credits. With a loud bang, Li Moyu's powerful fist smashed heavily into Lin Zichen's face. However, Lin Zichen did not move at all, nor was he blasted off the martial stage. At that moment, a faint sound of bones cracking echoed through the quiet arena. The previously aggressive Li Moyu suddenly dropped to his knees, tightly clutching his right hand. His forehead pressed against the ground as he curled up in pain and screamed, my hand is broken." In an instant, the entire gymnasium erupted into noise. What's going on? What just happened? Did Lin Zichen win? Lin Zichen looked at Li Moyu kneeling on the ground and silently judged him. A demon-eyed giant ape gene fusionist's strength was indeed great, so great that he shattered his own hand. It seemed his strength exceeded his defense. Then Lin Zichen looked at the stunned medical staff below the stage. Li Moyu's right hand should be a comminuted fracture. Hurry up and come treat him. Just then, a cold female voice rang out on the stage. Move aside. It was Yuan Dongji, who had silently landed on the martial stage from the second-floor corridor. When Yuan Dongji discovered that Li Moyu's entire right hand, wrist, and part of his arm had suffered comminuted fractures, she was deeply shocked. Was this caused by the rebound from his own force? If so, just how hard was Lin Zichen's face? Thinking of this, Yuan Dongji took out a small pill and flicked it with her finger, sending it accurately into Li Moyu's mouth to quickly heal his hand injury. At the same time, she silently released her mental power and invaded Lin Zichen's body to inspect it carefully. But Lin Zichen's senses were extremely sharp, and he noticed it immediately. He could only hope that his biological attribute, natural camouflage, could fool Yuan Dongji's detection. After inspecting him, Yuan Dongji concluded that Lin Zichen's biological level was ordinary rank 6. His skin strength far exceeded others of the same rank, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles was outrageously high. Other than that, there was nothing especially unusual. Soon, Yuan Dongji leaped off the martial stage and returned to the second-floor corridor. Although the other school leaders kept asking what had happened below, she did not say much. Seeing Yuan Dongji leave just like that, Lin Zichen knew that natural camouflage had successfully deceived this vice principal of Shanghai University. On the other side, Li Moyu, whose right hand had just suffered a comminuted fracture, had now fully recovered. He clenched his right hand and saw that it was completely healed, feeling shocked inside. But Lin Zichen directly stepped forward like an arrow and instantly kicked Li Moyu in the lower abdomen, sending him flying off the martial stage. Li Moyu quickly climbed up from the ground and shouted at Lin Zichen, Lin Zichen, once my gene fusion goes one step further, I'll come back to challenge you again. When that time comes, I'll definitely knock you down on this stage. However, the young people below the stage were all hot-blooded, and one careless argument quickly broke out. As more and more people joined in, the scene soon turned into a heated shouting match between the regular classes and the genius class. Lin Zichen quietly stood alone on the martial stage, waiting for the stopwatch to reach 1 full minute and officially secure the title of Freshman King. During this time, not a single person below dared to step onto the stage and stop him. Soon, the gymnasium broadcast rang out with a congratulatory announcement. Congratulations to Lin Zishen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Freshman King. Instantly, large numbers of regular class freshmen cheered for Lin Zishen and for the regular classes. But Lin Zichen ignored the cheers below. He leaped high into the air, activated his biological attribute, Sky Eye, and quickly found Shen Qinghan in the crowd. Then, he landed in front of Shen Qinghan and wrapped an arm around her waist. After that, he leaped again, bringing her back onto the martial stage with him. Shen Qinghan immediately thought Lin Zichen was using this shining moment as freshman king to publicly announce their relationship to all the freshmen. Unexpectedly, Lin Zichen looked at the genius class freshmen below and said, "I'm taking 2nd through 10th place too." At that moment, almost every genius class freshman moved at once. They were as united as players teaming up to fight a boss in a game, all swarming toward the two of them with clear intent, working together to take Lin Zichen down through sheer numbers. Facing the genius class freshmen rushing in from all directions, Lin Zichen had no intention of playing around. His figure flashed as he erupted with ordinary rank 7 speed, actively charging in front of every incoming freshman. Man or woman, he knocked each one down with a single punch. Just then, Ma Shiwei also rushed out. As revenge, she wanted to pay Lin Zichen back by hitting Shen Qinghan's face. However, Lin Zichen leaped up and instantly shot to her side, then kicked her hard in the waist. Ma Shiwei instantly flew out from the crowd, her swollen face still looking like a mess. It was blasted off the martial stage again. After a little over half a minute, every genius class freshman had been knocked to the ground by Lin Zichen. They all curled up in pain, completely losing their ability to fight. Right after that, the gymnasium broadcast rang out again. Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for taking 2nd place in the opening trial. After securing 2nd place, Lin Zishen leaped back onto the martial stage. Who wants to be 3rd in the trial? The rank is yours, the credits are mine. The regular class freshmen below immediately volunteered enthusiastically, all wanting to experience the feeling of standing on the stage under everyone's gaze. Lin Zichen looked around and finally chose Li Chushen and the others who had been shouting from the crowd. With this, the top 10 would be worth a total of 550 credits, plus the 9 credits earned by all regular class freshmen, making 559 credits in total. Seeing that the genius class freshman of his evolution college had gained nothing, Ma Zhenhe quickly looked at Yuan Dongzhi. Principal Yuan, what Lin Zichen is doing doesn't seem proper. He already took the freshman king title, so how can he act as a hired fighter and use puppets to take over the entire top 10? Liu Chuanwu was the first to jump out and object, bluntly firing back. How is it improper? Tell me, when did the opening trial ever say you can't act as a hired fighter and take over the top 10? Ma Zhenhe gritted his teeth. It's true that the rules don't explicitly forbid it, but that doesn't mean his behavior is reasonable. He is clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules and should be stopped. Yuan Dongzhi turned slightly and said indifferently, Dean Ma has a point. This is indeed a loophole in the rules, but it can only be fixed next year, not now. Changing it suddenly would be unfair to Lin Zichen. Hearing this, Ma Zhenhe could only wisely close his mouth and stop speaking. At the same time, the special watches worn by Lu Gong and Wang Shuji suddenly received a new instruction. Change of plans. Not Li Moyu. Switch the target to Lin Zichen. Find a way to make Lin Zichen eat that high-level demon seed and turn him into a member of the organization. About half an hour later, the opening trial finally ended. Liu Chuanwu was already grinning from ear to ear. Zichen, just how many surprises are you still hiding from me? Lin Zichen directly dodged his enthusiastic hug by stepping aside and said indifferently, You didn't forget what you promised me, right? Liu Chuanwu immediately handed him a medicine bottle. Of course, here are 10 vital blood pills. As for your triple benefits for this semester, I directly transferred them to you in the form of 300 credits. Buy whatever you need yourself. Zichen, your performance in the opening trial was far too strong. Just how much strength had you been hiding? What is your true level? Lin Zichen answered simply, Ordinary rank 6, 1 round of skin tempering, a bit of facial muscle tempering, and naturally hard facial bones. Liu Chuanwu was instantly so shocked that his breathing quickened and his whole body trembled with excitement. You actually learned muscle tempering already? Liu Chuanwu said with absolute certainty. I can say for sure that before you graduate from university, you'll be able to evolve into an advanced level life form with a pure-blooded human body. You must continue on the pure-blooded human path. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. After chatting for a little while longer, Lin Zichen returned to Shen Qinghan's dorm and took out the vital blood pills. Without hesitation, he took one out to test its effect. The vital blood pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into warm streams that flowed into his body. His whole body felt warm, and his vital blood instantly increased by 108 points. However, this effect was not even as good as going out for a few kilometers of running, under the boost of his biological attribute, use it or lose it. So Lin Zichen decided to save all the remaining vital blood pills for Shen Qinghan. Just then, Shen Qinghan walked out of the training room, clearly having just finished exercising. Lin Zichen immediately tossed her a vital blood pill. Here, take one and see how it works. Shen Qinghan did not hesitate and swallowed it directly. A few seconds later, her body began sweating heavily, and her face turned red, making her look flushed and overheated. Seeing Shen Qinghan say that the vital blood pill worked very well, Lin Zichen directly handed her the whole bottle. The remaining 8 vital blood pills are all yours. Take at most 1 per day. Early the next morning, Lin Zichen walked into the living and leisure area of the Pure Human Research Institute. Song Yuyan was doing yoga inside. When she saw Lin Zichen, she directly asked, "Morning, Freshman King. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually ordinary rank 6, and you've even learned muscle tempering?" Seeing Lin Zichen nod and admit it, Song Yuyan immediately became excited. "Oh my god, Zichen, you're way too talented. With you joining us, the pure-blooded human path will definitely make a real breakthrough. When that time comes, our Heaven Human Pavilion will shock the world and change everyone's understanding of pure-blooded humans." Lin Zichen quickly turned his gaze aside. "Right. Let's work hard together." After that, Lin Zichen went to the research area. Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan had studied the acupoint opening chapter of the blood tempering art for years without understanding it, so he decided to study it himself. It seemed he still had to personally search for answers in the original text. After all, the effect of his biological attribute Heavenly Wisdom Root was no joke. When used for research like this, it would definitely make things much easier. Just then, Song Yuyan, now changed into martial arts clothes, suddenly walked in. "Zichen, someone from the student council is here for you. They're waiting at the entrance of the research institute. I think they're probably here to invite you to join the student council, since your performance in yesterday's opening trial was way too outstanding. There are many benefits to joining the student council. You can enjoy special treatment and authority that ordinary students don't have. As the strongest student organization in the school, the student council definitely wants you to join." So Lin Zichen went directly to the entrance of the research institute and met student council president Zhou Shihong. Zhou Shihong also disliked wasting time, so he skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. "Your performance in yesterday's opening trial was extremely outstanding and fits the student council's recruitment standards perfectly. I came here to invite you to join the student council and become a president candidate, trained as a future student council president."